Hello and welcome to this new video RPG video advice reaction marathon, the third one, right? Sorry for being a bit late, and also I first planned this stream at 1:30 and then I had to change time to 2 o'clock. I'll explain why in a moment. But you know what? Maybe I should explain why right now. No, I'll explain why in a moment. But I first wanted to start this stream by addressing something because on my last stream I had quite a bit of backlash, which I don't think was very warranted. I don't think I'm super mean in those stream, but some people don't take criticism too well or can take a joke, right? So I wanted to say that the reason I started this channel at first, right, was because I couldn't find advice I liked about RPGs online, right? I would watch some RPG video and I always felt like the advice was quite lacking, to be honest. So I decided that I should make my own, and that's what I did. Right? I don't really enjoy being a YouTuber. Tell you the truth, it's fun sometime, right? But I feel like it's something that's necessary to do. That's where I'm doing it for you guys. I'm sacrificing myself, and yeah. So when I do those critiques, right, I try to be fair. I'm not here to bash on people. I'm not here just to talk trash. Like if the advice is good, I say it, and I try to focus on the content of the video. I might address the form of the video. Like sometimes people make those videos like they're talking to 6-year-old, and this is a bit annoying to me. Like I try to talk to my audience like they're intelligent people, right? And like when I say something, like if you cannot take any criticism, right? I'm sorry to say, but you're emotionally stunted. If you decide to put yourself on YouTube and put content online, right? You make yourself fair game. It's just like how things goes. And also, like when I share my opinion, it's not mainly for the creator, for the people that put the video out there, right? If I criticize your video, it's not like I know you're not going to change your way. I know you're not going to care about what I have to say. It's not for you. It's for the audience, right? So people out there, and we do those marathon to look at what's out there, what or is the zeitgeist. That's why I try to do those once a month, going out and seeing, you know, with the state of discourse of the RPG hobby, and I'm often disappointed. I also, when I choose the video to react to, I try to not react to people that have smaller channels than me or that are obviously retarded, right? I don't try to bash on people that are, can barely string a sentence together, which is my case, but for different reason. I try not to aim at people that are obviously damaged or unhinged or overly fragile. Sometimes I get it wrong. Sometimes I think some people, somebody's gonna looks like he can take criticism, but then I get it wrong. And if I tag people that I react to, I try to tag people. So I might forget sometime, but I try to tag people that I react to in the description box after the stream because I don't know who I'm gonna react to beforehand. I don't do that as an attack or as to be aggressive toward them or to make sure it's basic courtesy, right? If you make a video reaction about me and you're allowed to do it, you can. I'd rather you tag me. I hate when people do that and they don't tag anything or they don't mention they treat you like Voldemort, not mentioning your name and stuff like that. I hate that. That's very basic bitch move. That happened earlier this month or last month, I guess. But yeah, we're not gonna address that more than that. Just wanted to say those few things. I'm gonna say hi to people in chat real quick. Phil dropped by earlier, saying the prophecy. Yeah, it was a prophesized third. Somebody watched the first 2 marathon and said, "Oh, now there's gonna be a third one." That was the prophecy. Welcome to Mr. Max waiting room. Yes. Your question will be responded to in the order of Mr. Max Phil. Yes. Hello, John Tate. And hello, Zonalar. Yeah. Hello, Dice Tale. It's so simple. Say where you are and what you're doing. Exactly. That's all we ask for. Not every joke lands. People are from all over the world, different cultures. Yeah, and all that coming with the territory. Yes, that's true. Tagging people is not a microaggression. Exactly. And eat your pizza with it, making out of character comments. Don't or eat after the game. Sorry, like I was so I was late, so I rushed so much. I barely dressed. Like I feel like my clothes are all wrong because I just like I didn't want to come on the stream raggy style, right? No shirt and all. But and hello, Jacoba boys, man. There's a goals. There's a goals. There you go. I don't know what that is. Okay, next thing I wanted to address. If you look in the pinned comment on the chat, I got something special for you guys. I made this bingo card. If you go to the website link, you can find a no, I'm hiding myself, right? You can find a bingo card that you can look at and play with online, right? You already got it set up. If you refresh, you're gonna get a different bingo card, and not all the card got the same thing on them. So you can play along, and there's no prize. There's no. It's just for fun, right? It's just like something we do. Like we're just trying to having fun. That doesn't count. You cannot like if you have that on your bingo card right here. You cannot tag it right now. So you can like play with it and then like take a screenshot if you win, post it on the Discord, whatever, man. Like so we'll see. Remember to click your free space token because you get that one for free. Uh, and that's what I wanted to. Should I put out the link? I'll put the link in the chat right now too to make it very easy for you. See, does it count for a bingo if Mr. Max does it? Some of them, yes. Some of them are something that I do. Some of them are things that are in the video, stuff like that. So we'll see. It's an experiment, right? And also let me know if it's a site I made myself, right? So it might be bugs and stuff like that. Let me know. I might try to fill in my own card during the stream, but I'm probably gonna forget. Maybe I shouldn't even try because because I have a lot to handle right during the stream and all. So let's get started, right? I need to present something. There you go. So what should we start with? Okay, I'm gonna start with let's start with someone new, I guess. And I want to start with somebody that I never covered before. So we're gonna go there. And let me know if the
Il se passe quoi
sounds
quand
work.
vous optez pour un réseau de rêve?
Well, now if you add like add in French on your bingo card, you can tag that right away. Default background color is horrendous, but cool card seems to work good. Thanks. And you can also have like the 2 ads in a row. Man, YouTube is something. Eh? No thanks. What is that? YouTube Premium? No thanks. So okay, I can do skip ad. There you go. The default background color is because if you do the chroma key on stream, it doesn't blast you with green or with blue and stuff like that. It's easy. It's a color that we don't use much because it is horrendous. So we can just do like the color remove. But I still see the color on my screen, right? Like that's why like if I put the bingo card on my if I put it there, I can have the background remove, but my face doesn't get blasted by a green or a blue, whatever. This is why. All right. So emergent. Let me fix my camera arm. It's too much in the way. I won't be able to see. All right, emergent DM. Oh, I need to do that too. And let put the subtitle bigger. There you go. D&D combat was a grind until I made one change. Short video, so that's gonna be good. Good morning, Kedolo. And yeah, D&D until I made one change. So I don't know that guy. I don't think I ever watched any video from him. So it's gonna be a first for me. And so let's play that.
That is good, but it could be better. And these 4 combat tensions will help you do just that. The second you say roll in,
Like he always already says like your combat is good, but it could be better, right? Again, that's a lie. That's a straight up lie. Most people combat is really bad.
initiative, your players go on full murder hobo mode. It's like flipping the kill everything switch in their brains, which is fine at first. But after a few rounds, the energy dips, the tension fades, and now your epic battle suddenly becomes a boring, repetitive cycle of move,
Yes.
action, bonus action, repeat. I've been there, and you might have been there, and it's not a fun place to be for anyone. The funny thing is, the best combat encounters that I've had over the years happened when I didn't make combat about combat. Instead of
Okay, that's we talked about that before. That's what Stephanie plays game, right, would call like alternative combat goal or something like that. And it's a good advice, but like one thing that bothers me first, also like this thing, like that's a very D&D specific problem, saying like, oh, the combat become like round after round after round of what I'm saying, round after round of like, and the tension fade. That's because like D&D is just about like chipping away at big bad hit point. So that's already a problem. Like the game you're playing is designed for combat to be boring, and then it's talking about like, oh, combat shouldn't be about combat, instead of like kill everything.
I gave my players a real objective, something that
Like I gave my player a real objective. That's a mistake. That's not you as the GM. Like you're not there to give them objective. Their character have goals. Their character have motivation. The character want to achieve something. You're there to give them challenge. So already that's the mistake there, right? That's very like a GM driven kind of game, and the player are just there like to basically roll dice when they're being told to.
force them to think differently. Because when the goal isn't body count, your players actually start to care.
Like you want to force this player to think differently. That's neither here or there. The player should think as their character.
And you can do this right now with 4 simple tweaks that make combat
It's a good
way
name.
more exciting. Set an objective, pick a placement, choose a clock, and the 4th part is what makes things really cinematic. So stick around for that. Hello, Game Master. I'm Anton, and welcome to Emergent GM. Let's talk about these 4 tweaks in a real combat scenario. My players were resting in a cabin with some rescued NPCs. It's night. Everything's quiet. Until suddenly, gnolls attack out of nowhere. And my players, their first instinct is survive the fight, which translates to kill everything, which is fine for a while, until it started to get
Like, why would it translate to kill everything? Like the gnolls attack the well, don't the gnoll have an objective? They probably attack. Do they attack the camp because they want to kill everything? They just want to steal resource. They don't just want to drive them away. Why can the player run away if they want? If their goal is just to survive, can they run away? If they dominate on the fight, can the gnoll run away? Right? Kill everything is not like that's very like video game logic.
boring. So I hit them with step number 1 and set an objective. Your players need something to fight for outside themselves. Otherwise, they will murder everything by default. That's just the gamer tendency.
Oh, and hello, by the name, my name is Mr. Max. Mr. Max. I like how he puts hello, my name is Anton. Yeah, no, that's good. It's good. He's good at making video. I can say that.
Especially if they're optimizers or power gamers. They are going to want to flex their builds at every chance they get. The easiest way to set an objective is to tie it to an NPC, a location, or an object. For my game, the gnolls didn't just attack. They kidnapped the NPCs. Now combat isn't just about survival, but it's an actual chase. And here's where I pulled
there you go,
step
that's
number
cool.
2. Step number 2, pick the placement. Where does your objective start? Does the objective begin with the players, like an escort quest, or the enemies, like a rescue quest, or in neutral territory, like a first to the gold quest? For my game, the objective started with the players. Then they got
It's fine. Like the title say, like until I made one change, but then like it's already on the second change made, right? About like or the second kind of thing to about the emplacement. That's also interesting. I've not. That's a good advice actually. Not have your all your fight in not all you have all your fight basically in like 20 by 20 room with nothing in it, right? Just like in arena.
taken away. So now the objective is a moving target in enemy hands. But we still need to add a little pressure to this combat, which brings us to step number 3, adding a clock. Without some sort of clock, there isn't really any pressure that's put on players to meet the objectives as fast as possible, which means they'll fall back on kill everything. Because if there's any doubt in anyone's mind, your players are efficient and thorough killers. A clock keeps everyone focused, and there's 3 that you can choose from: a rounds-based clock, a trigger-based clock, or a literal clock. A rounds-based clock means players had a certain number of rounds to complete the objective. A trigger-based clock,
Like you say, oh, your player or efficient killer, right there, if given the chance, and that's the problem right there. Is the player? Yeah, the player are good at playing the game, but they're not in character mindset. That's like this whole video, the whole problem stem from
means
that.
something in the fight changes when a condition is met. And the last clock is a real clock, which tracks actual minutes for players to reach the goal. Now, each of these clocks are really helpful in their own right, and they
Absolutely.
add different kinds of pressure to your game. For my game, I chose a rounds-based clock where my players had 5 rounds to stop the gnolls from escaping with the hostages. But instead of just telling them that they had 5 rounds, I made them feel it. And that's what step number 4 is about.
Okay, I'm glad he said that. Instead of just telling them that they have only 5 rounds, I make them feel it, right? Just like, thankfully, I hope so. I hope you didn't say like, oh, you have 5 rounds to do that before. Like, that'd be fucking insane. That would be like, yeah. Thankfully, you didn't just tell them right away, like, oh, there's something's gonna happen in 5 rounds if you don't solve this encounter. Yeah, just like, yeah, clocks are gimmicks instead of role playing. Bingo square. Yes, you're right. Yeah, gimmick instead of role play. There you go. You can take that one if you have it on your card. Each card you get is gonna be like unique, right? So, not every element is gonna be on every card, but
dramatizing the change. Think of a fight scene in a movie. There's a lot of action happening, but the audience isn't just watching people swing swords. There's tension, there's buildup, there's urgency, and your players need to feel that too. So instead of just saying, all right, you have 3 turns left to rescue the hostages before the gnolls make an escape, as each round passed, I painted the scene. The NPCs are screaming as the gnolls are advancing towards the tree line, vanishing into the darkness. The players are out of position, but are they able to make this round count and close the distance? Now every action mattered. Every decision felt urgent. And my players, they weren't just rolling dice anymore. They were in it, racing from the other side of the map, burning turns with dashes just to close the distance in order to rescue the NPCs from the gnolls. It was a nail-biting fight right up to the end when they saved the last hostage. And this works for any kind of fight. Are there rats in the cellar? Don't just kill them.
like again, like this is not bad advice, right? This is a proper way, but like it's not about like the problem I have with this is just coming from like, did he even mention like motivation, character goal, right? Character either like PC or NPC. That's what it should stem for. The gnolls are there for some reason, right? They're there to they're there to they have a goal, right? And the goal could just be uh stealing that NPCs. But now you all put that as a GM. You need to prep this encounter and stuff like that. Like there's no, and the same thing with the character, right? Because then also, if you always have to present that, and combat. I hate also the idea of like designing combat encounter, right? Combat can happen. Combat is something like that. Like we were saying earlier, like like combat is something that, yeah, combat combat should be an option when all else fail, right? Exactly. You don't There's people that are there, people that want stuff, there are characters want something else, there's conflict stemming from that, and then it can devolve into combat if everything else fails, I guess, right? Or maybe sometimes combat is you're a little bit more prone to go to combat for some reason. But this idea of like designing like combat encounter, it's the wrong mindset.
Protect the aged cheese wheels that are worth hundreds of gold instead. Are there cultists performing a ritual? Have each one
I wouldn't stem that one right away. That'd be too easy. It wasn't good enough for that.
recite a chant and break them in order to stop the ritual. Are your players fighting a dragon? Have lightning crystals spread around the room, powering its strength, and have your players destroy them first. And what if your players fail the objectives? Turn it into a plot twist. Enemies got away? Maybe they left a clue behind. Was the relic stolen? Now the enemies are one step closer to achieving their goals. The big bad evil guy wasn't weakened. Now your players need to find a way to cripple them. So keep this in mind. If your players don't have a clear goal, they will default to kill everything. But if you set an objective, pick its place.
Wait. Okay, say if your player doesn't have a clear goal, does that count as mentioning motivation? Like, unfortunately not, because if your player don't have a clear goal, if the character, it's the character that should have a goal and motivation, right? So he's still on the player. He's still like, there's no role play there. There's no thinking in character there.
Placement, choose a clock, and dramatize the change. You will never have a boring encounter again. And if you really want to take this up a notch, I break down how to pull off the perfect combat cliffhanger right over here somewhere. Thanks very much for watching, Game Master, and until the next one, may your tales never end.
Well, that wasn't great. I got to say that. It's like if you're just playing D&D as a video game, I guess it's not terrible advice, right? It's gonna help, but the underlying problem is not covered there. The reason, right? The real solution is not covered. Oh, Trill is here. We reacted to on last time. Thank you for dropping by. See, it's very focused on the challenge, resolution, mindset, style of play. Yeah, solve the puzzle, pick the lock, hit the AC. Very game focused advice, not RPG. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. There's if you're just there's this saying, role play solve everything. If you just role play in the sense of thinking in character, you're gonna be you're not gonna need to provide the player with those clear goal, right? Oh, you have to do that, and you have to do that soon, or something bad is gonna happen, right? It's like, come on. So this is one. We already did one video. It's going fast today. It's good. I'll see how much I can go through. Usually, like, I average about 1 an hour. So this one.
Thinking about starting to run on the treadmill again. I need to.
Again, an ad. YouTube is unusable without an ad block, but I cannot use. That's a weird ad too.
And other TTRPGs.
All right. I also never will look at that guy. So where's that? Renegade Rose. Oh, I forgot to put the link for Emergent DM in the chat. I'm sorry, Emergent GM. I tried to put the link in chat for people that want to check and subscribe, and I raised it already. I guess I could do something crazy there. Yeah, I got it. This is Emergent GM. So right. So a leap of faith, the psychology of no prep D&D TTRPG. I'm a big no prep advocate, so we're gonna see what he has to say. Never look at that guy before either. So
when running games of D&D and other TTRPGs in the last few months, for a lot of sessions, I've done zero prep. Instead, I've taken a leap of faith, as well as a leaf out of one of Stephen King's many books. In his autobiography, On Writing, he says, "My basic belief about the making of stories is that they pretty much make themselves. The job of the writer is to give them a place to grow." Can we really bring advice that's meant for novelists with editors to our game tables? Will our games be any good if we don't have a plan? And will our players notice a difference? My name's Rich, this is Renegade Rolls, and let's be storytellers, with or without any prep time, together with our friends.
All right. Now, like, what make me cautious is about talking about like storyteller, right? Being storyteller. You're not there to create a story. You're not there to be a novelist. You're there to play a game with your friend, right? And the game is like the big part of the game for me is like making stuff up as it come, like reacting to being a reactive GM, right? You want the player to be proactive and the GM to be reactive. So I'm worried about where it's going there, but we'll see.
One day, I'm going to get a sign printed, and it's going to have this little disclaimer on it. There are a million ways to play TTRPGs, and if you and your players are all having fun, then that's great. But
there you go. That was on the big gold card. You can like as long as everybody's having fun. There you go. It has been said. So for all of you that have that on the bingo card, you can take it. Oh, so like I forgot to do the warning last time. Maybe that's why I got like so much. I'll do it after this video, I guess. Maybe that's why I got so much slack. I didn't do the warning properly. Yeah, advice for TV writing. Yeah.
if you're like me up until a few months ago, you might not be having as much fun as you'd hoped. Here's my story, my leap of faith. When I started running games of D&D and other TTRPGs, I was a classic over-preparer. I wrote descriptions, read aloud text full of lovely, loquacious lexicon, and I had everything laid out beautifully, just waiting for my players to discover the intricate stories I'd set up for them.
The Lord of the Rings Woobles collab is finally here. You can learn to crochet the Lord of the Rings characters with this new box set.
But I found myself getting stressed before sessions, which is annoying because I love this hobby. Had I planned enough? Was I being evocative in setting the scene? Was my baddie's monologue clever enough? Was the twist suitably twisty? Would my players actually follow the hooks I'd laid out for them or go somewhere different entirely? There had to be an easier way. But the trouble is, running a game without prep is scary. It's like riding a bike without stabilizers.
That doesn't count as double add. It's double add back to back. That count. That's just 2 add in the same video. Yeah, running without prep is scary at first, but you get used to it, right? Just like you have to get rid of the security blanket, and you get better at it too with time. Like, you know, cut down your prep, and it's a learned skill going out without prep, right? But that's where the game is. That's where it's fun. That's where if you're going out with a story plan and stuff like that, and then like in your players will kind of know that, and they're gonna feel it's rude not to jump up on your railroad, right? You can tell them all that you want, like, oh, you don't have to follow the role. I got a story plan, but you do what you want, right? But you know the player will feel it's rude not to jump on the railroad, on the rail that you laid. So they will. But yeah, you'll get better at it.
Giving a presentation at work when your PowerPoint breaks. In the past, being underprepared for a game was genuinely one of my worst nightmares. So how did I get over it?
I have to say it for you to trash to cross it. You're being greedy.
What's the mindset I discovered in order to run a successful no-prep game? Did I picture my players naked? Well, no, that would not have helped. It would have only made things worse. There is some great advice already out there on the practicalities of how to set yourself up for success with a no-prep game, so I won't repeat it here. My recommendation, though, is that Naigobi just released an excellent video all about it.
We cannot watch her anymore. She got very mad last time.
Once you're already in the headspace of being ready to run something improvised, you'll be able to use Naigobi's advice to the fullest. But for me, it was a long and windy psychological road to get to that mental place to begin with. Everyone's brain is different, and that's a wonderful thing. So all I can do is tell you what worked for me and how you can try these things to see if they work for you as well. The change that most helped me to take that leap of faith came thanks to taking improv classes. If you're in a position to take class,
I almost put something about improv on the bingo sheet, and now like it's fucking talking about it.
Classes, I'd highly recommend it. But if not, there's a huge amount we as game masters can take from the improv way of thinking. The philosophy there is that because it's all made up on the spot, there's no way that any part of the performance will be repeated. Everything happens once and it's gone. Then you're immediately on to the next thing. That feeling, while initially terrifying, was so liberating for me. It's not that nothing I said.
Okay, there's a big thing with there's a big difference between improv and role play, and I need to talk about that a bit now. Not too long because that's not the point here. But like in both of them, you make stuff on the spot, but the goal is different, right? In improv, you make something on the spot for the story or for the joke, depending on the type of improv you do, right? Sometimes it's just like whatever is going to be funny. So the goal is different than if you role play and you make something on the spot. Your goal is to portray, is to preserve the consistency of the character. So the thing you make on the spot is not like just random stuff that's going to serve the story. You act as you think as your character would think. You act as your character would act, right? Or you have your character act as you would act. So that's a big difference. And if you're the GM, your goal is to preserve the consistency of the world, right? It's not about just like bringing forth like interesting story beat and stuff like that. It's about preserving the consistency and the verisimilitude of the world. And from that, from the interaction of the characters and the world and the NPCs, right? Story will emerge. You never had it if the banker in Monopoly asking you, did everybody have fun? Well,
That mattered. It's that nothing I said was wrong. Prepping my games gave me ample opportunities to second guess myself and procrastinate, finding the perfect solution. But the worst thing to do in an improv show, even worse than silence for a moment, is to plan more than a line or so ahead. I've got to be reactive to whatever's around me and be willing to abandon ideas and run with new ones on the fly. If I couple this with being proactive in sharing ideas as they occur to me, well, that's a brave new world. And so I began to take that attitude to my tables. Without a plan, I suddenly had that same fight or flight energy as being up on stage. There was no way I could do anything less than pay total attention, as I had no safety net. I realized that when it's fully
that's actually a good point, right? Like if you not only if you don't have like this prep, you have to pay attention, but also if you have the prep, sometimes you're going to be distracted by looking at your notes instead of listening to what the player are doing, right? And you're going to have something, you can come up with something much more reactive if you actually pay attention to what's happening at the table instead of like looking back in your book, right? Now the characters are talking and you let them talk, and then you serve them a box text that you prepare, and then like they stop paying attention. So
engaged, my brain in the moment can come up with all sorts of things. That yes, I can be quick enough to think up ideas on the spot, and awkward silences are actually super, super rare. These ideas are no less valid because they happened at the table than if I came up with them beforehand. And they're better suited to the moment and situation than anything that I might have pre-planned. At first, I tried it for just a scene or two. I deliberately left gaps in my usually excellent notes. After a while, I dropped in more of those unplanned elements until eventually I was joining up those panicked, flying by the seat of my pants moments, so it became my whole game session. Running a completely improvised game takes a lot of energy. Being in that focused state of mind for a sustained period is tiring, and I've felt drained afterwards. But every time, I know it's worth it.
add again. That's like 3 hours in like a 10-minute video on YouTube. Like it's very greedy. Very greedy YouTube.
An uplifting, inspiring story is not the same as concrete advice. Here we go. Tip number 1. This is not for the faint-hearted or for first-timers. If it's your first time running a game, plan as much as you have time for, but then notice the moments where your plan breaks down, where your players go left instead of right. That's where you're improvising. Tip number 2. When you're doing this for the first time, make sure that you are around people you know to be kind and tell them in advance. Good people will be supportive and help you out as much as they can. Tip number 3.
Be around people that you're like, okay. If you have on a bingo card advice on being a human being, I think you can check that one, right? Or like giving advice for retard. Yeah. Play with people that spend your hobby time playing games with people that are not absolute asshole, right? Just like, man. Exactly. How about you invite people who are not asshole like Mr. Mac? Well, Me notwithstanding, but and yes, also you should tell the player that that's the kind of game you're running to manage expectation, right? You're not going like, and also the players need to be proactive if you're gonna do the no prep kind of game, right? And they have to understand that. Don't come here expecting to be an audience member, just sitting around and me giving you like story beat and stuff like that. So on that,
Starting a game is the trickiest bit. For your players to be
yes.
able to engage with the world, you'll need to give them something in addition to whatever is on their character sheet. For this, you'll want to do a super quick bit of world building, helping everyone get their head in the same space as you. It's a medieval fantasy world where the birds have gone. It's a cyberpunk near future.
Yeah, that's you can do like in session 0, you set up a premise, but also I think it's good. I think it's okay, even if you have like a no prep game, on the first session of a campaign, in the first few beats, right? It's okay to get the ball rolling as a GM. Present them with something like like, you know, you can start them mid-res, or like you can present them like at some kind of challenge. But so for just getting the ball, starting the ball rolling, right? But then after that, you follow around.
Where your value to the
And you need to be honest in that too. If you want to do the no prep game and you get something to get the ball rolling, you're just giving it a push, and then you're looking where it goes. You don't try to guess where it's gonna go, like plan where it's gonna go.
corporate society is measured by your faith. It's a primordial setting where the world is new and fresh and there's magic everywhere. I came up with each of those ideas in about 10 seconds each. For you at your table, you'd probably go into the game session with something like that in mind. Those were the macro wide world building. The second part of this world building is to do it for a tiny little scale around our characters as the adventure begins. In that fantasy world where the birds have gone, the characters are just coming out of a temple with eagle insignia all over the place. It was a failed dungeon crawl, but they've made it out with their lives. What happens next? In the cyberpunk setting, the characters are in their safe house when they hear a knock at the door from the crypto papacy. In the primordial setting, the characters have all been drawn inextricably towards a stone which sings to them. The secret here is it's okay not to know what's going to happen next. Your players will have ideas, and in the course of explaining this to them,
yeah, low resolution advice. Yeah, start with low resolution, but also like let the player, like, I'm big against like having like doing the world building kind of stuff, like having your world build and being married to the idea, because then you always have to do the lore dump, you always have to instruct the player on the world, or you're gonna have to give them Bible to read before they can start playing, or during play you're gonna stop them and say, oh, actually in that world things work that way, or oh, you would know that, you know, just like keep the world vague and have the player know that the world is vague. You can make the big line, right? The big picture kind of stuff, right? Oh, like you said, like, oh, the birds are all gone, and now like and now together we explore the consequence of that. But don't go further than that. Don't, like, you as the GM, you might not even know, you probably shouldn't even know why the birds are all gone. You're figuring this out through play with the player and with the contribution of the player. And so you again, you have to be like a kind of like, and you have to let the player make assumption about the world that are going to stand and be true, because their character have lived in that world their whole life, so they should know something about the world without having you to always stop and tell them, if you want to have a good flow in your game.
chances are your
right?
brain is going to come up with some interesting ideas.
Your
But this
brain
does
and the
bring us
player's
on
brain.
to tip number 4. If you have the kind of players who are kind of sitting back, waiting to be entertained, you'll struggle with this.
Yes.
It works best when it's collaborative, when everyone is jumping in together. And if you do have those players who are waiting for you to tell them the story, it's worth having a word. Tip number
Yes.
5, stalling tactics. There's a very good chance your players will ask you a question that you have no clue how to
No,
answer
that
in
question
the
is the
moment.
GM.
What ho, barkeep? Tell me all the wines and ales you have on sale here. GM brain goes, ah. But the character that I'm inventing on the fly is the barman here. He can go, well, I've got all sorts of things. You need to be a bit more specific than that. I'd be here all day if I was to list stuff to you. But the things that I'd recommend, if you're feeling fruity, would be the elderflower wine. But also, if you're feeling a bit spicy, you've got some black dragon rum in the basement. Only for
That's actually good advice. There you go. But also, not only because, like, it's not only a stalling tactic, it's how people act. You know, if you go to a place and you just ask like, oh, can you, like, you go to a bar and say like, can you list me everything that you have on the menu? They say like, well, what you into, right? It's like people don't want to just like people, like, you go to the grocery clerk, right, and they say like, so what do you have for sale here in this grocery store? It's just like, it's what you fucking looking for. You're just like, and I'll tell you if I have it or not, right? Have your people act like people, like not just like video game menu, right? So, and also people in real life, they don't have this information necessarily on top of their head all the time, right? Because people don't, you know, they kind of know, but they have to think about it. Like, just like if, for Americans out there, right? If I was to ask you just to list the 50 states on top of your head, it's likely that even though you know them all, probably, it's likely that you're gonna be fail at naming them like all in a row because you will forget, like, you know, list of item like that, right? So
For special occasions, only if you know what you're doing. How's that sound? And you've saved yourself listing so many little details. The technique I'm using here is to repeat part of the question, describe the situation a bit more widely, and while I'm doing that, the brain's spinning, thinking up a couple of new things. Tip number 6, listen super hard to your players and their character stories. If you watch Matt Mercer or Brennan Lee Mulligan, they are so intent on what they're...
Does that count? I have on the bingo sheet critical role mention. You just mentioned Matt Mercer, so I don't. Let's not make it too easy for you guys. Don't take it.
players say, so they can weave it back into the story. They've already got nice worlds already prepped, but whatever they've planned, that can change instantly because they are listening so closely. This comes back to paying your full attention to your players and leads us nicely on to tip number 7. Giving full attention is tiring.
That's
Give
true.
yourself more breaks than you think you need, which also allow you to catch up as well. You can also use these extra breaks at the table to check in with your players. Ask
Okay, I say like if you actually role play, right, it is tiring, and paying attention and being in character and stuff like that, like making stuff on the spot, it is tiring. I would say keep the session shorter because that's why like I think 2 hours is a good time for a session. But if you want to do that, you need to be able to, or 3 hours, right? Don't roll raw dog for role play for 3 hours. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not a big fan of the breaks because then you have to put yourself back in character, and like putting yourself in character can takes a little while as well. Like when you start the session, sometimes like it takes a little while to find your feet and really get in the mindset of the character. Then after a few minutes, you get into it, right? Oh, sorry. But so, and the break will break that. The thing is, like, you have to cut, like if you cut the lordom, if you cut the out of character talk, if you cut the random joke, if you don't ask questions to the GM, if you can make combat that don't last 45 minutes for a round, right? If you can all do those things, you can do a lot in a 2 or 3 hour session. And it was like a very dense session, jam packed with content. Every minute of it was great. And then you can take half an hour, an hour, whatever, to chat and make those joke and reminisce on the session, right? And talk about it there. Some people need their smoke. Well, now we have like those nicotine pouch you can use.
them how they're doing, and also check that they've understood some of the information that you've given them. Because in an improv game, I'm coming up with so much on the fly, I don't always repeat myself or make things as clear as I'd like to my players. Now, I've noticed this, so taking time to check in with them is so useful. Tip number 8 is to practice.
Like, also, like, if you sometimes you don't make yourself clear as a GM and the player misunderstood, you can just go with what they say, right? You express yourself wrongly, it happens sometime, right? And then like, and at some point you play and clearly something else has been understood. Well, maybe that's what it is, right? Because why not? You don't have a plan anyway. Need to drink some water. I should press play.
This as much as you can outside of your game. The more that you're able to practice improvising, the more widely that you read, the more outside experiences that you get, the better your games will be. One thing that I love to practice, if any of my friends will tolerate me for long enough for this, is to practice monologuing. Ah, heroes, you've arrived at my castle at last. I would welcome you, but you've already broken so many things here. You really think that your heroic virtue, your, oh, we're friends, the power of friendship, that will save you. You will cower before me. That was terrible.
Yes, Kidolo, there is in the pin comment there is an actual bingo card you can get. Yeah. Looks something like that. Like I didn't fill mine because like I'm busy doing the stream, but yeah, you can get those. The link is in the pin comment. One thing ironic there, he's talking about getting better at improvising dialogue, like monologue, like not dialogue, monologue. Which also, how about you? Don't do those. But do you think that this monologue that he just did there, as an example, was scripted? His video is pretty scripted, right? So it's ironic that you want to be better at doing those improvised monologue, and the example he gave would be scripted, right? That'd be interesting. It would have been good to see him like just trying to improvise one.
But improvised right now, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Tip number 9 is
he said he
just to try
improvised
it. Give it a go.
Right, good on him.
If you're among friends, genuinely, what's the worst that can happen? If it's ridiculous, if it's silly, if you lose the plot, so what?
And again, if you want to do like a monologue, it's probably gonna be bad and stuff like that. This guy should have like this goal, this motivation, and some personality trait, and you have to lean into that and just talk as the guy would talk, right? Like put this mindset, hijack your mindset with this mindset of this guy, and just talk as you would.
You're among friends, having a nice time. A lot of the advice here runs sort of in parallel to the rest of the advice I give on this channel about how to be storytellers. The truth is, you can tell great, well-planned stories, and you can tell great, unplanned stories. They'll be different, but they can both be glorious. If you've run a no-prep game before, I'd love to hear about it. How did it go? Tell me about it in the comments. If this is your first time here, the focus of Renegade Rolls is to look at the storytelling aspects of TTRPGs. How can we be better storytellers in a crazy improvised game? This video here is my Game Master's guide on my overall philosophy for this and some of the videos that I plan on sharing in future. I'll see you there where we can be storytellers with some prep, or maybe not so much prep, together with our friends.
All right, there you go. Renegade Rolls. I did tell you what I thought about the video. Hopefully, if you see that, you're gonna like it. Yeah, there wasn't completely trash. Like I'm a big advocate of no prep. Seeing somebody, so now you can click like create a no trash. Like I'm a big advocate of no prep. So seeing somebody like promoting that to his audience, yeah, I'm not gonna be too mad about that. Should we go on the prep thing? I got another one here. Say like I failed at low prep by Tabletop Family, which I also never watched. Saw like a bunch of firsts now. We have an election on coming up here in Canada, so now we can have like a ad for that, I guess. Two ads in a row. There you go. If you have that on your sheet, it's already been ticked. Oh.
Nate. Lately, welcome back to Family Tabletop. My name is Nate. Lately, I've been trying to figure out what has been going wrong in our tabletop game nights. We've been playing on and off for almost 2 years, but our game group has struggled repeatedly, just over and over and over again. Players not showing up, people being disinterested, me being disinterested. A couple weeks ago, I had the thought, like, maybe we should just play board games. But I took some time and wrote down all my thoughts about low prep dungeon mastering. I've written them down, and I'm going to read them. So yeah, just stick with me. I'm going to throw up some images here while I'm reading through this thing. When we get to the end, maybe you'll understand what I have been experiencing as a dungeon master.
Let's look at that. Protect. Okay, I support, low challenge, I challenge. So I support and low challenge is protect culture of entitlement and mistrust. I support, I challenge, liberate culture of empowerment and opportunity. I challenge, low support, dominate culture of fear, manipulation. What is that? Abdicate culture, apathy, and low expectation. All right. I don't know what that is, but like, Oping is gonna explain it in the video.
with a gaming table. Again, these things that I'm expressing are my thoughts and my opinions about my own game, and they don't necessarily have to apply to you. Please take that into consideration when you listen to me ramble on. When I first started dungeon mastering, I protected my players a lot. I protected their characters as well, but that isn't what I'm talking about. I mean, I protected my players. I didn't really expect them to learn the games we were playing or learn how to play their characters. I was so desperate to have people just willing to play D&D with me that I didn't set high expectations for my players. None of my players believed that they could run the game, so it was established early on that I would be the forever DM, which meant it was my responsibility to make sure some aspects of the game were getting prepared each week before game night. I quickly learned that preparing for Dungeons & Dragons games was one of the more difficult aspects of the game. I would set up an entire map, but then the monster would die in the first round, or my players wouldn't even go fight that monster. It was really difficult for me to account for the things that players might do. So instead of preparing, I decided to start making things up in the moment.
It just sounded cool. I literally just made it up right now looking at the map.
Oh man, that's listening to Matt Colville. That's gonna lead you on a bad path, on a bad way. I see what he's saying. He's saying there, like, you know, I was so desperate to play with D&D with people that I have like low expectation. I want to take the burden away. But in doing that, also you kind of rob them of having a satisfying experience, right? Yes, you kind of need to also, like, maybe D&D is not the right game for them. Maybe you could have gone with like something like Easy D6, right? A little bit of simpler game, better game, in my opinion. But what I was saying. Yeah, so like having like low expectation on them and just say, oh, just show up and just like tell me, and yeah, don't worry too much about the rules, right? You're setting them up for not having a good time, basically, like in doing that. Those RPG, you're gonna get as much as you put in, right? You're gonna get as much from them as you put in, basically. And also having a feeling, oh, none of them believe they can be GM. That's also something that needs to be destigmatized, right? Just try it. It's not that hard, right? Like your first session, you might not be good at it. You might suck as a GM at first, but you'll get better. And it's not the end of the world if you have like a session that's not great, right? Then we're gonna talk about like, oh, what you did wrong, what you did well, right? Just go with it, right? And you know, people like this thing of this GM putting like so much pressure on themselves that they need to be there, like, you know, as a service provider, entertain their friend and be like so amazing. They like, you're not there to impress your friend, you're there to play a game with them. And you have to approach that with that mindset, right? If the session is not great, you know, the next one might be better. Probably will be better because you're gonna learn from your mistake and stuff like that, right? So it's not the end of the world.
I was inspired. This is adventure design, folks. It never really gets more complicated than this.
Yeah,
There's a reason Matt Colville teaches this lesson in an introductory dungeon mastering video. I was playing Baby's First Dungeon Master. I was making it up as I went. An incongruent idea began forming in my head. You see, I knew that I was making stuff up in our game, but I also held the belief that my players couldn't do this nearly as well as I could. I took it as a point of pride. I'm a rather good dungeon master. But what if my players don't want to be the person who has to pretend the hardest that our whole story makes sense? No, it's not that,
also like,
I thought.
That's also something like the player should put as much effort in the game as they. Well, like, why would you expect like, the player to put less effort? They should put as much effort as the GM, right? At least portray the character. I still say like a great point, Mr. Max. We'll have a good days and bad days, but the average quality will go up with practice. Exactly, and you know, it's like you're not gonna be like voted out of the island because you had a bad GMing experience, right? Just like, ah, man, I'm sorry, guy, I was a bit off today. I'll do better, right? Just like. And if it was your first time, you weren't good at it, you run a one shot, right? One, like, don't for the first time, just like or like a few shot, just go like, oh, I want to GM for the first time. Let's sign up for a 30-year campaign, right? Don't do that. Like, just run like short thing, and then like you go back in the player seat for a little while, and then you come back. You know, I want to try it again at some point, right? Just like, yeah.
I'm actually the best at pretending the hardest. As this thought began to settle into my mind, I lowered my expectations for my players even more. I lowered the bar so much that I actually began to lose respect for the people I played with. I came to see my players as freeloaders, because in game terms, I knew that I was carrying them. I ran the game for them. I am the forever DM. And this mindset began to manifest in our games. See, I already knew that I was babying my players in real life, so I started babying their characters in our games as well. I secretly knew that they knew nothing about the worlds they're playing in, and even if they did know something, I could still change that at the last moment for dramatic effect. One of my players killed the monster, but I decided to give that kill to a different player who hasn't gotten a kill in a while, plus 5 hit points to the monster.
In his research, Dr. Morrison identified a paradox.
Not like he's talking about like basically like fudging and you're not playing the game anymore, right? Just like what's out of that?
My world, after all. I was making up so many things in the game that it became difficult.
When he said that, like, oh, it's my world anymore. Like now he's not preserving the verisimilitude of the world. Like he's preserving like, his vision of the world, right? It's not like the rules are there for a reason. They're there like they serve as the physics of the world, basically, like of the rules of the world. Like there's rule in our world. Like if you jump off a cliff, you're gonna fall down, right? But yeah, so like and wanting to now he's having other consideration than just preserving the verisimilitude of the world. So that's a misstep.
To remember exactly what was going on in my world. Oh well, I'll just eavesdrop on my players and change the world a little bit.
I gotta say, I like the video so far. Like it's hard to criticize because he's talking about like what he used to do and like his past and stuff like that. It's very personal and stuff like that. It's a well put together video. Like a lot of effort went into making this video. The music and the B-roll and stuff like that. I never watched Family Tabletop before, but it's very, very well put together video.
Bit into the way that they wanted to go. Players really like to get their way after all. I couldn't escape the knowledge that this world we were playing in was stupid. I knew that my world design was incongruent, even if my players didn't know that. This knowledge left me feeling frustrated about the story of our game. I was having trouble coping with the fact that nothing in my world made sense, since I was making up so much of it in the moment.
And like he's talking about like nothing in my world makes sense, and that goes very well with what Dice was saying. That one of the advantages of like 3D and 4D gaming is that you get world built. Well, 4D gaming, yes, we get world built by your player for me to do a better job than I can. Like when I say like let your player make assumption about the world, right? You give them a premise, you get them the big line, and you let them make assumption about the world that are going to be true. It makes it so that because the player made this assumption about the world, necessarily it makes sense. It is what the player see as making sense in the world, right? So like if you try to pad everything, at some point you're going to interject something into the world. You're going to inject something into the world that you think was cool, but then the player is going to look at that and they're going to say, wait, that doesn't make sense. How does that work? And you might have missed something, right? Actually, yes, it's true that if like this thing in this world would contradict this other thing that we established earlier, or would make no sense because like, well, that would change the world so much that the world wouldn't be as it is with this other thing I just added, right? So that's also an advantage of like letting your player make assumption. They're gonna make assumption that makes sense to them, so the world will make sense to them.
As we played. No, you cannot attack the airship balloon with your knife because the airship actually flies with a resonance chamber and it's made of metal, and still I continue to protect my players. But now I'm protecting them from the knowledge that we've been playing in a game world that I make up each week. And I would continue protecting them all the way up until the moment when I begin to dominate. When I start to sense that my players aren't paying attention to my game, I just give them a random encounter and pretend like it was all part of the plan. Are they catching on? Well, I dominate. We're changing game systems or starting a new campaign. Every time we start over, I can start protecting them all over again, and the cycle continues. I learn to pivot exceptionally well between dominating and protecting my players. I start them in a brand new campaign, and this time I pick a rules-light, lore-light system. If the game setting has no actual lore, well, that means I get to be the sole provider of world knowledge. Players tell me something they want to do, and I tell them...
You see that's the misstep here, right? Like I like a game that has there's no pre-established lore because like I hate dealing with nerds that's gonna say, well, actually, like in Baldur's Gate, like there's this thing and the ruler is that and they have this organization, right? I feel like this diagram isn't really helpful. Yeah, I get the point, but like I don't feel I find it like super useful as well. But yeah, like so if you like I hate dealing with nerds that know a lot about the world, right, and think that's what matter. But it's not like getting rid of the lore. It's not about like that now you're the sole provider of the lore. Is that everybody at the table can be provider of the lore?
Yes or no, or yes and, or no but. And since we're playing in a lore light world, I am the only one who knows how this world works. It's a very difficult job being a dungeon master.
Like I'm the only one, and like no, the characters would know how this world work because the character lived their whole life in that world.
I have to be the one who decides what gets to be made up on the spot and what doesn't. I have to be the one who breaks the rules in case I need to protect my players. All the while we are playing, I hold the belief that my players don't actually like tabletop RPGs, which is why I continue to treat them like children in the game. They couldn't figure out a mystery that I made up on the spot, so
Yeah, like that's also the thing. If you keep protecting them and you treat them like children, they're not gonna get to like the tabletop. They're not gonna like RPGs because it's not engaging. It's not fun being treated like a child as an adult.
So I make up an NPC to explain the whole thing to them. I'm wholly convinced that my game group might end at any point.
Yeah.
For some reason, my players and I do not have an equal level of interest or dedication to this game that I have been making up each week. I'm equally split. Some days feeling worried that my players will flake and miss our game. Other days, I'm worried that I might be stuck with players who do not actually like to play tabletop RPGs. They are often late or absent or using their phones during the game. Despite their continued disinterest, I relax a little bit because I know that I am the one who pretends the hardest that their choices matter in a game where everything is arbitrarily decided by me.
Nobody believed me at first, but now everyone wants one. So I almost...
So far, like I like this video. It's not advice per se. It's more like telling something that he went through, and he's pointing out of problems that actually are problem. So we're about halfway through, so I'm curious to see how he's gonna end up. Like if he's gonna have some conclusion that say, okay, this is some reform at the end. It's very honest in his approach, right? So I like what he's doing so far.
I am the host. I am the one who learns and runs the game. They decided a long time ago that I am the forever DM. There is no way that they could be the ones who determine what's allowed to be made up in the moment. I think dungeon mastering would be too hard of a job for them. And the reason I think this is because I'm the one who constantly protects them from the games we play. We started playing in more lore-light, rules-light systems because I find it much easier to protect and dominate my players.
Like what do those squads say? Like he went from being a personal account to a confession from a resentful GM. Yeah, but it doesn't feel like oh, hello George. It doesn't feel like he's blaming the player. Like I think the tone in the video, like he explaining like yeah, I was resentful, but he feel like
when there are fewer rules or restrictions dictating to me what I'm allowed to do in my game worlds. While we were playing in these rule-light, lore-light systems, something terrible started happening. My player's town was destroyed utterly, and many of their favorite NPCs were killed, but one of my players was on their phone through part of the fight. And on Zoom, I saw one of my best players had walked away from their computer. I don't think my players care about the world. I started to wonder, what am I doing wrong? I listened to the great Dungeon Master advice. I learned how to make stuff up in the moment really well. This is the thing that the experts had told me to do. Just make it up, just make it up, just make it up. I heard it over and over and over again. Actually, no, you've never seen an elf like this before, I say as I begin to think about something strange.
It's like, it's just make it up, but it's not just on you. It's like everybody should just make it up, and you let the player making it up as well, and you run with the punch, right? Just like to some extent, right? We have like this, we talked about that a lot in the 40 and the limit of co-creation and stuff like that.
And unelf-like. Some characteristic, maybe a little limp. I learned how to build a character out of a quirk quickly. Why don't they care about the town that was destroyed? Did my players think that my NPCs had shallow personalities? Well, to be fair, I was trying to make these things up in the moment, and it is really hard to invent an interesting character in a matter of seconds. When I was trying to prepare the game too much, things would go off the rails that I had set. But when I don't prepare enough, my players lose interest over time. Or the game gets too silly and then everyone loses interest. What do these players expect me to do? I think to myself. I have now pivoted into abdication. The incredibly low expectations I had set for my players have now all been met. All I have
Doing like
left is
that.
apathy. Maybe we should just play board games on game night. But before I make this apathetic place my home, I'm going to ask myself a few critical questions. What if my players aren't able to make it over the low bar because I never actually let them play the game? I genuinely do not know if my players actually like tabletop RPGs because I've been shielding them from playing one for such a long time. I know that I have shuffled enemy stats and fudged dice. I have swapped NPCs and spawned NPCs and invented character connections in the moment. What if my players suspect that I might be making things up because I literally am making up things in the moment? What if they've figured all this out? I begin to suspect that my players have realized their choices do not matter in a subjective world that exists only in my head. It's my headcanon world. Sure, I can allow...
That's why, like, the number one priority of the GM is to preserve the consistency of the world. Like, you can make up stuff as you go on the fly, but they have to respect the verisimilitude and the consistency of the world, right?
allow you to shoot that bad guy, but I'll decide if he dies.
Like, the goal, what we're trying to do all together there. If you had on your bingo sheet, play the bingo sheet, play the video for less than 10 seconds, you can check that out. So we're all trying together to have this create this world, right? And that's the goal of the role-playing game, is to have this experience of being this actual person in this actual world, right? Being immersed in that. So the player has to understand that, and the player has to have the goal of, like, portraying their character in a consistent and vraisemblable manner.
Or not. I think they figured it out, but they just don't know how to explain the problem to me. Like a television show that just lost its flair. They suddenly don't care to play the game anymore.
Does this video count as trauma dumping? Yes. I think that's right. I think you can check that one out. Yeah.
But even if I did all the preparation that I could, their choices still wouldn't matter because their choices are not informed by world knowledge. Their characters know nothing about the world except what I make up in the moment. And since what I make up in this week is often different from what I make up next week, they don't know how to care. Obviously, I don't want to continue abdicating. But how do I actually liberate my players so that I am no longer protecting them or dominating them? They need to know something about my world. My players need a clear understanding of their characters, what their characters know, how their characters would feel, what their characters want. If they knew more about what their characters know, they might become excited for the parts of the story where their character is either well-informed or well-suited for a task. If they know how their character feels about another NPC, then the relationship won't just be about funny voices and quirks. Is it possible that I could actually liberate my players by simply giving them more information about their characters? Is it possible to liberate them by raising the expectations for our game night? I've been thinking about all of this for a few weeks now. Hello, my name is Nate, and this is Tabletop Family, my YouTube channel. Our family game night has struggled over the last 2 years, and during this video, you've heard me talk about our family's game night experiences. Everything that I've said in this video is an expression of my own thoughts and feelings about running a consistent family game night. I'm not trying to tell you how you should feel about your games. I'm telling you how I feel about mine. 3 weeks ago, I explained to my players that I believed our game group was being plagued by several issues. I wanted to increase their agency as players by playing in a game that teaches them about their characters. I told them that I suspected if they knew more, they would be better informed to play. They would know more about how to play in a game world that we share together. Last Friday, we played in a new, lore-heavy game that has not yet been released. We had our best session ever. My players understood what their characters would want, feel, and need because the setting of this game had informed them all so well. The campaign I prepared for my players was a mystery, a sandbox mystery in a town called Swampfurt. My players' characters have full control and freedom of choice in the narrative as it unfolds. I was worried in this style of preparation that my players might feel railroaded, but they told me they do not. My experience with low prep dungeon mastering has taught me that I do not like being a low prep, lazy dungeon master. I do not actually enjoy dungeon mastering when I know that I am making everything up. While I'm also hoping that my players won't notice I'm making everything up,
That's a
or hoping that
disappointing
they won't
conclusion.
care that I do. It has taken me a few months of time playing in low prep games to figure out my own thoughts about low preparation dungeon mastering. This experience has been very helpful to me, but I know that it has been a trial for my players.
Disappointing
To all my
plot
players,
twist.
thank you for being patient with me through our game nights, the ups and downs, and the struggle that I've had learning how to be a good dungeon master. I know as a player, when I come to a table, I come there with a desire to suspend my disbelief. I want to know that some of those leads that I'm being given are real. They were prepared in advance. They're not just spawned in the moment. With that understanding, with that knowledge that that is what I would prefer as a player, it's very difficult for me to continue giving my players something that I wouldn't want. I wouldn't want to play in a world where everything was made up. I wouldn't want to play in a world where the
Everything's made
NPC
up.
connections were shallow.
He doesn't want to play in the world that everything is made up. Everything is made up. You making it on the spot, or you making it up in advance. It's all made up anyway. Like why you have to accept that at some point.
I would want to play in a world with some depth, with some connectivity, with a mystery that is underlying, something beneath the surface, something that tells me this is more than just ideas that a dungeon master has spawned in an instant. And since I know that about myself as a player, I know that I can't just give my players everything being made up. Let me know what you think. Thank you for watching this video. My name is Nate. This is Family Tabletop. If you like this video, please hit the like button and consider subscribing to the channel. I try to put out videos pretty consistently every week, some like this that are edited and some that are just me rambling to the camera. A lot of the videos I put out are me asking questions when I come to a problem in games I like to learn. And other times I'm giving my thoughts and opinions about.
So Nicholas, I like that video. Well, so far it's the end of the video now. The video is done, right? I liked it. I'm a bit disappointed toward the end. I like the honesty of the video. The video was very well put together. I like the honesty of the video, and he identified a lot of problems that are real. But I'm not sure he's going in the like. I would encourage him to go in a different direction. And Nate, I'm probably going to tag you in that marathon. So I don't know if you're going to watch this response I'm doing here to you. Hopefully you will. And I'll say that if you want to come and talk to us at some point, you're welcome. Like, well, you just hit me up on Discord or whatever, and or message in the comments, and then we'll organize something somehow. But I think what you might be looking for is sharing the load between your player. Let them make assumption about the world, so their character can know something about the world, because the assumption they're gonna make, like, you have to let go of the control as a GM. Let the player make assumption and share the load of this creation. Like this co-creation thing might be the answer you're looking for. I don't know if you ever considered that. If you ever want to know more about it, you're welcome at some point to come talk to us. And well, come talk to me. But I'm sure, like, me or Crispy or a lot of people in our group would be very happy to talk to you about all this. So that's an open invite. Yeah.
About something I've experienced while playing the game, just like this video here. God bless you. Have a good day.
There you go. You have an end with God bless you. Good man. All right. Yeah, I like that video. Despite all the...
Les barres tendres et les barres croquantes cachis sont faites de vrais ingrédients.
YouTube is maddening. All right. What else do we want to do next? Should we do like a GM layer? DM layer? Let's do a DM layer. Well, once the thing is ticked on the bingo sheet, you cannot tick it again, right? We had like a lot of like add in French.
Let's talk about 20 ways dungeon masters.
There you go. DM layer. I'm gonna put the link in the chat as well. So 20 way. Is that a long video? 13 minutes. That's all right. We'll see. "20 ways Dungeon Master makes fuck. This 20 Dungeon Master mistake ruined D&D game." We'll see about that.
Ruin their D&D games so that you can avoid.
I'm sure the mistake is gonna point that ruin the games. I'm sure that most of them are gonna be actual real mistake that people do to ruin the games. But I'm more curious about if it's gonna provide any solution to them.
These same mistakes. Number 1, taking away player agency. The most extreme example I've seen of a DM taking away player agency was at a convention a few years back. The Dungeon Master literally took control of some of our characters and made them do certain things. Let me tell you, the look of unease and even anger on those players' faces was unmistakable. But denying player agency is usually more subtle. It happens when the player's decisions and actions in the game don't affect outcomes. It happens when the Dungeon Master has already rather decided what's going to happen in the game, usually in servitude to the beloved story that they're trying to tell. Number 2, running too many games.
Wait, I missed the first one, I guess. Taking away player agency. Okay, that was the first one. Very true. Taking player agency is a very big mistake that's going to ruin your game. Running too many games.
All like D&D? Yes, we all like D&D.
No,
but
we
a
don't.
Dungeon Master who gets all jazzed up and decides to run 10 games is probably going to run 10 games rather poorly. If you want to run good games and
Also think
not
that,
get burned out, you need to have limits. You may be
I
excited
also think that
now,
Evan as a player,
but you might not
being
be
in too
that
many
excited
games
when you
are-
realize exactly what you
I'm not a one,
committed
like-
to. Number 3.
I cannot play in 5 games at the same time, right? That becoming I've been keeping all those characters and stuff like that. It become overwhelming, and I enjoy it less. There's definitely a diminishing return.
Favoritism. Hey guys, my girlfriend is going to play with us. Okay, sure, no problem. Oh, by the way, she gets better magic items than you all do too. Yeah, that's not sounding like. And I sort of have to give her invulnerability because of her. If her character dies, she's going to be angry with me. It's cool though, and it kind of makes sense because her character is 10 levels higher than your all. I know I'm picking on girlfriends here, but it could be best friends or just players the DM likes more than others. The bottom line is that when you show favoritism, your other players will notice, and they probably won't be happy. And if it keeps up, they might not be your players for long. Number 4, anti-favoritism. Similar to favoritism, but when the Dungeon Master causes all bad in the game to fall upon one player's character. Their Ranger PC gets a nerf, but the Paladin who grants +6 to all saving throws,
I think I'm done with this video. I don't think I'm what it's pointing is they all seem to be real problem so far, right? And most replayed was the number 5, not preparing for the game. Oh fuck. Okay, I'll have to watch. I'll skip.
notified when it goes live. Number 5, not preparing for the game. Now, some Dungeon Masters are just lazy, admit to it, and will wing everything. Other Dungeon Masters will simply claim they're running an open world sandbox game, so preparation is rather useless. Finally, there are the Dungeon Masters who hide behind the mantra of preparation being worthless because players will just do something else anyway. Fact. Running a good sandbox game involves more preparation than running a non-sandbox game. Fact.
That's trash.
The more you prepare, the better game you will run, even if your players dodge your plot hook and head off somewhere else. Fact. Even if you're a veteran Dungeon Master and
the more you prepare, the better game you're gonna run. You're not running a game. If you prepare everything and you all know, you're not running a game. You're just serving, you're just reading a story to your players, right? That's not running a game.
And can run games with little to no prep, your game will be better if you prepare a bit more. I mean, I'm pretty sure those are all facts. Those are at least very strong opinions I hold. Number 6, ignoring player feedback. Now, sure, not every piece of feedback your players give you is gold. When the Power Gamer says that you should give them more magic items or allow them to build gestalt characters, That's when PCs level up in 2 classes at the same time. You might not want to listen to them. However, the Dungeon Master who ignores player feedback completely and doesn't make any adjustments to continually improve or course correct their game.
Oh man, this motherfucker, like you say, like ignoring player feedback. You know what's the biggest player feedback you're gonna get? Is the one that's gonna be said, right? When you see like player like not paying attention, asking for recap on their turn, being on their phone, right? That's fucking player feedback that you should not ignore. But oftentimes there's just normal nowadays. Like people like are on their phone during when it's not their turn because like people have short attention span and stuff like you know, like don't ignore that feedback.
Is potentially marching their game right off the cliff. Number 7, the DM versus player mentality. Dear Dungeon Master, your goal is not to win. In fact, winning the game in the traditional sense is absolutely meaningless in Dungeons and Dragons. The bottom line is that your monsters are almost always going to lose. The game is designed that way. Instead, your goal...
Look, you got like a fucking 4D module right there in the backgrounds on LR. So you cannot cross the only played 5e. And that's third. Is that fourth? Yeah, that's both fourth, right? There you go.
Should be to run a game where everyone, including you, has the opportunity to have fun. And the mentality you should adopt is to run a challenging game where you are role-playing the bad guys to win, but you are also secretly rooting for the players' characters to win, and you want them to win, even though sometimes they don't. Number 8, having a DM PC or NPC that outshines the player's own characters. Your players' characters should be in the limelight. They are the heroes of the campaign, not your DM PC or NPC. I don't care how jazzed up you are for your precious NPC or DM PC that you spent hours developing. They should not carry the party and
like the game is designed for the monster to lose. Like that's again, like it's not about like winning at RPG. It's not about like the GM beating the PCs or the PCs beating the GM's monster. That's not how you win. You win at RPG by being immersed, feeling like you were actually that character in an actual real world. That's how you win at RPG, and that's what people like don't understand, right?
Consistently rescue them from certain doom. They should not get all the cool magic items. They should not constantly be in the spotlight. Do this at your own peril.
Gosh, guys. Come on. Go. Those ads are so annoying. I need to have like a uBlock origin or some shit. Hey, play.
Don't raise dragons right off
2 ads in a row.
For new players, at the start of the game.
Yeah, so far this video is not worth the squeeze. It's not worth sitting through 3 ads. For sure. I can skip.
Number 9, prioritizing DM fun over player fun. This is the Dungeon Master who plays the game they want to play, and they ignore player preferences and desires. Now,
so if you add on your bingo card GM as a service provider, now you can tick it.
The DM still owns certain game elements, such as plot arc and villains and how the world reacts to character actions. I'm not suggesting Dungeon Masters should bow down in subservience to their players and ignore their own
plot arc. Like, as a GM, you own the plot. There's no plot arc. There's character that want to do stuff that has goal and motivation and events that happen, right? And sometimes it can be random events, but there's no plot arc. I hate this.
Desires or deny ownership of the DM role. Instead, Dungeon Masters should consider their players' preferences when they design game elements. I should know what my players like and don't like, and then allow that to inform how I run my game. It doesn't rule.
Like, maybe we should retire like the idea that GM run the game. The GM run the NPC and run the world. But like, if you're supposed to have like proactive player, and the character should, as much as the GM run the game. The game is following the protagonist, right? The player control the protagonist. They shouldn't just be like pushed around by the GM, by the plot of the GM. There should be the one driving it. So this whole thing about like
how I run my game, but it doesn't form it. Number 10, using homebrew rules no one likes. Yeah, Some of us signed up to play D&D 5th edition or 3.5 or 2nd edition or whatever, and we rather don't like all your homebrew rules. And we kind of also don't like that you're using us as guinea pigs for a whole slew of new rules you dreamed up, and every game session you're changing those rules. It's not that DMs should never use homebrew rules. I have some homebrew rules that I use.
Oh.
The issue lies in having too many, having rules.
I'm gonna skip around because I'm getting tired of this. And I'm gonna skip to the points I feel are more contentious, right? Like some not removing problem player. Yeah, like vet your player. If somebody's a problem, remove them. But
PvP. I've said it before. I'll say it again. It may sound like fun, may sound like a good idea.
If you add on your bingo card, scared of PvP, now you can tick it.
But it takes a really good gaming group full of really mature players for PvP to go smoothly. Whether we're talking about the rogues stealing treasure from the other players or straight up characters fighting characters, PvP has a very high likelihood of getting players pissed off at each other. I also contend that
that's, first it shouldn't be like just random stuff, random act of mayhem, right? Like when the player do a going on. The camera arms go in front of the screen, so you shouldn't just justify like the thief just stealing from the party member and stuff like that. If it's not like something in character, that's a problem, right? It's again a case of role play solve everything. And if the player get pissed off, right, that they're a problem player.
One of the biggest strengths of D&D and similar tabletop RPGs is that they are cooperative and they do not involve player versus player. So when we introduce PvP into the game, we're ruining that specific appeal of the game. Number 16, not involving all players in the game. This happens when you have 5 players, but 2 of them hog all of the spotlight. They are constantly talking and
man, that's again like
doing things, and they give the other.
That's like alpha gamer. Like keep a turn order, so everybody's gonna have their turn, right? And keep the turn short. Tell me what you're doing now in the moment, and then like you're gonna have more turn. We're gonna go around the table, and then it's gonna be your turn again, and you can tell me the next thing you're gonna do instead of like having to tell me everything at once. That's a solution to that. It's not you as a GM, like, and your character should be doing something. Oh, hello, Dave.
Players no chance whatsoever to do anything in the game. It is your job as the Dungeon Master to create that opportunity for the quieter players to participate. Quiet down the talkative ones and ask the others what they want to do. Also, when it comes to custom magic items, integrating backstories into the game and other such things, make sure that you share the love with all of your players. Number 17, getting burned out.
If you have getting burned out on your bingo sheet, you can check it now too. Like for people that join late and you don't know when I'm talking about the bingo sheet, it's in the pinned comment, but here I have it again, making it easy for you. Don't worry if you're behind, and like again, there's no price. It's just for fun, right? Just like a silly thing we do for fun. If you're worried that you're behind, don't worry. We'll be here for a while, and those points come back over and over again. Yeah, getting burned out as a DM is a mistake. Number 17.
DM burnout is real. I have experienced it myself, and when I'm burned out, my games suffer dramatically. The causes can be varied: running too many games, other stresses or busyness in your life, or just getting bored with D&D. Actions I've taken in the past to help with DM burnout: cutting games so that being a DM stops feeling like work and starts feeling more like fun again. Taking a break, reading fantasy novels or monster manuals or adventure modules to reinvigorate my passion. Eating pack after pack of sweet, delicious bacon.
Don't forget to eat light.
Personal remedies may vary, but ignore DM burnout at your own peril. Number 18, getting overwhelmed. You buy all the core books. You buy all the third-party books. You brainstorm so many ideas for campaigns. Yeah. You want to use all of the monsters. You start creating your own game world, because all good DMs have their own world, right? So much to read, so much to do. This will take months.
All right. I'm done with this video. I'm not subjugating myself more to that. That was pretty bad. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Let's go with something else. Let's go see on the female division, see what they're doing.
Apac, découvrez la texture.
I'm gonna put the link there in the description. 2 ads again. Because YouTube like money. All right, so here you go. Cockboard and curiosity. I'm not sure. I think we did on the last stream look at a video from her. I'm not sure though. What's the title for that? We need to talk about player agency. I'm a big advocate of player agency. I suspect this is not the way it's gonna go on this one.
Okay, you've been staring into the void for way too long. Should I be worried?
No, I'm just...
Are you planning world annihilation without me? Are you cutting me out? Because that's honestly
No,
super...
If you had a cringe skit on your bingo sheet, you can check it out now.
Promise we do it together, and we're not even starting it for another 6 months anyway.
Okay, so do I have to start guessing? Because you know I'm gonna guess something gross.
Oh god, no, please. I was just thinking about TTRPG stuff.
Okay.
Like, what if sometimes taking away player agency could actually be really fun?
Fun for who?
Heretic.
Taking player agency can be fun for who? For the GM?
How
For
could
the
you
player?
even imply that? Do you realize what
you
you're
need
saying?
to start the whole thing.
Game masters have been burned for implying such
Can
things,
we
Val.
not just have a simple conversation?
They will find you and drag you down to burn in the fiery pits.
I have holy water, and I'm not scared to use it.
Fine. Say your piece.
Thank you. So obviously, everyone says taking agency away from players is bad, right?
That's Game Master 101.
Right, and when I was learning to run games and stuff, and going on the internet to read stuff, and doing all the research...
Like the good little...
I think like the last time we saw her, I think the conclusion was that she just want to tell a story, right? She's like the failed novelist kind of a GM, right? She's there like she's probably like she doesn't have the balls to actually write a fucking novel, so she just like have those idea like sitting there and doing the typing and the writing, right? So she just like subjugate her friend to. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Like the good little student that I am, I read online about all the terrible mistakes that GM can make, and therefore the holy commandments to avoid them. Deny player agency, you shall never ever do.
Okay.
And like the good little student that I am, I listened, not wanting to burn into the aforementioned fiery pits that await bad GMs down in hell.
That seems sensible.
Yeah, all was well in the Shire. And that vision of the world made sense. For a time. But then one day I was playing...
What did I say that was misogynist? No, like... I think I can be much worse. Is she French? I think she is. I like the accent.
...in Call of Cthulhu, and my innate right to make decisions for my own character was violently stolen from me by a cruel, unapologetic game master.
Another heretic.
Well, perhaps he was. Or perhaps he was not. Because as he held captive in his hand all the agency I once had, I realized something.
You've read the Holy Scriptures. The rules exist for a reason. You know what comes from misusing such power.
You know as well as I do that rules only exist to keep us contained, so that we may never discover our true potential.
That's not like...
I found the truth.
Don't say it.
Losing player agency can be exhilarating.
You've gone mad.
Have I?
Completely mad.
Okay, but like for real, hear me out.
Sure.
I know there's reasons why the rule exists, like taking agency away from players.
Is this skit over now?
Like when the GM has something in mind and they want things done a certain way, and they kind of discard any creative and original ideas from their players, because that's...
Why would you sit at somebody's table as a player if the GM is going to take away your... And, you know, I'm not saying that the GM should roleplay your character all the time, right? But, you know, like, you're the GM. You can control the world. You can control, like, the weather. You can control the NPCs. the players only have their character to control. Why you want to control that too? Why you want to take that away from them as well? I'll give her a chance to explain what she says. She's just like getting through the skit now, so we'll see if.
Know what was planned. Oh, yeah, or forcing a particular plot that the GM has planned, regardless of what the players actually want to do.
Yeah, like just anything that prevents players from having any real impact on the story.
Or forcing emotions or reactions upon the player characters, like telling the players how their character feels.
Yeah, actually, hold on a sec. That's what I mean. This one, I think it's debatable. That's kind of what happened in that Call of Cthulhu game.
Okay.
The GM just kind of took control of my character. Like, I was in the back seat. He was deciding my character's actions, and it was great. And that should be entirely going against the rule, no?
Yes, it goes against the rule. You're not like you're just being told a story anymore. I was in the back seat, and the GM was deciding my character's action. Yeah, you're being told a story. Like you're in the wrong hobby. You know, I know it's weird as an adult, just going to one of your friends' home and say like, "Well, would you tell me a story, please? I'd like to be like like, can you make up a story and can you make it about like this character that I like? You know, it's like when you're a little child and you ask like your father say like so what's the story about? And say like, oh, it's about a knight that fights dragon. Oh, and what's the name of this knight? And then you give like some information and then the father tell you a story about it. Is that what you want? Is that what you want from this hobby? That's the wrong hobby. That's not what we do here.
He took control of your character, so I guess, yeah, that's the opposite of agency.
But that's also part of the game mechanics in Call of Cthulhu. There's a whole bout of madness table, which is just 1d10 ways for the GM to take over your character.
But that's very
Say
different.
It's inherently bad if it's a mechanic, and it's not the only game that does it, right?
Right.
What that
I'm not a
tells
fan
me
of
is
it,
that
but
removal of player agency is not just a big no-no. It's a tool. It's something we can use to our advantage.
Something we can weapon.
and I always make the distinction too. Like sometimes the world takes away the character agency, not the player agency, the character agency. That's very different than the GM taking away the player agency. You know, if you're being restrained, if you're being possessed, if you're being hypnotized, right? Those are the world taking away your agency, the character's agency. Very different than just like the GM telling you like, oh, now you do that. Oh, now you feel scared. Oh, now you feel like, you know, just like
Nice.
right. Look like a fun game.
Love the enthusiasm, but actually, kind of, yeah. It can be pretty powerful, and it's taken me literal years to articulate that, but I thought a lot about it, and I think I know why I liked it so much, like why it works in that game, and how I could translate that to work in another context.
Okay, then, unlike.
Did I just talk about that? Maybe you made a comment before you could hear what I said. But like I said, it's different than yeah.
Than me.
Okay, first thing, this was a horror game. The odds are stacked against us from the start. We all know that, we all chose that, and true horror comes from powerlessness. The realization that there isn't a whole lot.
Like, okay, I want to talk about that. Like, true horror come from powerlessness. The realization that there's nothing you can do to fight that, right? Yes, but it's much more effective if the GM is not taking away the player agency, right? You can have this thing you cannot fight, and the GM can tell you, oh, you're terrorized by fear, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's absolutely disengaging. If the GM doesn't tell you that, but now you're there as a player, and you're in the mindset of your character, and you're trying to consider your option, and you see none, now you're frozen in fear for real. There's nothing you can do. The GM doesn't have to tell you. If the GM tells you, it's not on you anymore. You're not feeling inadequate that, oh, I need to do something about this, but I cannot think of a single thing that I can do, right? You know, there was this thing and I criticized, we talked about it with Phil in the start when he did the Wild Dale game. It's something we talked about, right? Because if you watch a Wild Dale game, right, we're dropped on this prison planet in a pod from up high, and then the pod get caught in the tree 25 feet up, dangling from the parachute that got caught in the branch. That's the start of the game, right? And we took way we took very long to be in the pod, getting out. And in a sense, it was that, right? It felt, the situation felt like we had no option. There was nothing we could do to get out of there, right? So it was in character being, and I know it's not an horror situation, but it could be the same thing, right? You're in this room, in this little building in the middle of nowhere, and then the monster around, and now you have to do something about it. I don't need to tell you it's hopeless. It's much more efficient if I let you figure out that it's hopeless. If you feel hopeless because you look at, well, okay, we cannot go through the back door because of this, and we cannot fight them because of that, and we cannot, you consider your option as a character, and none of them are viable. There you go. You're powerless. The GM doesn't have to tell you. The GM shouldn't tell you. If the GM tell you you're powerless, you're just like, oh, I'm powerless? Okay, good. I guess I'm powerless. I'm just going to do nothing. You lose this thing of like looking for an option. You never tell your player that they're powerless or they're stuck in fear. Let them be so.
What you can do to fight this, and you can't even rely on your own mind or your own body.
And you get the trip out of that?
Yeah, I mean, fuck me up, GM. It's a whole lifestyle.
There are so many things wrong with you.
Anyway, it's good for horror, but it didn't feel random. On one hand, it's often in a high-tension moment, and it's likely the consequence of one of my dumb choices that did not go well.
Which, that's part of agency too, your actions having impact and having consequences.
Right, this is a situation I find myself in because of the choices I made, because my choices and actions as a player matter. Actually, every moment in that campaign I
Say most player, like Space Release, most player will die rather than get captured, myself included. That's a bad habit, right? You should play a character that wants to live, right, and is reasonable kind of character. You want to portray like a believable person. So that's a bad habit to break. Sometimes you like, it's something is very hard, and I made a video about that. Like, I made a Tear Off Your Skin about that at some point. Getting your players to accept to take L, right? Sometimes like accepting that things don't go your way. You're gonna get captured. You have to run away, stuff like that. Like things, it's very hard because people have been trained that not to do that, but it's so worthwhile. If you can manage to unlock that with your player, it unlocks so much of a potential in the gaming.
always felt secure that my choices had an impact on the narrative, which is why it wasn't so hard surrendering my character for a bit. Also, these moments where the GM takes over, they don't happen super often.
And if it's used sparingly, it's got some...
And also, like, one thing, if you want to have the powerlessness that is not driven by the GM, one thing is important is to keep turns short, right? So, and we keep going around the table. So it comes your turn. And if you don't know what to do when you're frozen there, because you cannot see as any option as your character, that's your turn. Just say that. And there you go. You suddenly, just magically, got this character being frozen in place by fear, this moment of powerlessness from the character, in character, in the game. And then it goes to the next player over, and maybe do something, maybe does nothing. And then we go around, and then the GM got its turn as well, and the situation progress, and then like, what you gonna do now, right? But yeah. Okay, also, I don't know, Max, have you seen the news lately? Lots of people are choosing the bullet over jail cell. Well, there are some people like that. If it's the character you want to play,
kind of dramatic impact.
Yes, and the way my GM flavored these moments when my character lost control of himself for a bit, he always did it in line with what I had told him about my character. Specifically, we had talked about the very deeply burned...
Why couldn't you just say that, like, you're in the backseat of the car, and then like there's some ghoul walking around and stuff like that, and our GM say, oh, it's your turn. You're just like shaking around like bacon. Like, why does the GM has to do that? Why can't you just do that as your character?
Buried instincts of my character that are part of his immediate fear response, and the GM would use that as his guide when taking over my character.
Being paralyzed by fear, like, I still say, like, it's hard to convey in game the difference between being afraid and being literally paralyzed by fear. That's why, like, you want to keep the turn short, right? Being paralyzed by fear is like when you think you got to act, but there's nothing you can see that you can do, right? So you do nothing. If it comes your turn as a player and you have no idea what you can do at the moment, that's what it is. You're paralyzed by fear. It's just what it is. So you just, instead of just like staying there like with your mouth open and saying nothing, you can just say, I'm just paralyzed by fear. And then like, that's your turn. And that's a fair turn. That's a good turn.
Character. So it never felt like the GM was poorly portraying your character. Instead, it was an opportunity to showcase another side of them, the way you had built them.
Say my character had a really complicated relationship with
And then with those saving throw against fear, right? I'm okay with using those as mechanic. And same thing with the insanity mechanics, stuff like that. But I make them player facing. Like, sometimes you, if there's nothing no option you can see, that's the only option you have. So there's not even a point of rolling. But sometimes you can roll for yourself, and then when come your turn, say, I'm just like, especially if you play a character that is less brave or don't know as much about the world, or is not as much active in the world as maybe you would be. Like I'm a fairly fearless guy in life. I don't know if you know that about me. I'm quite fearless. but if I play a character that is a bit cowardly, I might just make a roll for myself, and then come my turn, based on the result of that roll, I describe what happened.
religion. He had a crisis of faith long ago, and he makes a whole show of insulting his
Yeah,
former cult. But it's all an act.
That's
He'll
correct,
never
Tyler.
admit it, but he still carries a holy symbol as a crutch hidden inside his inner pocket. So when in a bout of madness he starts praying,
That was a new side of the character that was revealed that you wouldn't have had a reason to portray otherwise if they weren't forced to. Because characters want to keep.
What do you mean? Like, you wouldn't have a reason to portray because you weren't forced to. That's what you're there for. Portray that character.
Their secrets, whereas players and GMs conspire to bring them to light.
I think maybe that could be the way to give it some kind of framework. I mean, denying player agency can be risky, and not every player is going to like it, so we could make it opt-in. And as part of that, the player and GM work together to determine what that looks like for each character, what those deep buried instincts are, so that the GM knows how to leverage them in a way that still does justice to the character. So are you really losing agency if you had a part in that initial conversation?
Fine, but that's very specific. That's only one small branch of player agency. It doesn't even begin to cover all that player agency can be.
True, but maybe that's also kind of part of the problem, that the word player agency is really vague. I kind of feel like it's this big umbrella term that actually covers a lot of things, and it kind of gets thrown around without really thinking of it as a situation by situation basis. Maybe if we had more words for this stuff, for the different branches of it, then conversation around it would be easier, and I wouldn't get sent to hell for suggesting that maybe there's an argument to be had about using it as a tool.
So the solution is inventing words.
Don't tempt me. But
Dice to say, about the best I can do is when a player say, I run, I tell them your body refused to obey. Like, that's something we have to disagree on, Dan. I'm not a big fan of that. But also I have player that would impose on themselves if they've been terrified. Maybe they've made a role for themselves, and then they say like, I'm want to run, but I'm just like shaking on my in place, right? The people I play with like will impose that on themselves if it feel appropriate.
it's definitely easier to discuss effectively around the topic when you have vocabulary for it. Take railroading. That's a form of taking away player agency, but because there's a word for it, we get to have a lot more discourse around it, to the point there's some nuance now in the debate.
And you think
there's no
railroading
nuance.
is a good thing?
Again, I'm not saying that removing player agency is a good thing. Most times it sucks. All I'm saying is that there are a lot of exceptions to this rule, and it wouldn't hurt to dig a little bit deeper than just don't do it.
You've got thoughts about...
I appreciate the fact that she want to dig deeper in that thing than just don't do it. But I'm not convinced by the where she's going with it. I think she could still dig deeper and find other way to have this thing, or realize that, I don't like where she's going with that, right? I think it's actually bad advice, but I can appreciate her like putting some thought into it and not just like sticking what I've been told to her. So on that, I will give her some point. Sometimes you have some idea and they're bad, and you reach bad conclusion, but you get some props from trying at least, right? You get like I much rather that than people just like regurgitating what have been said over and over again. So at least I'll give her some props to that.
Railroading then?
Same thing. Railroading is a tool. It's especially good in service of pacing, because not everyone has the same goals at the table. When I was running games for middle schoolers at the community center, I had 2 hours to run a self-contained game. And at this point, yes, railroading was one of the tools in my toolbox, and without it, I likely never would have been able to bring those games to a satisfying session. I just disguised the railroading though, so they don't feel railroaded.
Oh, that's just like more tools and the illusion of free will.
That'd be good to see some actual play of her, especially in the horror genre. And she seemed to be very focused on the horror genre. So
Then.
Be nice, Winifred. A lot of my friends are mortal.
But that's what you do with your players, no? You give them the illusion that they're making these choices.
No, it's not like that. I mean,
your character need to piss like a racehorse, or do you make a roll? Sometimes I just decide that my character needs to piss, and he just like whip out his cock and piss in the fire right next to the other character.
Flavor it to avoid breaking immersion, but if I need to move my players along, I'm not gonna hide that from them. I'm not trying to be dishonest with them. This whole agency thing kind of relies on trust. If I can get away with railroading my players a little, it'll be because I've shown them time and time again that their choices matter and that their creativity...
Was that on the bingo card? Promoting like a railroad? Mentioned was that on the bingo card as well?
is encouraged. They can be comfortable momentarily giving me control and knowing that I'm not going to abuse it.
Huh, like your GM.
Oh, I don't know if it is on the bingo card or not. It might be on somebody else's bingo card. They don't have all the same element. They're unique.
For Call of Cthulhu. You feel okay giving him the reins because when he takes them, it's not to step all over your contributions in order to tell the story he wants to tell. Instead, he's showing you that you can trust him to honor the story you've built together.
Yeah, it's all about trust and communication.
So, trust and communication and the power of friendship, that's your takeaway then?
Will you accept that as a takeaway?
No.
No.
Okay. What I'm learning is that this is a hobby full of rules, and we know these rules, but we don't think enough about why they exist, the purpose for their existence. Usually, if a rule exists, it's for a reason. It's trying to prevent something or encourage something, but I've seen GMs follow the rules by the letter and still manage to do exactly what the rules were trying to prevent. And meanwhile, I've seen the rules broken in a way that felt so fresh and engaging. So rules can help us to a certain point, but if you stick to them, you'll never really do anything that changes the game. Therefore, taking away player agency, sometimes good, sometimes bad.
So what you're saying is you did all of that overthinking only for the conclusion to be, it depends.
I guess. I mean, as much as I feel the need to turn everything into an articulated, concise formula, not everything in TTRPG has straightforward answers. I definitely don't have all the answers. I guess that's kind of why I wanted to try this video format, so I can just let my thoughts meander around a topic without the pressure to land on a concrete, well-packaged conclusion.
Just conversation about TTRPG.
Just conversation. Without definitive answers.
And how's that working out so far?
I guess we'll see. Maybe people will like it so much they'll even decide to support the Patreon.
Don't.
All right, fuck it. Conversation with herself. That's not a very conversation, right? That's just like a. But I'll say that to CC. Like, I'll call her CC. CNC. CC. Because CNC is like something else. I appreciate somebody that question the rules and question the orthodoxy, and I do that myself, right? Like I said in the beginning of this marathon, right? I started this channel because I was annoyed with the bad advice I would see. All right, like I could see like people like repeating the same advice for 40 years, right? always the same kind of thing, and say like, well, this advice is bad, it doesn't work. So I decided to start my channel to address that. So I like somebody that is doing that. I don't agree with her conclusion that she reached here, but what I think she should have those conversations with other people. If she wanted to come talk to me, I doubt she would, because for some reason. But I'd like to have this conversation with her at some point. So she's invited as well. I invited Nate before. She's invited too. She wants to reach out and come have a talk. I'm not that mean when I'm talking to somebody, right? Schmite, you both French, yeah? We can have this talk in French in private for the benefit of nobody. But yeah, CNC. That's what I was thinking about. But yeah, even if it's not me, like I think she need to be challenged more than by a little puppet, a little doll that is played by herself. Did I post the link for that in the? Did I post the link in that in the? I guess I did. All right, I'm done with this video. Follow along in broken French, yeah. All right, next video. Ah, no, I'm not doing them layer again. Let's see, we haven't done yet. Okay. We're gonna stay in the women's division for a little while. We're gonna see some other person of the female persuasion. Shut up. Shut up. I'll post the link for this video. We're gonna go back to Stephanie's play game. That's a bit of a longer video, but I might skip around, I might jump. So we'll see about that. Skip ad.
Your D&D sessions don't ever become a total snooze fest?
Okay. Again with prep, I guess it's a prep heavy stream today. A lot of video about prep. Didn't realize that. Prep fast, prep fun. Banish boring D&D session with these tips. All right, banish boring D&D session.
Starts with your session prep. Today, we're going to be diving into how to prep sessions that are exciting and funky fresh without having to spend a literal 5 billion hours on it. No.
I like how she has the camera a little bit higher and she kind of look up to the camera. That's how I like to see my woman looking looking upward. So if you had like Mr. Max being misogynist on the bingo card, now you can check it.
It's not an exaggeration. I timed it. And so if you've already watched my previous videos in this series, you're already equipped with the knowledge of what excites your players and with world building that they'll love because it came straight from their backstories. Now we're going to take said knowledge and turn it into...
I think I have like on the bingo card as well, like world builder GM, right? So check that.
Quick, easy session prep that will keep your adventurers hooked and moving in exciting directions. So let's break it down step by step so you can prep for a session that's fun and...
Come on, the Jacob's Carabay angle is quad chike like it's him like looking down on you like that, like a bit on the side, like he's towering over you, barely looking at you, sometimes looking at the road, right, where he's driving, and then like, all right, listen, you down there on the floor. You should only play the ND5e and you should put a statue of Gygax in New York, bigger than the Statue of Liberty. Yeah, there you go. It's all about like Thank you. My ear trumpet has been struck by lightning for this $2 super chat. Prep first, prep hard, no mercy. Well, prep first, prep hard, no mercy. Dang, yeah. Also misspell on isn't bingo. Misspell int in bingo. Oh, in the bingo. Oh, sorry. In the bingo. You misspelled that. You misspell. You telling me to use misspell. Yeah, it's good. It's possible that I misspelled stuff. Like I was late because I was getting that thing ready, right? So I kind of rushed it a bit. could have been done better. But it's just like, oh, you know what? I should do that for the stream.
Engaging and super flexible without all of the stress. The way I prep is based on Mike Shea of Sly Flourish's 8-step system. It is more or less just his system, very small tweaks. But if you haven't yet, go check out his Lazy DM series. I highly recommend it. His work is a huge part of why I always feel super confident running a lot of improv the way I do during sessions. So trust me, you'll thank me later. But before I dive into the nitty-gritty of the session, I do one key thing. I review my previous session's notes and my player characters. So at the end of each session, we do stars and wishes for my campaigns. If you're unfamiliar, that's where players tell me what they loved about the session and what they'd like to see in the future. So this is their chance to grab me by the face and yell, "This is what I..."
I like what they like about the session. I don't like what they want to see in the future, right? If they want to see something in the future, they have to make it happen as character. That's how it goes.
Want. So if you do something similar, make sure you pay attention to this feedback. But this isn't only about what the players want. It's also about how their previous choices influence this.
No one wants to look at up someone's nostril. That's why it's a chat move. Nobody wants to see that, but that's what it's showing you anyway. I respect that.
Game world and what that means for these future sessions. And so I like to let these ideas percolate for a bit. This part of my session prep is usually just shower thoughts that I've yelled into a voice memo over the week.
Okay.
In a very
shower thought as prep, or like thinking about the game while you do the dishes. That's okay, right? That's not. I don't consider that as prep. They're just like thinking about the game, right? It gets prep when you start like writing them down and making notes, because like if you just think about the game, you're gonna run a bunch of ideas. You're gonna forget them. Some of them are gonna come back. Some are gonna come back in different idea. So it's still like flexible and fluid. Once you write things down, now you made a misstep. Yeah, the shower.
Very good reason to consider re-looking over some of your own early notes is because you never know what ideas you had or which details might pop out to you.
Say like shower thought and say like it's a French thing. We all know that French and shower don't go together. So,
for example, for this video, I was looking over my pre-campaign notes and I totally forgot that I started this campaign because I was playing around with solo microscope tools. I didn't even finish doing that solo build game. I just got so excited about the ideas that I was coming up with that I immediately went and started recruiting players for this campaign. But today, we're incorporating a tiny flippin' little side note I had in there that is pure gold. And for this video, these random notes are nicely assembled in their own little notes toggle. In reality, they're usually...
To be fair, guys, I'm getting nothing from that video. It's like... I don't even know what to say to that.
Usually in bullet points at the bottom of my previous session notes or in my Cocoon Weaver voice app. They're kind of all over the place. So for you who think I'm hyper organized, sorry to disappoint you. But after this, I do a quick review of the PCs, making sure to think of ways to either include backstory elements, character goals and opportunities, or even just really cool combat possibilities based on what I know about them. Editing Stephanie here. I had an ADHD space out and forgot to mention why reviewing your PCs is actually one of the key parts that keeps your game from being boring. You see, whether we like it or not, the most interesting part of our games has very little to do with us as DMs. For our players, the thing they're most likely to remember about our sessions is if they did something cool, or if they had an interesting choice to agonize over. Players don't particularly care about our world building outside of their own lens. And this isn't narcissistic, it's not an act of thought, it's just human nature, which is also exactly why we as DMs are biased towards thinking our games are so great because of our world building and our ideas.
That's a problem, right? Thinking that, like, stop with the world building. My ear trumpet say, I saw a person complaining about Notion losing their information. Yeah, it's like, honestly, like this video, I don't know what it is. I find it exhausting to watch, and I'm getting like I can like get barely any information. It's probably something of a. It's probably something from me. Yeah, she's into something there. Like yes, in this little insert there, she's touching maybe to something, or maybe she's getting close to something. That's the best part of the video, the little like editing insert there. But she's onto something, yeah. Especially when you say my dog ate my prep work, and I like that comment because like I was just thinking like she's doing a lot of homework before the game, right? She must have been like a very diligent student. She like the kind of guy, like the kind of gal that have all her notes written like in different pen color and highlighted and organized, and it's out of work. I'm being inspired to the DM advice video just so Mr. Max will review it and make fun of it. I'll try to fill out my bingo card score too. Yeah, that's the meta move, right? To win on the bingo that has no prize, you just make the own video. Video is called Prep Fast, Prep Fun. I have yet to hear how to make it fast. Yes, it seemed like so much work or fun. Yeah, she is smiling a lot and talking animated. All right, that's you're not doing enough prep and world building unless to create unless you're creating conlang. Oh yeah, construction language. Yeah.
Really love us. There's even studies about how if we're listening to a recording of our own voice and know it's our voice, we'll rate it as unattractive. But if we don't know it's ours, we actually really, really like the sound of it. Like I said, human nature. And that's exactly why this should actually be free. It's why in these videos about my style of campaign prep, we've focused specifically on the players and their contributions to this world building. And it's why we're continuing to do it throughout session prep. So keep in mind, the most exciting thing to your players is them. That's all. And starting my planning with this session notes.
That little insert there was some stuff of value in there. But I don't know, like I will go back to the regular content. And you know, like the vocal fry
PC review, just like a quick 5-minute review.
I have a vocal fry too. I try not to do too much and when I'm on the microphone, but I do have a lot of myself when I talk.
Is how I can ensure that every session is rich with opportunities for awesome moments. I'm setting up moments that allow everyone to shine, whether in combat, roleplay, or exploration. Once I review everything, the most valuable.
Okay, she's doing again like I make sure to set up moment where everyone shines. So basically, like, yeah, our player are just there like for tell a story, and she's gonna make sure to make it. Oh, this character is you, and now it's your time to do something cool that I thought you might do. Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna seize the moment that I planned for you? Very GM driven.
Part of prep is coming up with your strong start. This is going to be what sets the tone for your whole session. So don't waste it with you walk into a tavern unless your players really, really, really love that stuff. Otherwise, things like that are a no-go if you want to keep your players engaged right from the beginning. I start nearly every session in media res, so that means jumping straight into the action or into something important. For example, if they're meeting someone, they're already sitting there listening to their mysterious story. Or if it's supposed to be something like a tavern brawl. Maybe you start the session with the giant half-orc dumping their ale on the halfling PC's head. You can honestly even just start describing the chaos erupting around the party as a bar stool.
If you add on the bingo card, explaining the same thing 3 times, now you can check it.
Goes sailing over their heads and the tavern goers are just a tangle of flying fists. Jump right into it. But today's session for me is not action-packed. We left on a bit of a downbeat cliffhanger. The PCs couldn't convince their patron Boris to send them on an.
She's like session per session. She got those beat that she gets ready. I think this title was a lie. Prep fast, prep fun. Like Zonalar say, like the video is 30 minutes, like more than 30 minutes long. That's longer than the prep you should do. Oh yeah, that's a good point. 5 video in so far and no sponsor ad yet. That's true. It's true. I'm surprised too. I think I'm done with this video. I think I cannot take it anymore. Yeah, I'm not gonna like this video is long. It's 30-minute video, and now we're like 5 minutes in. I retained almost no information, and we should just decentralize. Oh, okay, maybe okay. Let's skip to the next point. So strong start. Okay.
The start isn't a forced path. It's designed for them to choose their own direction. But if they have all these choices, how are we supposed to prep for them?
Yeah, so the writing advice, the TV writing advice, save the cat.
These vast amount of options?
It is.
That's where the next part comes in. The secret to keeping a flexible but fun session lies in decentralizing your prep. Okay, what do I mean by that? In simple terms, it's about not locking the players into specific decisions. You want to keep things flexible so that even if they go off track, you can still give them important information they need to move things forward. That's where secrets and clues come in. They give you the freedom to let players follow their own paths while still guiding them towards the bigger picture. If they don't go exactly where we expected, no problem.
There's no bigger picture. You don't drive the player to the big picture. You paint the picture at the table with the player.
I can still get the key information to them, just in a different way. So for today's session, I'm prepping around 8 to 10 secrets and clues. Some of them are going to be tied to the main quest, but others might have to do with PC goals or
8 to 10 secrets and clue in a video called like Prep Fast, Prep Fun. Yeah, I know the book space, Rudy. That's why I was saying it is like
backstories or group side quest interests. And these clues can show up wherever they decide to go. Maybe they pick up a piece of paper on the floor. Maybe they overhear something at a tavern. Any which way they go, these secrets get to be in play no matter what. And it can be tempting to get this information all out to the players as quickly as possible.
Okay. I jump in to see like, okay, maybe our next point is going to be a bit stronger. But now, like, I'm sorry, Stephanie, you lost me on this one. You lost me on this one, Stephanie. I cannot do it anymore. I'm switching to a different video. Let me pick something here. Okay, another guy I never listened to. We have a lot of new face today. Picking fight with everybody. Oh, you got a bingo, Zonalar. Congratulations. You got 5 in a row. Take a screenshot and put it in on the Discord. Yeah. All right, let's go see the new face.
Nothing beats an ego.
Nothing beats an ego. So I'll put the link in the description, but in the chat, so you can go see. We're having 2 ads in a row. So if you're starting your new bingo card, you can jump that in. All right, skip ad. It's mute. Okay, never watched this guy. The link has been. Oh, there you go. Using the Zonara did get the bingo. Congratulations. There's no for advice for retard, rated not trash, the free space, story first advice, and advice for TV writing. Yeah. Good bingo. All right. You get back here. So I don't know this guy. What's the title? Dice are making your D&D games boring. Oh my. Was that like April 1st? No, 3 weeks ago. Okay. I had to be worried too because when I was like gathering videos, there was a lot of like April Fool video now because we're just like at the start of April. So I tried to yeah, you got a new card up? Yeah, you should. Yeah. Giving some reward to your player if they get bingo. Yeah. So dice are making your D&D game boring. That's an interesting topic.
Dice.
You're using them too much, but it's not just dice that are the problem. I'll explain why and what to do about it, even to those of you who love to embrace the chaos and relinquish control to the whims of fate.
I don't disagree that a lot of people use dice too much. Like you see sometimes, like when you watch a live play, sometimes there's like too many rolls being asked for. Shoners say like, you know, if you roll about like once every hour, that's good enough. And I agree with that.
I got a 3. What I go over in this video is, of course, just one lens to view things through, just like this excellent book, The Art of Game Design, A Book of Lenses by Jesse Schell. I love the idea that we can try on a lens and for a moment see the world through a completely different viewpoint. We will come back to this later as a fantastic reference for our game design, which is what we're doing as game masters. We are designing games, and these are a really enjoyable part of that. They're just fun to roll. The sound, the anticipation. But maybe these things aren't really.
You got a nice like DM Scream and the Not Today Vecna, Tumblr, I guess those sticker. Yeah.
To blame
nice
for the fun. Queen Ginny has talked about rolling less often. Uncle Matt has talked about when to roll, but I want to cover something else. What I want to talk about is why. That's my constant refrain here at Mossy Antler, because I think the why questions get us closer to meaning. By the way, hi, I'm Grant Breeze, and this place is Mossy Antler, where we find meaning in our games. So why are we rolling these? What do they do to us? When are they magic, and when do they throw us under the bus? Dice are great, and I love to see what happens when they roll. You can hear a butt coming, but they can cause problems. Yes, they can produce spontaneous and hilarious moments at the table, but they can also be the source of lackluster and unsatisfying moments.
Let's look at the background a bit. Like there's a little messer there in the back. I guess that's what you would call it with the naggle. A lot of knick-knack. What is that? What is that board there? What is that for? Somebody knows? Nice lantern. It's nice decor I got there.
In our sessions. I'll dive into that, but before I do, I want to zoom out a little bit. Like in general, what is the point of play? Remember when you were a little kid and you made up games all the time? Were you anything like me and had house rules for every board game you could get your hands on? My current playgroup doesn't really do that with our board games, and it kind of makes me sad. I don't want to forget that feeling of free creation by taking my games too seriously. And you might think there's a point in favor of randomness, like embrace your inner child and bring the chaos. But I love that the rules exist because they give us a structure for play. That's what I was doing as a kid, creating new structures to see how they felt. Under the lens of fun, Jesse Schell quotes a variety of definitions of play. Like, play is manipulation that indulges curiosity. And play is free movement within a rigid structure. And I like that. Let's take a look at a structure in the form of a table from the classic and well-regarded Curse of Strahd. This is the Daytime Random Encounters in Barovia table. Maybe something fun happens, like the PCs encounter some scouts on the road or have a little battle to deal with. But maybe they find a trinket or a hunting trap. What is the point of that? Is it like a little vignette? Because I have a lot of those already in my games without needing to roll on a table like this. Maybe you can make up something on the fly.
Like if he's saying that you don't have to roll on this table, you can, like, I agree with that. Like I don't hate random table. You can use them sometime. But also like I rarely roll on them. Oftentimes I just I read them. I like when they're included. I read them. I remember them, like stuff that stick with me, and I can just somewhat randomly pick something during the game, right? Like I don't need to roll dice for it. Like what makes sense, what would be interesting and stuff like that, right? Mostly what makes sense in the context. You don't need to be subservient to the roll, right? You're not a human dice roller. I got also I guess those are synthetic.
To make it compelling, but if you've ever used one of these tables and nothing came of it, you're not alone. and the players tend to attach themselves to it more than is warranted. Yes, that's just a regular dagger. No, it's not magic. No, nothing will happen if you cut yourself with it. Now put it down. And I'm not going to get myself even more riled up by talking about the Wild Magic Surge table. It's an even worse offender.
They just find a random dagger. That's an interesting. They just find a random dagger. You decide that they're doing nothing. They're just walking around. There's a dagger there in the dirt. That's a red herring. It's not a magic dagger or anything. But he decided to put it there. Like, why you would tell the player, no, it's not magic. Stop putting it down. Stop playing with it. Right? Just like you put it there. Maybe it's significant. Maybe you don't know it's going to be significant somewhere. But also, if the player and character, right? You find a random dagger on the ground. You might not even pick it up, or you might pick it up and just like put it in your bag and say, oh, maybe I'll set it later, or maybe somebody lost that and it's worth something, right? Just like, or maybe you make a whole story out of it, or maybe Joan of Arc just found a random sword. Maybe it becomes significant to the character at that point. He just described exactly a problem solved by banning out of character question. Yeah.
Of this. That thing is bad. So what's going on? Why are some rules fun and others fall completely flat? Well, when you're rolling is a big part of it. The Barovia Encounters table is randomness at the start, at the setup. The main resolution mechanic of the game, which would be a d20 plus modifier in D&D, 2d6 plus a trait in Powered by the Apocalypse, or a dice pool in Blades of the Dark, all happen at the end. In game design, this is known as input randomness and output randomness. Input randomness is the event happening before the player makes a decision. Draw 5 cards. What you get is random. And you'd think that'd be the most fun because it's not the cards you're dealt, it's how you play them. We'll see about that. Output randomness, on the other hand, is the player makes a decision and then the randomness happens. The DM says, the inscribed magic runes grow violet with power. You feel a magical pulse coming from them. The player says, since my character has encountered draconic magic before, can I sense if that's what's coming from these runes? And the DM says, make an Arcana check. The player and the DM make a decision together, and then the roll happens. In video games and board games, having output randomness like this can be a huge cause of frustration. You put all this work into a decision only to have a bad random outcome. Have you ever rage quit? But that's not really how it works in tabletop RPGs. With the main resolution mechanic, we are rolling to find out what happens next in the story. In our Barovia table example, the GM is the player making the decision, and the random roll happens before the next bit of story takes place. But this structure goes against the story we're telling. Let's understand why.
Are you following along, people at home? He's talking about like yeah, okay, I get what he's talking about, but like negotiating with the GM. That should be on the bingo card. I don't think I put it in. Yeah. I can't wait for him to get to the point, to be honest.
Why, and then I'll show you what to do about it. If you've had random tables go well for you in the past, you're probably thinking, no, these rolls provide the story. But try on this lens. It's the lens of chance. Does the randomness give players positive feelings of excitement and challenge, or does it give them negative feelings of hopelessness and lack of control?
Yeah, that's fair.
Risk and randomness are like spices. A game without any hint of them can be completely bland, but put in too much and they overwhelm everything else. I think we can go further.
I'm much rather like I guess that we call like output randomness. It's a good term for it, right? When it's the randomness comes from player choice, right? Like you don't just want to be victim to the world and something happened to you randomly. Something happened to you randomly, like rolling on a random table and say, "Oh, there's a dagger there by the side of the road." That's not necessarily like something happening to you. It's just something happening. You decide if it's you or that. But you're assuming you're assuming there's a point. Yes, it's a big assumption. But that level of randomness exists in real life. Yes, an American living in La Crosse, Wisconsin, goes to the grocery store for food, and Mas goes to the same. Yeah, that's life. But he made the choice to go to this grocery store. and you knew the demographic of that place. So it's kind of like it's kind of a thing.
Further than that, spices are not added to a dish randomly, but if they're included thoughtfully and deliberately, they can make a dish sing. Let's use a different metaphor. Imagine a Jenga tower already set up. Each placement of the next block might cause it to topple over. Output randomness. That's exciting. Tension, then release. Dumping all those Jenga blocks onto the table and then quickly trying to assemble something that is hopefully interesting is input randomness. Release and then tension? That's generally unsatisfying. Tension and then release is just about the most basic building block of story you can think of. A more elaborate version is in the somewhat famous story circle. A character needs something, they go forth to look for it, they find it, take it, and return back to where they started from, changed from the experience. The woman was thirsty and found an old can of Coke on the side of the road. She picked it up, cracked it open, and drank it, and then threw up because it was expired. It's the difference between a story and an anecdote. Have you ever been in the kitchen and randomly saved a utensil from falling by kicking at the exact right moment? It's funny for those who see it, but if you tell somebody about it later, you end up wanting to say, you had to be there. Ugh. Don't get it twisted, story can absolutely be structured around random events though. I was almost run off the road turns into the other car sped up behind me for no discernible reason, whipped into the other lane, and nearly rammed into me as I swerved out of the way. Which one do you find more? What I'm talking about here is replacing randomness with purposeful story beats. Something you might have seen in various places online is people saying that putting your game into a structured story is...
Am I getting tired already? Like it's not even been like 2 hour and a half. Like usually I go like for much longer than that, right? Like on those marathon. I was hoping to do better than last time, but I'm getting nothing from like the last video and this video. It's like I'm getting nothing from it. Is it just me? Like there's no substance. Like he's saying a lot of world, and the video is like produced and shit like that. There's little like a B-roll of him doing cool thing, a little magic trick here and there. All right, I guess it's very easy to watch, but it's not dense in information. It's very light on information, I find. So tell me in chat if it's just me. Maybe my brain is fried.
Railroading. You won't see it in the comments because I'll delete those comments unless they're really thoughtful and kind. We will talk about railroading in depth in a future video and in a way that I haven't ever seen anywhere online before. So you can subscribe to stick around to see that. But for now, I'll say while story structures can limit player choice, that's generally a good thing. Everything you do as a GM limits player choice. The words that you say to draw focus on details or point in a particular direction.
I like the thing he says are so like kind of self-evident. Queen's Quest. What the fuck is Queen's Quest now? Story beats no life. Adding structure. I think I'm just gonna skip that video. I think I'm done with that video. I think yeah, it's like I made it more than halfway through. I think I gave it a first shot, but I got like basically nothing. There was some interesting phrasing and stuff like that. Dice are making your D&D game boring. I feel like we didn't touch on that at all. Yeah. All right. I'll go see somebody else. Limit player's choice. I think a lot of those guys are just going through the motion before they try to sell your product. That's what it feels like, right? It's like this video felt like it's like, it's well written, it's well put together and stuff like that, but like it's so like light on it's so light on on information. I find. Oh, is that I cannot copy from the chat in Daryl. Oh, let me shite. Let me try to do something here. Mark Barkling above. What is that? Frame zombie. Starburst. Yeah, like I cannot get the link that you posted, Daryl. I can see it on StreamYard, but I cannot copy from StreamYard, and I'm not typing that, and I cannot see it on YouTube. So it's I'm sorry, just like that's not doesn't work. Like the video is well put together, like it's well, like he's reading well. You got a lot of you got this book is referenced to, and those little cards that fly up and stuff like that. But it's yeah, it doesn't sustain you. So we're gonna go see Bob World Builder, which I've seen video of him before, but I never watched them in a marathon. I don't think so. And the title here that we got is "Why Good DMs Screw Up Twist in D&D." So again, that feel like it's gonna be like a advice for writer disguised as RPG. My camera arm is driving me mad. It keeps going back up. It's keep like slowing, like the camera keeps slowing, drifting upward, or maybe I'm going down, I'm going low. Look up my nostril. But the jam, yes, that was a relief. Yeah. In writing with say all concrete detail, no commentary. There's no so what at the end of this thesis. Yeah, I don't know if we ever got anything there. I'm sorry, Mossy Antler.
Campaign from fighting pirates in the back of the tavern to eventually storming the ship of that pirate queen's armada. But as with point number 1, it is crucial to hint at or just reveal the
Les nouvelles Beneful Incredibites.
I guess I copied the link wrong when I copied, so I copied from the time.
R3.
All right, copy video URL. Let's put that in chat. Oops. Since music. All right.
Crucial steps to successfully incorporating a twist into your sessions of Dungeons and Dragons or similar tabletop role-playing games. 1, the twist must be hinted beforehand. 2, the twist must give to the players, not take away. And 3, the twist must be timed very delicately during your game session. So some of these points may appear.
Man, okay. This is again, it's gonna go like from a GM driven game, right? GM run game, and so we know that already. But at least he already gave me some substance. He already told me, like, it's like 26 seconds in the video, and he's already like talking about what he's gonna talk about. Following the last 2 video, that's a big relief. Thank you, Bob, for that. But it's gonna be like more script writing advice. That's true.
To line up with what you know from fun twists in movies, TV, and books, but tabletop role-playing games are a very different animal, and those media twists often lead game masters to screw it up, boring or breaking their players' trust instead of creating a fun and memorable moment. But once you understand these 3 points, you'll be able to apply them to your own RPG campaign and feel like M. Night Shyamalan?
There you go, Space Shorty. You called it. Yeah.
Do you make movies anymore? Because I'm Bob. This is where we learn how to have more fun playing RPGs together. And which oh, yellow. Okay, yellow. So on to crucial aspect of a twist. Number 1, the twist must be hinted beforehand. For example, Grace and I have recently been watching a lot of CSI, yes, the early 2000s crime show in Las Vegas, and some episodes, not that many, but way too many, do this annoying thing at the very end where they not only solve the crime, but in one unpredictable stroke, deconstruct the killer's motive. We know what.
The forest walking is not a cringy skit. It's a good thing that everybody should do once in a while. Go walk in the forest.
Why you killed her. But she's not the one who stole the money. You thought you killed your wife's lover and murderer, but it turns out her death was an accident. And that's a real example, season 1, episode 4.
Gotcha.
And these corny twists would be fine. They would be fun if there were clues or just clue. Yeah, the more the better, but at least a singular hint for the characters and the audience, or in our case, a hint for the characters and the players. So they
That's I get where it's going now, right? I get where it's going. And yes, this is definitely TV writing advice for TTRPG, right? Which is wrong because there's different medium. When you write for TV, you need to telegraph stuff to make it believable. Because you know where you want to go with the story beforehand, right? So you need to like seed it before you go there. So sometimes you're going to come with the conclusion and you go back in time and put the seed there. So the conclusion feels satisfying. Foreshadowing, yeah, exactly. That's the term. When you play a RPG, you don't know where it's going to go. So you cannot precede a twist. You can come up with a twist later, but you make that twist based on what the thing happened. The whole thing why you want to see the twist before you reveal it, when you want to foreshadow the twist before you reveal it, it's so it feel believable and it feel like it preserve the very stability of the story and the consistent of the world. It's not something that happened out of nowhere. So you want to live in. It's not just ins. You want to root what's happening in what has been established. When you're playing an RPG game, things get established all the time when you're playing. Then when you want to throw in a twist, a curveball to the player at some point, you go back and you remember something that has been established before and you use that. So it's not about like planning beforehand, like, oh, I'm gonna put this NPC now and making it suspicious so I can use it like 2 sessions later and make a twist there. No. You put an NPC there because the NPC was needed there at the time, and the player found it was suspicious, but nothing came out of it. 2 sessions later, you remember that guy, and now you bring it back, and now like, oh, that's a twist. It's not a twist. You're using something that's been established before, right? It's not a twist that was planned before.
They have a chance to catch on or just notice something, even if the hint seemed mostly mundane at the time. Then, during the big reveal, you can call attention to the hint or hints, or ideally, one of the players excitedly and a little reluctantly recalls that experience, but with this new information that gives it an entirely new meaning. What seemed sinister was, in fact, an act of kindness. What seemed like an accident was all too intentional. But just like the writers of an early 2000s crime drama, game masters might forget or even intentionally avoid dropping any clues for the players to pick up because they are so worried about the players figuring it out too early. Yeah, sorry to deconstruct your motive in a single stroke.
That's again something, right? Like, as a GM, you're not there to wow your player. You're there to play a game with them, coming in honestly. Like, you're not. I hate that so much, right? People like oftentimes GMs the alpha nerd of the game, of the group, right? Of the friend group. and he roped his friend into playing this nerdy game with them, and now he's gonna show them how creative and how like imaginative he is and how clever he is, and he's gonna manipulate them in all kind of way so they impress, and then he can get like some nerd cred amongst them. And I hate that so much. Come to the table to play a game with your friend and come in it honestly, not trying to just impress them, right?
Stroke, but that's wrong.
Gotcha.
If you would rather your players feel dumbfounded by a sudden turn of events than have them feel elated because they saw it coming all along. Like if the fun part is lying to your friends at the table, you're playing the wrong kind of game. Like this is a sidebar, but ever since I've truly embraced discovery, kind of going off road as the GM, the game is a lot more fun. Worth a whole video, but in short, leaving more up to chance and planning.
Like, that's the thing too. As a GM, you should be surprised too sometime. Things should sometime go in a way you didn't plan, and because the players can drive the story as much as you can, right? The GM doesn't run the game. That's gonna be my new thing now. That's gonna be my new rule for RPG. The GM, you're not there to run the game. You run the world, you run the NPCs, but you're not running the game. You're not like driving the people around. You're not like the GM as a service provider. Yeah. But yeah.
Only one session ahead leaves me open to easily incorporate and capitalize on my players' cool ideas. So for twists big and small, not only do they get to see it coming all along, but if I want, I can still add something extra. So there can be that reveal with an exciting moment of reluctant recollection. In a minute, we'll talk about my recent RPG twist gone wrong that inspired me to make this video. But first, we're going deeper into the sidebar so I can tell you about an amazing RPG resource for this kind of discovery-based play. Our awesome returning sponsor, the Western Reaches, official setting for Shadow Dark RPG.
If you have like you got like sponsored by Kelsey. If you got the, let me tell you about the sponsor on the card, you can click it now. You can stamp it now.
Okay, good thing I recorded that part separately because got to find the yellow. Okay, we can't be too far from civilization. The train is here. But to really solidify point one hints and bridge the gap to point two, giving, not taking away, let me summarize my recent RPG twist gone wrong that inspired this video. And in the GM's defense, it was literally their second session ever running the game, so they clearly went at this like a book or movie, but here's the very short version of what happened. Beginning of the session, our party is told...
It's funny that he said like he went at it like a book or a movie, like he's recognizing there's a difference, I guess. But he's not quite there yet, like I'd say, right? It's still like he's still pushing this kind of difference. Oh, there you go. Somebody like what is that? Oh, it's an actual play. Somebody like send me on Discord an actual play. I'm not doing actual play on this one, but I might actually like forward it to Crispy. But yeah, so he recognizes the difference between
told by a patron NPC to acquire a small ship. End of session. We finally acquire a small ship, and immediately afterward, with no dice rolls, our newly acquired ship is destroyed by a giant armada of pirates attacking the coast. And here's the thing, there were some great opportunities to drop hints about this potential danger to our eventually acquired ship during the session. One of the first things we did was pick a fight.
That actually also like that I think it's fair advice, right? You need to telegraph thing in the world in a sense that it's not for plot twist, but it's for like to give information about the world so the player can make decision accordingly, right? Player can like, just have like if there's gonna be like pirate out there, a lot of pirate out there. When the guy get a ship and go out, just have an NPC tell them like, "Well, be wary out there. There's all kind of like rascal," right? You can tell something like that, otherwise it doesn't feel it might come as coming out of nowhere, not feeling fair. Like the trouble you get into should stem from your choice but they should stem from informed choice, right? And as a player, as a character, you as a player, as a character, you make your choice based on what you know of the world. So this information need to be conveyed somehow or assumed.
Fight with a few of these pirates at a tavern because they were roughing up a bartender.
Yeah,
classic low-level D&D encounter, works every time. Excellent setup, but when we head out back to throw down, an NPC comes out of nowhere, one-hit KOs one of the pirates, and the others run off in fear. So we didn't get to fight them or otherwise interact with them. Now, ignoring the pros and cons of introducing powerful NPCs at low levels, even with that encounter resolving exactly the same way, the GM could have had one of the pirates shout something like, "You're all gonna burn soon, mark my words." And maybe we would have just written it off as a weirdly specific yet vague threat at the time. But then when the invasion happened, we would have had that moment of reluctant recollection instead of feeling dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. And there was a second opportunity for hints before we stole the ship. We went to the shipyard that morning and we noticed.
Like, that's not a bad thing to do, right? Like having the pirate like make a vague threat before leaving, and you can leave it at that. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't make the vague threat because, and there was some problem in there, like, like the NPC coming in and saving the day. But anyway, but you don't make the vague threat because you want to put the twist in. You make the vague threat because it's something that come to your mind on the fly while you're running the game, when you're like GMing the game. Should stop saying running the game. When you're GMing the game, it's something that comes up on your mind. You're playing this character. You're trying to be in the mindset of this NPCs, and then you make this vague threat before running away. And there's nothing behind it. It's just something that you did on the spot. But then you remember that you did that, and then you make something out of it later. That's the order of things should go.
An NPC who also seemed like they didn't belong there, and like us, they were keeping tabs on all the incoming and outgoing ships. So I did a little detect magic near them and found out they had a magic item. And another player did a stealthy close-up walk by to maybe glean more info, but got nothing. And then the GM insisted that, hey, if we hang around the shipyard all day, we will start to seem really suspicious. So we left, but it turns out that NPC was another one of these pirates scouting for their invasion. Of course, we could have insisted on just talking to them or sticking around anyway until we learned something else, but the only hints were telling us to do the opposite. So as the GM, when your big bad is planning something, having your lesser bad guys be present is the perfect first step. But role-playing games are about interaction. You got to let those minions get into fights with the PCs, have them make specific threats that seem vague, and encourage gathering intel through magic, stealth, or mere observation. And thus, point number 2, the twist must give to the players, not take away. So zooming back out, this can take many forms, like that episode of CSI where a guy killed another guy because he thought the guy murdered his wife, but it turns out she just fell off a boat. Not satisfying for the characters or the audience. Or for an example that more or less worked in media, but would be really annoying in a TTRPG, is Star Wars Episode 4. Luke Skywalker realizes, the Empire's definitely going to be coming around looking for those droids. Better go warn Sweet Aunt Beru and Uncle Owen. He drops everything, races home as fast as possible. But it's already too late. The GM taketh away, and he never had a chance? Boo! But no shade on George Lucas, the more famous twist.
He never had a chance. So who's a character in that? Are the droids character, or is it just Luke? Because that's also like a point, right? Who made choice? Choice were made. Luke decided to go after the droid alone. So I don't know. I don't know if he never had a chance. That's maybe it's more breakdown I want to do now.
Darth Vader being Luke's Vater. Yeah, that hint was given several different ways. At least that gives something to the player, even if that thing is unwanted.
Gotcha.
So back to our session, when we were told to steal a ship, worked the entire session toward that goal, got the ship, and immediately had it taken away, destroyed by pirates without a single die roll. We could have just been given something unwanted, maybe a stowaway NPC that we now have to deal with, or the ship could have been carrying stolen cargo, or the actual...
Like, I feel like, you know, there was a fight with pirates that, like, no, the threat wasn't met. He said like it should have been met, and there was like people like scouting around. So it seemed like some hint have been given. It seemed like the pirate didn't come out of nowhere.
Actual captain could have enemies. So as long as we're in that ship, we become the targets. However, you don't want to get carried away with this sort of twist, giving a bad thing. And this is a common pitfall for GMs who want their setting or their campaign to feel morally gray, to have harsh consequences. But it can be really demotivating if every magic sword is cursed, or every person you save actually did this pretty bad thing, and every villain you subdue has a sob story to...
As I understand, like Bob just said that is what foreshadowing is for. Foreshadow the twist that doing nothing might get Uncle Owen killed because the evil empire is indeed evil, and they will even affect you on the outskirts. And you go back, like, yeah, I feel like this example in Star Wars, I think it's kind of weak.
Save his life. So please, in moderation. Because I agree, that escalation of negative outcomes is part of adventure games. It's the...
Like, what I would like to know is like how the taking the ship away was handled. Because so far, like, it seemed like the pirate has been established, maybe not as clearly as it could have, but there was some kind of tension and some kind of like ruffian being around. So I think this example, it was kind of clear. If the player didn't pick up on it, how much more can you do? At some point, like, it's on them, right? But then when they go out on the ship and then the pirate come in, then did they have something they could have done? He said like earlier, like, oh, no dice roll was done or anything. Maybe that's what the problem was.
The easy way to organically build a campaign from fighting pirates in the back of the tavern to eventually storming the ship of that pirate queen's armada. But as with point number 1, it is crucial to hint at or just reveal these potential drawbacks so the players are able to choose which challenges they will eventually face. Yep. And generally, it's best to play out that challenge so the party has a chance to overcome it with clever thinking. Still, I think the best kind of twist to escalate your adventure or campaign is by giving the party a good thing that is way above their pay grade. Turns out that ship you stole has a prisoner, the Pirate Queen, and now you have to decide whether to turn her in for a huge bounty or to let her go and gain a powerful ally, or try negotiating some other deal while knowing that time is short because the whole of her armada must be out there actively searching for her. There's some thorns. Now, it doesn't have to be that extreme, but a positive twist is obviously more fun than a gotcha. And would you look at that?
I agree with that.
We're back on a trail. There it is. But where? Nonetheless, crucial point number 3, the twist must be timed very delicately during your game session. This is where TV and books and movies have steered you wrong. Okay, but you know where TV and movies have steered me right? There's a house in the distance back there, but I'm not going to walk toward that.
Oh. Hey, t'es dans ma bulle.
Do it again, man. They really want people to use the ad blocker.
It's actually closer to my car. So every major twist in popular media, the ones people remember, come toward the end of the story. And yeah, this climactic timing makes sense when you are a passive observer, as long as points 1 and 2 have also been addressed appropriately. But when you are an active participant in a role-playing game, used to steering it with your own choices, and you just spent an entire session or longer working towards some goal, so you're both energized by your achievements and maybe a little tired from gaming for several hours,
going somewhere
a twist right here at the end will likely be jarring in a bad way. Yeah. Especially if points 1 and 2 were not handled well. So in my opinion, the only way to make an end of session climactic twist work in RPGs is with a brief and vague cliffhanger. Okay, you've raised anchor and the ship is yours. But what's this? The fog around the harbor clears to reveal the Pirate Queen's armada drifting right towards you. And that's where we'll end tonight's session.
That wouldn't be too egregious because it's probably gonna start the next session with combat and stuff like that, right? I'm not a big fan of a cliffhanger in a role-playing game. I know a lot of people oftentimes promote them, thinking it's a smart way to do stuff. But the thing I often say, right, is you're gonna it can take a few minutes to get into the character when you start a session, to get into the mindset of your character. And now if you end the session in a way that's supposed to be super dramatic and super intense, and you're gonna start the next session with that, you're gonna start the session with something that is important in the moment when the player are the least in character. So I think that's a mistake in role-playing game. You want to start probably you don't want to start your session in a super hype because but anyway, yeah, it was TV writing advice. Not awful, but I agree. Some of the things he said,
that way you are set up for a strong start to your next session, Sly Forest style. And even if you broke point 1 and didn't drop any hints for this invasion, or even if you start that next session by breaking point 2 and immediately taking away the party's new ship, it's not actually immediate because the audience, the players, they had a whole week or more between sessions to revel in their victory and to get excited, wondering if or how they'll escape this invasion. And if their new ship is immediately destroyed with or without having a chance to save it, well, at least the players have an entire session ahead of them now to solve this new problem. So
that's also another problem. Now they have infinite time basically because they have a whole week to think about how to solve that problem. So you're also losing that. Now you're in the moment, right? And now you have to react fast to that. Now they can plan between the sessions. Sometimes they're even going to talk amongst them. Oh, why should we do that, right? And you lose this urgency. So now they come to the session. There's this problem that in-game time just happened, but they had this super stretched time to react to reflect on it, right? And to have this perfect reaction now. It's a problem.
Better yet, consider positioning your twists near the beginning or the middle of a session. This can easily be made significant by dropping hints over the course of several prior sessions, or as a long con where the hints were dropped way back and only now coming to light. But again, this non-climactic session timing hits your players when they are mentally prepared to be facing new challenges, discovering new secrets, or exploring the game world, instead of when they're mentally prepared to rest on their laurels of a session well played, only to have their metaphorical laurels pulled out from under the... What the... Okay, so if you want some more tips for constructing a fun RPG session, I highly recommend this video on your screen about the 5-room dungeon model, which works for...
5-room dungeon model. I'm tired of hearing that. All right, this video. There's some valid point in there, but the whole premise is wrong because it's again starting from having a big picture that you plan towards, right? It's getting your player on a ride. If you have a twist plan and you're planting int before and stuff like that, your player on a railroad. People think of it's still like railroading, right? So yeah, I'm not. I think the premise of of this twist idea is wrong, to be honest. All right, I'm gonna do, and that's an older video, but it's something I wanted to talk about at some point. I think it's an interesting topic, and since we're talking about the scripting and the planning and stuff like that, we're gonna go watch a video by Professor Dungeon Master, Dungeon Craft. Is Critical Role scripted? I think that's I'm curious to see what he's going to say about that, to be honest. And I have some thought on that. Is Tyler a Bob? Mark, I cannot see now. Is Tyler a Bob Doppel? What is a Bob Doppel? Is Tyler a Bob Doppel? CR mentioning. Well, that's kind of easy. It's only rerolling if you make the player experience the twist. If they miss, they miss. Yeah, but like, you know, you have to come with this approach, right? So it's kind of like a... But you know, if people like playing a twist. Yeah.
A couple weeks back, I did a video on Critical Role where I said Matt Mercer created Alexandria. And viewers...
Is Tyler a Bob Doppel? Like, a Bob Wahlberg doppelganger. Okay, I get what you mean. I don't think they look that alike.
Pointed out, he actually created Exandria. The fact is, Matt Mercer is a Time Lord and created both of them. He just doesn't like to brag about it. Another frequent comment I received is that Critical Role is scripted. It's not D&D, it's all an act. But how scripted is it? And how scripted should your game be? And don't say no scripted if you've ever used one of these. What is this but a script? It's got keyed numbered locations that happen in an order. Or you may have a game master's notebook like mine. So it's a question of how much does one script out? How does one prepare?
Okay, so far I like where it's going with that, because that's actually like the point I wanted to make, right? Is Critical Role, like people like ask if Critical Role is scripted, and I say yes, it is. That's be my point. But not necessarily because like the player on a table have those lines pre-written and they know what they're gonna say, but the game is on a railroad. Their game is on a railroad, and the players know that they're supposed to follow the plot hook led by Mercer, right? They know that they have to go to the hoop. They know they're not challenge the railroad, right? So there's a script. The GM has the script, and the other player like follow along, like, and they react to it. So that's my point. Like when I say like yes, it is scripted. Like a lot of like, not like necessarily like a TV show is scripted, but like any railroad game is scripted.
Overscript and you end up with a railroad where the game master has a predetermined conclusion, and that is never fun. Script too little and your game will lack form. It becomes all improv with no sense of drive or urgency. And all that is what we're going to talk about today on...
Like, why if you script totally too little or script not at all, it would feel like there was no sense of drive or urgency. Again, oh, is it all on the DM to put drive and urgency? What about the player? What about their character? Don't their character have drive and urgency? Yeah, exactly. Like drive and urgency. Tyler got it right there. It's from the character. It's from having a character. Your character wants some stuff. Your character is, you know, is everything in the world. Have the character. There you go. This isn't complicated. Exactly. You're right on the money there. As I'm saying it. So there's this mindset that, oh, if the GM is not like pushing forward, like nothing is gonna happen, right? It's like, what kind of player do you have to? And oftentimes also that the player have been trained to be passive like that, but
Dungeon Craft. This channel is about all things role-playing games, especially homebrew role-playing games. And that's why we're talking about Critical Role, because a lot of people think it's mainstream, but Exandria and Critical Role's own system, Daggerheart, are homebrew games, as is mine. So we're going to talk a lot about how we do that, how Matt prepares.
The term homebrew means nothing, right? Like people like, you know, what does homebrew mean? Like at some point when you published a game and published a setting, or is it still homebrew, right? Like every game is starting at home, I guess, right? Why is D&D not homebrew?
based on what I see and how I prepare for a session. And what is the difference between a person who does this professionally for television and the game master who's running games for their friends, which I fall into that camp. But before we do, please like, subscribe, and click the bell icon, and then check all to bonus video content, Access Server. First, let's talk Critical Role. The show doesn't list any.
That's one, like, I subscribe to my Patreon. It's something that should have been on the bingo.
Writers, which they would have to do because they're a Hollywood production. According to their LinkedIn page, they're currently looking for writers. But remember, they also produce games, TV shows, and commercials. And Darrington Press falls under the Critical Role umbrella. And there are 3 or 4 reasons I don't think the show is nearly as scripted as people think. There's a scene in season 1 where Orion, playing Tiberius Stormwind, tries to buy 1,500 mirrors so he can build a space laser to
Is going to season 1 where, like, what is that guy name? The guy that played the Dragonborn that was like a problem player, apparently, like all kind of issues. I don't remember detail enough to go into that. Orion, or something Orion, his name, or Orion something is his name. I forgot his name. Whatever. He's going all the way back to season 1 to prove that Tiberius was the PC. Yeah, that the game is not scripted, but, like, yeah, maybe it was less scripted back then, and maybe that's part of the reason why Orion got kicked out, right? Didn't want to. He wanted to play
kill
the game.
vampires. And you can see by Matt's puzzled expression, he has no idea what Orion is trying to do. And you can see the frustration on Travis's face and hear it in his voice. At one point, Orion says one more thing, and Travis says, no more things. We're moving on. This is the type of thing that my players have done, where they go off on goofy side quests instead of sticking to the main story. And
Orion was the kind of player that wanted to win. And he didn't want to have like the GM guess his plan, right? Because, like, he wanted to surprise him with that, because he knew that if he let the GM know what he was doing, that the GM would try to thwart his plan, right? Because it was going against the railroad, and the other player knew they were on the railroad, and they didn't like this guy, like, trying to derail the thing.
Keep all their plans a secret, not only from the other players, but for the game master as well, and there's really no reason to do that. To me, it's typical player behavior. Secondly, Bell's Hells has no leader. These characters seem to definitely be quirky and interesting by themselves, but there's no Aragorn or Tanis Half-Elven holding this disparate group of people together. If I were scripting a fantasy story, I would have a leader character, someone who can say, no, we're not going on another side quest back to Tom Bombadil's house. We're going to throw the evil ring in the volcano now. To watch Bell's Hells, you'll notice they love going off on side quests into the Feywild instead of sticking with the main narrative, investigating the moon of Ruidus. And at times, Matt seems dangerously close to losing control of the narrative, as evidenced in a recent episode when he said,
Matt seems close to losing the control of the narrative. You say, oh, we can tell it's not scripted because Matt's come close to losing control of the narrative, which imply that he has control of the narrative. So, is that not scripted? Ah, man, just like, am I insane? Like, the fact that Matt is in control of narrative implies some form of script. Oh, he come close to losing it? Oh, then, like, but he doesn't?
Said, quote, I am dangerously close to losing control of this narrative. One of the reasons the show may seem scripted is because these are trained actors, so at times their gestures and movements and voices may seem larger than life. But I think their heartfelt reaction to Sam's sacrifice in that recent episode is genuine. I do think, as trained actors, they're very aware that they're playing for an audience. They're not just trying to entertain themselves. They know people are watching this as a show. But I don't think Matt sends them notes saying, we're killing your character tonight. So how does Matt plan? Meticulously, that's for sure. For what I've seen, he puts a lot of effort into building stat blocks, encounters, and scenery. But keep in mind, he does this professionally. You just don't need that level of detail. If you're not running a multi-million-dollar show, you don't need
They are making a show. That's why you put all this effort. He's right on that. But that's why, like, that's what make it like. That's why the player know that, this encounter that Matt put so much effort into doing, it's sure gonna happen. There's nothing you can do about it, right? Matt got his his set scene plays, and what you even say now, like when he's coming close to losing control, he's stating it to the player, like bringing them back to the railroad. Hey, you're moving too far away from the rail. Get back on.
You need to plan out your whole campaign or your whole world before you start. All you really need to do is stay one step ahead of your players. But what are the essential planning elements? We'll get to that right after a word from our sponsor.
When you say like stay one step ahead from the player, what do you mean? Like stay the whole session ahead of your player. You don't need to know what's gonna happen in 10 sessions, but you sure know what's gonna happen in that whole session. Like Matt Mercer sure know what's gonna happen in the whole session. Not all the little fine detail and stuff like that, but all the big beat. He got them planned. He got them scripted. Yeah.
Sponsor, The Wandering Tavern.
The Wandering Tavern is 15 layers of corruption, gambling, exotic restaurants.
You can click. Let me tell us about our sponsor.
CD and some staff. 30.
Below. So how do I plan? Personally, I don't spend any time planning things that my players are not going to see in that session. What's the name of the town over the hill? If the players aren't going to go there, I don't need to plan that. I also don't plan more than one session ahead. I never save the best stuff for a future date. I always include the best stuff I can in that session so my players will want to come back. These are the notes from my Reviled Society campaign. On this page is my random urban adventure generator. It tells you who hired you to get what, who the enemy is, and where that item can be found. And you can generate thousands of scenarios with it. Every fantasy plot, every adventure story breaks down into these critical elements. Get the, from the, in the, before it's too late. For example, get the prisoners from the hobgoblins in the Caves of Carnage before they are eaten. Now you have a location, opponent, objective, and a sense of stakes, and a time limit. And the time limit is one of the most critical elements that many game masters leave out. Time limits drive a story and give it a sense of urgency. I like Hell's Bells, but many fans have expressed the opinion that this season isn't as compelling as the previous ones. The stakes are unclear and the plot lacks narrative drive. Imagine if
like all kind of fucking weird race, right? Like what is that? Like playing like a set, how they call them? They don't call them satire. They call them something else, cedar. And what is that? Somebody like playing like what is that? Like some kind of a robot? Is that like some kind of guy from Mechanicus? Some purple hair guy is playing like is that an orc? Is that a genasi? Are they both? They all want like they don't have characters, so just like put like gimmick, right? They just like play like, oh, I'm so original and so creative. I'm gonna play a cedar.
Bell's Hells began like this. The characters are summoned to the house of an astronomer friend. The astronomer reveals the moon of Ruidus is dangerously off course and will crash into Exandria in 21 days unless the characters get a magical MacGuffin and use it to stop a doomsday cult ritual. And each session equals 1 day of play. How much more exciting would this be? Another thing I script out is starting exposition. I think box text gets a bad rap. Well-crafted box text can establish a clear objective from the
start. So now he's not talking about critical role anymore. He's talking about like what he's doing, which is fire. It's fine, right? Just so now like I have to listen to this video as is GM advice. He made a pivot. I guess it's the bait and switch, right? You bait you with the critical role discussion, give you the sponsor read, and then it switched to is DM advice, which is usually not very good.
Start and ensure you don't leave out any critical details. I also use flowcharts. Players can go from here to here or here, depending on their choices.
So multiple choice GMing, that's great. People love it. If you want to go west, go to page 97. If you want to go east, go to page...
Eventually, all the paths funnel into the sewer layer and the inner sanctum where the climax takes place. This is the Demon Tailor. It's a hunt for a serial killer based on Kelvin.
So you know where the climax will take place. You know, we know where the player is going to end up. They can have some leeway. They can take like some different path to get there on this flow chart.
Green's Terror in the Streets for Lamentations of the Flame Princess. I have the victims in order, but orange highlights indicate optional encounters. Green are encounters that occur on a timetable, and yellow highlights the clues I don't want to forget. Like Matt, I enjoy scenarios where
the clues I don't want to forget. So now, like, the game become about like, oh, what did the GM like? Oh, I need to figure out the plan. I need to figure out the plot that GM like prepared for us. So it's all about.
The players have a lot of choice and agency. Like I like running urban scenarios, and those can pose certain challenges because the players have ready access to resources and can pretty much go wherever they want. Something you should consider if you're a newer game master is
That's very good, Dice. It's probably what it is, actually. You're right. It's like the quantum, the quantum choice.
Basing your scenarios in dungeons. You can still build in choices. They can go left, right, straight, but there are definite bumpers in the form of walls, and there's less chance of you losing control of the narrative. I keep my stat block.
No, it's not a railroad. They're just bumper. You're on a railroad. You can move around in the cart, but you're in the railroad.
Simple. Armor class, hit points, damage, special attacks, and any bonuses to hit the monster has. Venom Malash is the main villain. She's a wizard, so I note her spells. I also stat out her bodyguards and henchmen. You'll notice I keep my scenarios on facing pages if I can, to minimize flipping. I do this even for pre-published modules, like the Tomb of...
Like, there's going to be a switch station, but it's... the player cannot decide on which direction, you know, like, the switch not controlled by the player. That's what it's going to be.
Horrors. Even though for this one I had to use 4 pages, it still helps me distill the information and keep it straight in my head. Let's talk terrain, because I, like Matt, enjoy miniatures and models. I don't cover my...
What happened if we decide to like her, actually, and we're going to ally with her when we meet her? What does he do? Well, then she become like super evil and make it not a choice anymore to ally with her, right? That's what happened.
Dining room table with terrain. I use Ultimate Dungeon terrain, and one of the reasons I created it is because I didn't want the players to know what to expect. With UDT, you put the players in the center circle, and you can just build the environment around them, and this creates an instant fog of war. A couple weeks back, I introduced my Ultimate GM screen, which functions as a backdrop. If your players decide they want to travel to a nearby city, boom, they're in the city. And other GM screens featuring dungeon terrain are in the works. I also use kitchen drawer organizers to transport my miniatures and group them by room or encounter.
So tell me there's not a railroad there, right? Oh, there's the room, torture chamber, and you're gonna have those things, and you know, it's like everything is pre-planned, everything is, you know.
And I consider this an integral part of my planning. You don't need to plan your game as extensively as Matt Mercer, but having well-organized notes and play space allows you to maintain the flow and pace of your game. And I'm not saying that's the right way to do it, but that's definitely the way I do it. I believe in working smarter, not harder. What do you think? Share in the comments below. How do you plan for a game? And if you want your game to have a strong sense of urgency and narrative drive, you want to click on my video.
All right, shut up. That's enough. It's so sad to see, right? Okay, like the first part about Critical Role, I was kind of in agreement with him, and when he said, like, yes, it is kind of scripted. Like he give much more leeway because he's also running a scripted game, a railroad game. So he doesn't want like be too rough on Mercer, because otherwise you have to be rough on himself, and very few people want to do that. But yes, Critical Role is scripted. because there's a railroad and the players are well trained enough to not go off the rail. That's my conclusion. And when all he does is prep for the campaign, and now he plan for this thing, and now he does the scripting for the campaign, right? That betray again for me that he has player that have no agency, player that have no drive, that are not proactive. He doesn't have proactive player, and that's sad. And so many players have been like trained not to be proactive. And I'm sure that's the case. You've been playing for the same people for 30 years. And you couldn't have like a conversation with them? What does your character want? And why did I put the link to that video in the chat? I don't know. I forgot. I think I did. Yes. I'm not gonna put it again. Anyway, it's Professor Dungeon Master. You know who he is. All right, let's try to I forgot what that video is, but I have a note that it's a good one. What's that? Oh.
Depuis des années.
Oh man. No, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna keep that for some other time. I'm not doing another like a DM layer video. We haven't done G&D today. Let's go see G&D.
Some people can picture an entire epic battle in their heads, like their own personal fantasy movie. Meanwhile,
so okay, should we be playing Theater of the Mind in D&D? I'm a big advocate of Theater of the Mind, so I'm gonna be interested in what she's gonna say. If you have like something on your bingo card that say like all way of playing is valid and something like that, you can click that for right away, because like G&D is all about that. Like she's gonna do that again, right? G&D won't let us down. Yeah.
I can't even remember.
She's growing on me, to be honest. She's not perfect, but sometimes she actually say some thing that are not great, but you know, like for our audience, it's gonna be good.
Remember why I just opened the fridge. Was I thirsty? Was I feeding a cat? Whatever. I'll remember in 20 minutes. When your D&D party rolls initiative, does that scene play out with tokens on a battle map, or does it play out only in the words of the Dungeon Master and the imaginations of the group? And more importantly, is that playstyle working for you as well as you think it is? The debate between maps and minis and theater of the mind for combat in D&D has been raging for years, and there is no objectively correct answer. But that doesn't stop us from arguing about it, of course. This is the internet.
There's nothing that whisks me away more to lands of myth and legend than a 30-minute conversation about where exactly these 5 guards are. That does it for me.
Oh, yes, of course. And I, too, am immersed in a realm of fantasy, majesty, and wonder when my Dungeon Master unrolls a piece of dry erase plastic. God damn!
Brennan Lee Mulligan and Ross Bryant are playing a part here. They openly...
Oh, wait. The first guy was doing the point against Theater of the Mind. I thought he was like a point against Mini, because that's what happened when you play with Mini, right? Like that's like the Mini got knocked down. Oh, was he here or was he there? Was it in that square or that square? Oh wait, how many squares is it away? And then people like lean down over the battle map and they count the square, and then like the turns take 30 minutes because everybody wants to be a perfect tactician, and like now the position of everyone is crucial. And then like there's a player at the end of the table that cannot reach the Mini. So now you ask, oh, can you move this Mini for me? Like, oh no, move it close by the door. No, on the other door. No, yeah, but on the other side of the door. No, not across the door. Just on the right there. Well, not my right. And it's like that's what happened with Minis. It's not all smooth sailing. The question happened in the other case. The solution is a third position, yes, but yeah. Wait, is the ogre on this 4 square or those 4 square? Exactly. That's, you know, the Mini don't solve that at all. The Mini doesn't
admit that they're exaggerating and that both styles are valid. But I do think that this caricature...
Both style are valid. We're not going to take a position on anything. We're not gonna commit to anything. We're gonna sit on the fence and stay there because we try to have the big audience and we don't want to make anybody mad. Napoleon, like he played with minis. He was first. That was wargaming, not role playing, and it was a very different goal than what we're trying to do. You don't want to imagine. You want to know what is, right? When you do the battle map and stuff like that.
Does a pretty good job representing each argument. That is, if the people arguing had recently eaten a full set of SAT vocab flashcards.
Your materialistic, cynical, realpolitik Dungeons and Dragons.
People who prefer maps and minis like the efficiency of everyone in the party having an easy, immediate understanding of the scene. When you need to take your movement or see who's caught in an area of effect, there's no guesswork. Meanwhile, those who prefer
they like the efficiency, then why does it take so fucking long?
theater of the mind enjoy the drama and the romance of imagining something far more immersive and detailed than a battle map could ever capture. I have chosen my side, of course, but I'm not playing at your table, so my preferences shouldn't concern you. What should concern you is this. I spent a long time tolerating a style of play that really wasn't working for me because I didn't want to rock the boat. If any of your players are like me, then it might be worth asking, is the playstyle you're using actually right for your table, or is it just the norm and nobody wants to challenge it? Today, we're going to talk pros, cons, and compromises. Grab your top hat and tails because we're starting off with a trip to the theater. Oh, how embarrassing. I forgot my top hat and tails. Whew, crisis averted. Anyway, the first big win for Theater of the Mind, it's completely free. You don't need a dry erase grid, 3D printed mini.
If you have something like a costume or some shit like that on the bingo card, you can check it out now.
Miniatures or thousands of dollars worth of Dwarven Forged terrain. All you need is your imagination and an arsenal of dramatic phrases like toothy maw and oozing black ichor. And no, you can't use that as a band name. I'm using that.
You don't need to have like those little. That's not the point of Theater of the Mind. It's not the point of Theater of the Mind. It's not like to show your vocabulary and just try to paint a picture with your world. Like the point of Theater of the Mind is so people can stay in the mindset of the character and see the world through the eyes of the character instead of being from up eyes a tactician.
That was a band name. Dungeon Masters don't have to spend hours drawing trees or combing through hundreds of digital maps to find the one that perfectly aligns with your vision. You just describe the scene, lean back, and let the players figure out how to ruin your perfect...
Also, like if you spend like countless hours looking for the perfect map, for the battle map, for the encounter that you plan, there's going to be rail leading there. There is going to be fucking rail leading there.
planned ambush. It's budget friendly, no prep, and probably a huge relief if you're tired of hauling a suitcase of terrain and minis to every game night. The suitcase should be reserved for dice, obviously. Plus, without a physical map to hem them in, players are free to imagine the scene with way more detail and drama than a battle map or terrain could realistically capture. Crumbling ruins.
She's correct on that. Without the printed map, you can fill in the detail yourself. And then you can fill in what makes sense in the world and interact with those elements in the world much easier. It's pronounced ichor with a short I. Ichor. Is that what you mean? It's pronounced ichor. I'm not an expert on pronunciation.
Ruins overgrown with creeping vines, flickering torchlight reflecting off of walls carved by ancient magic. When players are conjuring up the scene in their own imaginations, they might even come up with things that feel right for the space, but that you didn't explicitly describe, like a chandelier to swing from or a fallen statue to hide behind. Theater of the Mind also allows for more...
Wait there. They might even come up with things that you didn't explicitly describe, like a chandelier. There you go. She's getting into the co-creation thing there. Good on her. She just got it. Yeah, she might be the queen after all.
more flexibility. Without grids or minis, you can handwave little details like exact distances or positions to make combat flow faster. You don't have to worry about the disappointment of wasting an entire turn when you're just 5 feet shy of getting into range. And you don't need to spend 10 precious minutes calculating exactly where to center your fireball in order to hit the maximum number of goblins.
That's also another very good point. A very good point against the. It's also a very good point against like the grid combat, like the miniature combat. There you go. You can pronounce Miss Algeny. Yes. I've heard that name, that word often enough. But yeah, she's getting there, right? Like if you get at the grid, everybody's gonna be a perfect tactician. Look from the world up high and try to plan their spell exactly.
Your DM can just say, it hits 6 of them, roll damage, instead of dropping everything for a thrilling mini game of math and measurements. It also makes it easy to improvise when your party inevitably goes off the rails. If they pick a fight in a location that you didn't expect, there's no scrambling for a last-minute map or railroading them out of combat. You can just say, okay, roll initiative, and let chaos ensue as God intended. How was that?
It was very good, Jimmy, so far.
Pedigree.
I watched the oh man, 2 ads. Wanna copy the name?
Sound like I love Theater of the Mind? Great, I'll accept my Oscar for Best Actress now because I actually can't stand Theater of the Mind to the point where I won't play long-term.
What? She made such a good point for Theater of the Mind, and now like she says she cannot stand it. Now I'm feeling let down. What a twist. My heart shatter. She is not the queen after all.
Anymore at tables that rely on it. After the break, I'll explain why, but first, today's sponsor. Look at you, so focused! What are you working on? Another one of those kinky videos about your little dungeon? Edith, I told you, it's not
If you have a cringe skit on your bingo card, you can check it now.
like that, it's a game. Well, I hope you're winning. I'm just fixing up my NPC pages on World Anvil, the world building platform. They're this week's sponsor. They just upgraded their article editor, so it's easier than ever to format your article.
You can also check. Let me tell you about the sponsor. I'm gonna skip that shit.
Flag is firmly planted in Camp Theater of the Mind. Just give me a few minutes to lay out my case for maps and minis. We'll start with the biggest win. They make it easy for everyone to be on the same page.
Flame Zombie say my wife just said this bitch can rotate an apple in her head. I'm dying. Most likely the case.
No more stopping the game every 5 minutes to ask, wait, how far am I from the troll again? Or wait, how far are the trolls from each other? Or wait, why are there so many trolls? A map gives you a clear, shared visual of the battlefield, which means less time spent clarifying and more time spent stabbing. It also puts the players and the DM on even footing, so the game master isn't just making arbitrary calls about the layout. The fact is that Theater of the Mind requires placing a lot of trust in your DM. I'm not saying they're lying to you, but I've definitely been in games where if the DM wanted me to be in range, I magically was. And if they didn't, well, I might as well have been trying to land a spell from the moon. Sometimes it didn't feel like they were relaying information about the battlefield. It felt like they were just making it up as they went along, based on what was convenient for them. And here's the thing, I don't think this kind of dishonest gameplay is always intentional. Most DMs aren't out here cackling behind their screens, plotting ways to rob you of your big Thunderwave moment. But with
one thing to solve that, when you feel arbitrary where when the characters are in the game, PC and NPCs, is every time it's your turn, say where your character is, say what your character do, say what your character says, right? So now, like, if you always remind, like, oh, okay, I'm by those barrel, crouching behind them, I'm shooting my gun over it, and right now we know where you are, and then everybody can keep like, and obviously sometime the mindscape, but also if it's always the GM having the last say, right? You say like, oh, across the room there's this guy, and you say, okay, I run to that guy and I punch him in the face. I do a Superman punch in his face, and well, actually, like it's just like the room is like 35 feet long, so it's just like a little too far, right? Let the assumption of the player stand.
Without a visual aid, it's way too easy for their decisions about distances and positioning to be influenced by how they want the encounter to go. If Cone of Cold would wrap things up too quickly, suddenly only half the enemies are in range. And if the villain needs just one more turn to monologue, your movement speed is miraculously 5 feet short, no matter how much cardio you've been pretending your character does. That lack of clarity can undercut the tactical element of D&D, which, to be honest, is half the fun for a lot of players. Using a map creates enough structure to keep decisions grounded in reality, or at least grounded in a world where trolls don't mysteriously multiply every time you look away. There are also a lot of people who either struggle to picture the space in our heads or struggle to retain that
There you go. She's admitting it. I cannot picture an apple.
information over the course of a long combat. I have ADHD, so I'm not just forgetful, it's not for lack of trying, it's literally a neurological problem with my working memory. My Dungeon Master could have the most beautiful descriptions of the space. They could be Tolkien incarnate, and I would still have forgotten most of it by the time it gets to my turn. For people like me, maps are a lifeline. I don't have to hold all that information in my head where it'll inevitably leak out of my ears to make room for all the lyrics to Alice's Restaurant.
Is that a valid reason, having ADHD? I don't have ADHD. I don't think so. Anyway, I don't know how it works, to be honest. So I don't. I hear like so many people like say I have ADHD. Like yeah. My ear trumpet said I have ADHD. I'm a woman. Yeah, I hear like so many people now like claim I have ADHD and I cannot do this, I cannot do that. Oh, no, using it as an excuse that I'm being skeptical, right? Why shouldn't trolls mystery multiply when you look away? Great dilemma. They should multiply when you're looking, when you're staring at them. They multiply in front of you. If you get what I mean. I have ADHD and aphantasia too. Not an issue. Yeah, that's my point too, right? People use that as an excuse, but then you also like, and I assume they probably like level and stuff like that, but also like see people like that say they have those things, but they're doing good, they're doing right, they're doing well. So I don't know. But like I said, I don't have it, so I don't know how it works really. So yeah, there was another one I wanted to point out. Anyway, there you go. Dan say I have ADHD as well. Getting your tunnel, girl. Getting your tunnel, girl. You will see nothing but the room. Get in. I guess your tunnel, girl. Yeah. Get in. Oh yeah. Get in. Yeah. And I like the song Alice's Restaurant.
Sorry, it's Thanksgiving week. It's out of my hands. And listen, maybe your mind is so sharp you don't even have to carry a sword. Personally, can't relate. But when you find yourself in a fight with a dozen goblins, 3 direwolves, a caster throwing grease, and a cleric's spirit guardian swirling around, anyone is going to struggle to keep track. Maps also make it possible to fully use certain tactical features that
That's like, okay. That's a feature, not a bug. It's a scrum. It's a huge combat, which doesn't goblin, a caster, and stuff like that, and thing move, right? You're not supposed to keep track of everything. You have a guy trying to kill you right in front of you, few feet away from you, and you're fighting this guy. How much attention can you put to everything else? No. You focus to the guy on you, and I would even advocate for GM, the NPC that are not directly interacting with a PC, you don't have to narrate them. Just skip over them. Because none of the player character are paying attention to them. They do stuff. You can chip them down, like you adjust the hit point, make them fall. And at some point, if a PC kill the guy that's fighting, then he can take his turn, like, okay, I'm looking around for who's still standing, and then you can describe the battle scene at the stage now, because a PC is actually taking the time to reassess the situation. But yeah, there's a fog of war. It is a feature, not a bug. And that's something that the battle map takes away. Oh, do you have James say, like, I'm artistic and unfantasic theater of the mind is my preferred style? There you go. But you don't need to have like the perfect information. You wouldn't have it. Like, exactly. Combat as tactical game breaks immersion. 100%. And imagining is also a practice thing. Yeah, I think so. I think so. But I don't know if some people actually have like a limit to that. Yeah.
That are baked into the game. Attacks of opportunity, optional flanking rules, and tons of specific character abilities.
Are you behind Jackamab Wiseman? I see like your comments, and sometimes I don't put them on screen because like they always feel like not related to what we're talking now. Like I feel like you maybe you're a few minutes behind, right? Maybe like about like 20 minutes, half an hour behind. Whoops, I skipped scroll down.
Rely on understanding exactly where everyone is on the battlefield. It sucks to be determining whether or not you get sneak attack by way of Marco Polo. If you don't know how close your rogue is to an ally or who's in range of the paladin's aura, those features either get ignored or turned into guesswork. And let's face it, guesswork just isn't satisfying when your character is built around abilities that call for precision. Now, whenever this conversation comes up, there will be longtime D&D players claiming that back in their day, they didn't use these newfangled miniature figurines. Just the
I'd say that it's more dice roll, number call, and rule slinging that breaks immersion. I would agree with, especially with the last part, like rule splaining. Yeah, okay, that's the word you're trying to. Yeah, I would agree with that. Dice roll, I find it don't. If you have a good system and they're not too hard to make, right? Like some system, like you make a dice roll and you have to spend like 30 seconds looking at the dice, staring at them, trying to understand what they mean. But if you have a good system, it's small enough that it doesn't break immersion. But the rules planning, yes. But the tactical stuff is like, yes, because you're not seeing in the mindset of your character. You're not seeing through the eyes of your character if you're looking from up high. That's what I'm saying when it's break immersion, right? You got information too that your character wouldn't have. You're not seeing the world through the eyes of the character. Yes, I say it again simply. I lack a trust between the player and the GM. Yeah, the battle map is required. That's a good point, actually. Yes, that's a good point. If you're in a low trust game, maybe you feel like the GM is always out to get you, or give you plot armor, which is also unsatisfying, then maybe the battle map is required then. But that's like you're addressing the symptom, not the cause of the problem, not the root cause of the problem, right? Because player and GM, yeah. I think it's a good point though. So when you have like an aura, paladin's bravery or aura, for example, you can just give quick shorten. I'm sticking close to to stay in his aura. Exactly, there's a way to do it. Like it's like the problem she's pointing out. Some of them are not problem at all, but they're actually good thing that you want, and some of them are so simple to solve in other ways than having to go to the battle map, the battle grid.
Power of imagination, and they had to hike to game night through 3 feet of snow uphill both ways. And sure, there have always been groups that play with nothing but paper and dice, but that certainly doesn't mean that minis are a modern invention. This is a 1979 printing of the Dungeon Master's Guide. I got it on eBay. It smells like somebody's basement. There is a whole section in here about using miniature figures. It says they add color to play and make refereeing far easier, and also that players are more readily able to visualize their array and plan actions. After all, D&D grew out of miniature war games, so grids and figures have always been part of its DNA. In AD&D, movement was provided in inches, not feet, specifically for tabletop play. And as the game evolved, the introduction of mechanics like attacks of opportunity, flanking, and feats like cleave made precise position.
Yeah, I guess when it comes to maps, it depends. Some games require certain skills and abilities dependent on precise range and movement. But I think like those games like that kind of require, I think like for me, like those are not great RPG. Like they're not great role-playing game, right? Because they lean too much on the board game side or on the war game side. So that would be my point on that, right?
Positioning even more important. So while your group might not have used miniatures, they've always been a part of the hobby. I'll bet you thought I was too young to know how you guys played back then, huh? Please. I know all about how you carved your dice out of mammoth tusks and etched your character sheets into stone tablets. I do my research. At the end of the day, there is no one-size-fits-all answer to the maps versus theater of the mind debate. That's why we're still arguing about it. But that doesn't mean that you can't communicate and compromise to make sure you're using a combat style that works for your specific table. Step 1.
Yeah, Jacobite is definitely behind because I don't think Jenny D looks like a Alec Baldwin doppelganger. But also, I'm not sure who Alec Baldwin is, to be honest. So.
Is figuring out your players' needs. Are there people like me whose ability to picture combat in their head ranks somewhere between goldfish memory and eternal loading screen? Or players whose character builds rely on positioning, like rogues or monks? Sometimes not everyone will agree. If you've got one player advocating for loose cinematic fights and another who gave up an ability score increase for a feat that only functions with a gridded map, the only real solution is compromise. Maybe you mix styles, theater of the mind for quick, simple skirmishes, and maps for big chaotic melees. Or maybe the DM agrees to provide a quick 30-second pencil sketch of the environment, so there's at least something to go on. That said, some disagreements might be beyond compromise. I get that some DMs are just more comfortable with theater of the mind, but for me, my dislike of it isn't just a preference, it's an accommodation. Maps and minis are necessary for me to fully participate in the game. So if a DM says, sorry, this is a theater of the mind table, I respect their decision, but I'll be respecting it from a different game table. This is why it's crucial to address this stuff in session 0. Will combat be loosey-goosey? Will distances be hand-waved? Or will we be busting out rulers and measuring the exact blast radius of a fireball like it's the world's deadliest geometry class? For some players, the answer to that question will be a deal breaker. And if maps and minis sound like an overwhelming time sink or a financial black hole, don't panic. I promise you don't need to go out and buy a 3D printer to make this work. Unless you're looking for an excuse to buy a 3D printer, in which case, yeah, you totally need one. For in-person games, you can get a dry erase grid for $20. If you want to spice it up, you can download 2D modular terrain packs for just a few dollars online, so you can print your own trees or buildings and scatter them around a hand-drawn map. For digital games, you can use free map-making software like Dungeon Scrawl, or just grab one of the thousands of free battle maps that people have shared online. Back rhinestones from the craft store, exact replica to participate in combat and use their characters' abilities effectively. Before you click away, one quick announcement. I'm running a Black Friday weekend sale in my shop starting Friday.
Yeah. All right, that's enough. She was so close. She was making the case for theater of the mind, and she was getting a lot of good talking point there. And then she made this pivot, and she plot twisted us, and I was so disappointed. So disappointed. I think it's going to be a short one today, guys. This marathon, I don't think we're going to beat last one. I don't think we're going to reach 7 hours. I'm getting a bit tired. At some point, I'll need to piss, change my diaper. And I'm getting tired and annoyed. There's like too much bad thing. Too much bad video. The GM say you're out of range, that's not end waving. That's just, yeah, exactly. That's just educating. Yeah. All right. Those marathons wouldn't be complete without going to see what.
Pourquoi ça nous prend du taille de chez nous au Québec?
Without MysticArts DM, as to say. Oh, I didn't copy the link, so I just like went back to where I was. There you go. We're gonna go listen to MysticArts DM. Interesting topic. D&D has 12 combat objective actually. Oh, you want to come? Yeah, you're welcome to come, Tyler. Yeah, come on in. But that maybe give me the actually at least gonna give me like a chance to go have a piss. Are you ready now? I'll wait before starting the video. Oh, there you go. Thank you very much for the $2. My ear trumpet has been struck by lightning to help Mr. Max get over his disillusionment. Yes. Yeah. I'll put that on a next bottle of wine or something. Yeah, MysticArts DM is I need to put the link in the comment as well. Also, nah, that's not the right thing. Don't no. Don't follow that. That's not what I wanted to copy in the chat. Ah, fuck! It's one stream on Twitch now. Ah, man, yeah, I'm getting clumsy now. Because also, like, if Tyler is gonna come now, I'm gonna wait until like there he is, so we can talk about his impression of the video so far.
Ah, there I am.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing pretty good. Man, these have been we was hanging out with my wife, and we stopped what we were doing to we had you on in the background, and some of these were just like, we had to stop and alt tab and go, what the fuck are they talking about?
Man, some of them were rough, right? Just like, and some of them like, it's like, man, it's just like it's no substance. Like driving me mad.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm losing my mind, right? I feel like I'm just,
you know, and you're not alone. I was here like they're talking in circles, right? Because I was like kind of listening in the background, and I was like, maybe I missed something, and then I'd have to alt tab and go like, okay, I'm gonna pay attention for the next minute, and surely I'll get what's going. And I'm like, okay, no, this is still just. It read like a lot of 4,000 level college papers read, where it's like, oh, you're saying all the smart words, but
I want just share. I want you to share your thought for a little while, and I'm gonna take this time to go to the bathroom real quick, okay?
Yeah.
So you're in charge. Like,
no problem.
Share your thought of like the video you listened to and what you saw so far.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
No problem. So, the main issue, and apologies for any terrible voice cracks, I'm still getting over the tail end of the flu here. The main issue that I've seen with across all of these videos is either the false dichotomy, either we have the one issue where there's like no dichotomy, there's just no discussion happening really at all. It's a lot of empty platitudes. Or we have this false dichotomy. It has to be this way or it has to be that way. I'm commiserate with run riot everyone in chat. Don't post porn links or something, but the idea that something has to be one bad way or it has to be the other bad way. Nobody's coming up with new solutions to things. That's... And I'm trying to think of like a specific thing. I think I mentioned it, in a few places earlier, where it's like, you don't have to totally abandon the idea of, oh, you have like a cone-shaped spell or a sphere or a line spell, the interesting sort of tactical decisions. That's good, Daryl. Probably for the best. You don't have to totally forgo these tactical decisions because of theater of the mind, right? You just make them doing the same thing that you would have tried to do on the tabletop, right? Likewise, it's like, oh, my players aren't doing the thing, and, we don't have any overarching, big campaign goals or even big session goals. It's like, okay, well, you don't need to railroad to make that happen, and you also don't need to be play mental gymnastics to go, oh, it's actually not railroading, it's this other thing I just made up, which is legally distinct railroading. Yeah, it's
railroading with extra step.
Yeah, you don't need to do that either, right? You can do a third thing where players have goals, and then if your players' characters have goals, maybe they won't have 50-page backstories because that's the only way they feel like they can actually meaningfully interact with the world. It's like, well, when I'm playing in the session, we have to listen to all the GM's cool stuff. So all of my cool stuff has to be before the game is even started. We have to get
reloaded.
Yeah.
If I want to get a chance to tell a story with that character,
I
have to do it before the GM tells a story with this
right,
character.
Exactly. Right. And it, part of the reason my wife was watching with us is because she's preparing to run her first game, and
which is good on her.
Yeah. And she was looking at so much of this stuff, and she was like, "Am I crazy, or does this seem like terrible advice?" And I'm like, "No, you're not. That's a good sign. Don't feel imposter syndrome yet, because that's lots of this." And she's like, "Man, I need to. I feel like I need to prepare so much." And I'm like, No, because the more you prepare, the more it will feel like a failure the first time you run. Because the first time you run is probably going to suck in a lot of ways. And that's true of anything, right? Any new hobby. So just like I wouldn't recommend, oh, I want to get into martial arts for the first time. I'm going to buy $200 gloves and, a really nice heavy bat and, buy the most expensive gym subscription I have. And then it turns out you don't really like it. Ouch. That hurts. So use the loaner gear. Don't spend that much time preparing on things. Don't spend that much money on preparing on things. Just throw your hat in the ring and then see if maybe you want to do more prep in the future. What game is she playing? She's planning on doing it in Pathfinder First Edition because that's what she's most familiar with, which I think is probably a good idea.
Yeah, I think so too. But no, and it's good on her because it's like just do it. It's not like it's not the end of the world if it's not great, right? Just like you'll do it again next time and you'll do better, right? Like I always say, right? It's like
with anything. It's this hobby almost exclusively where there's not the expectation that you get better as you do the things, especially for players. Like there's this weird expectation that your players won't suddenly get better at having good character goals and directing the game themselves. No, they're always just going to be this blob, this cat that you have to herd and wrangle for 50 years. You're having to drag these players onto and it's like, well, one of these things, you could tackle this at face value and say, you're trying to use formulas. So many of these videos, that like 3 of them, they're trying to use formulas to derive a session or a campaign. People aren't stupid. They're gonna know when the formula, even if they don't put it in those words, they're gonna go, I've seen this before. I'm getting bored. This is why your players are getting bored. Not just because it's being railroaded, though that's the big issue.
It's also like, but I think the big team today is that it's like the GM run campaign, right? It's like the GM run game.
Yeah.
It's the GM running the game. You're just there, like is in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
And you're just there to tag along, and you can point at some stuff to the window.
Yeah, you can maybe say, "Oh,
that why don't take a ride there?"
Yeah, we should stop there, and
and maybe you will, but then at some point, like, well, it's time to get back on. We have somewhere to go, right? And it's like, can we take a ride there?
Yeah.
Now he's thinking, we can make a little detour.
Yeah.
But we're gonna get back to where we're heading. All right, that's the big theme for today. Hello, Duck.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Instead of railroading, these guys are taking you on car rides, so it's slightly different. It's like, you're not necessarily on rails, but you also aren't in control of the vehicle.
No, you're in the passenger seat, right? But I think that's the big thing, and having like player with no agency, no drive on their own, right? So the GM has to feel like they have. That's something that came up back so often.
Mm-hmm.
The GM that feel like I need to give a motivation to my player. I need to give them a drive. I need to give them urgency. I need to give them something to.
Well, and
why about like just trusting them and telling them like your character should have motivation?
You know what I never noticed also is that several of these people talk about players dragging things off the rails and making things like nonsensical. They never think about why they're doing that. It's like, well,
because they're bored.
I want to go off the rails because this is the 5th session where we have to find the MacGuffin, and I know the MacGuffin's pink instead of purple last time, and the villain's a sorceress instead of a fighter than last time, but it's the same. It's the same thing. It's like, oh gee, I wonder why, and there's other reasons for this, but I wonder why Ubisoft's stocks are falling. Maybe it's because they made the 97th Assassin's Creed game, and they're all the same, and people are getting bored of them.
Not only all the Assassin's Creed are the same. When they do a Far Cry game, they make it the same. And when they do a Ghost Recon game, they make it the same. And when they make a Watch Dogs game, they make it the same. Then the Assassin's Creed game, right? They all like the.
Right,
Yeah,
and they have these give hints as to what the twist will be. That to me is just the yellow lines they're painting on all the stuff that we need to make it clear that you can climb that. It's got a yellow line on it, so be sure you can there you go, you can go climb that thing. Just
like you talk about video game, right? And I hate modern video game.
Yeah.
because like they're game that you have to play while you watch something else on your second monitor.
My 13-year-old
because they're
brother,
so unengaging, right?
My 13-year-old brother-in-law, I was talking to him about what his favorite games were, and he says it's probably between Halo 1, Halo 3, and Dark Souls 1, and I'm like,
yeah,
those games all came out before you were born. He goes,
close
yeah,
enough.
games suck now. And I'm like, holy crap, 13-year-olds get this. Jeez.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not just... it's not just
and that's like, you see that in like in RPG as well, like when like players stack dice or look on their phone at memes or like they'd have side conversation, right? Your games suck.
Yeah.
They're not engaged.
Or when they're trying to break the game, air quotes, break the game, and it's like, well, yeah, that's because when you're in a bad game, when you're in Skyrim, what's the fun thing to do in Skyrim? Because it's so shallow, jump into the corner and put buckets on NPCs' heads, and that's where the fun
goofy
comes.
Exactly, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right, but there's a lot of parallel to be drawn there, but like people don't get it. People think it's just like, oh, the way that should be. That chair needs some oil or something.
Yeah.
Or you need to lose some weight. No, I'm kidding.
I have put on 15 pounds in the past year,
There you go. You're carrying it well.
Yeah.
All right. D&D has 12 combat objective, actually. So I guess, just from the title, I haven't watched that. I guess that's, again, going to be like an alternative combat goal, right? And we had like one of those videos in the last marathon. And I think we already had one in this marathon. So I guess that was kind of like the topic of the month, right? In the last kind of month, like part of March, part of April, or in March, I guess, or whatever, when time
Whatever
is.
month it is, yeah.
Yeah. But I guess it was a kind of topic that everybody was talking about, like having those like alternative combat objective or whatever. So we'll see. We'll see if my assumption there are right. And again, that's also something that stemmed from like it's not the GM deciding the objective of the combat, or if it's a combat or not. Actually, right?
Right.
That's always like that's what I was saying before.
And,
Let's see
why
what.
Is it 12? Aren't they? Don't we have
I'm
infinite?
probably gonna list them.
We're limited by our imagination, but my imagination's limits 12. I've only got a 16-bit processor. Those other 4 bits are dedicated to.
Well, look at there, like just the other video. D&D has 8 type of combat. Actually, it's very specific on the number. Like there's 12 objective, but there's 8 type.
It's like it's taking forever. It's probably because somewhere along the way it turned into a slog. So after killing the scariest monster on the map, the players all just stand around hitting the bad guys until it's all over, and that part drags on forever. It's because your fights all have the same objective. And when that happens, you're destined to end up running slogfests. But if you shuffle in fights with different objectives, then you've introduced a second level of tension. Beneath the surface level appeal of hit points versus hit points, there's the tension of, yes, but will we actually succeed in our...
Like, it really feel like we've watched that video already today. By somebody else, but the same exact topic. It's like, that's the state of the D&D advice.
Yeah, there's a level of me that asks, like, if you got these guys on a stream, because none of these people ever do streams, so you can never get their candid opinion on things. Is it all just algorithm chasing? Is that like, how much of this do they actually believe? Like, if you got them in if you got them to talk about it candidly,
that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting also because like when you look at them running their game, I never see a game by MysticArts. Like, I think his name is Daddy, but I've been accused of making fun of his name last time. Like, I'm sorry if I just get it wrong. Like, he's like kind of some kind of Scandinavian guy. So I don't know what his actual name is. He's probably gonna say it soon, but Daddy, maybe, I don't know if I'm mispronouncing his name. It's not out of like trying to make fun of him. But yeah, you watch their actual play, and I've never seen one from him specifically. But oftentimes, like, people are giving the gym advice, and all the advice that they give, you don't see when they play at all.
Hmm?
So why is I won the salmonella?
Because nobody's raw these days.
Oh, okay, I got it. Nobody's raw is
Our mission. So let me run you through our list of combat objectives, and you'll be able to chuck them on top of your next D&D encounter to guarantee it's a good time for everyone. And together, we will end the slog. Welcome to Mystic.
Challenge accepted. A guarantee right out the gate.
Guaranteed.
Bold statement.
Like the G word.
Yeah.
If you skip the RPG stuff and sing some Barry White song, totally subscribe to this channel. Yeah.
MysticArts, where I reinvent page 81 of the 2014 DMG and pretend like it's a brand new idea. My name is Dadi. I'm a professional writer and director, and I've been...
His name is Dadi.
There you go.
Like, yeah. It's a funny name for us, but
well, it's like Tyler.
Right?
Tyler it's a terrible name because the French can't pronounce it, the Japanese can't pronounce it. It's
Can I not pronounce it?
You pronounce it pretty well, but if I go to France, it's always Tyler. There's always an EU added to the end of it, and the R is never enunciated. It's a rhotic R. It's
yeah. Well, my name is Boivin, so good luck with that.
Yeah.
DMing for 10 years. The party's forward progress through the story or the dungeon is halted by a random encounter. We roll initiative. If the random encounter is a small team of goblins, it's a skirmish. If it's a huge swarm of monsters, it's a horde of bad guys. And if the party was unaware, it's an ambush. Those combat types can all exist in that random encounter. Maybe the boss showed up in the middle of the dungeon, and now we're fighting a boss fight.
Ads again. Formally invited to your first smooth Earth Dark. I'm not gonna read that. You can say something.
Sorry, I was saying that's. I like. That does bring up a problem of the boss when you have such a thing in these places. That is just sort of sitting in a room and waiting for the players to show up for some reason.
That's how he's enacting his big plan. He's waiting, sitting in a room.
Yeah, sure, but
he's plotting to take over the world by sitting in a room at the end of the dungeon.
Yeah, I think that's why the cult rituals are overused so much, because it's like, well, it's a convenient device to get somebody to stick in place for a given period of time.
What do you think is one of his 12 combat objective is going to be, like something like stop the cult before the ritual is complete?
Oh, almost certainly. Which is like, it's not terrible.
So, okay.
It's just very.
You want to guess? You want to play like guessing some of those 12 objective?
Yeah. So we'll have
kill everyone is going to be one, right? Kill everyone is going to be one.
Yeah. We'll have like rescue an NPC. We'll have stop something from getting stolen. We'll have like I'm imagining that you could get this video by going through a war game encounter types book, right? And just like ripping that page out of that book and putting it into any other book, right?
Yeah, probably. So like like rescuing an NPC, maybe capturing someone,
maybe
stopping the ritual. Retrieving an object, which is different than retrieving an NPC. Maybe like a high-level target that you want to target, that you want to get.
Yeah, you
don't have to kill everybody, but you have to kill like one specific individual.
Yeah.
We'll see. Let's
flee, maybe.
Flee, maybe. Yeah. Just survive.
Yeah.
Survive a certain amount of time before the cavalry arrive.
Yeah.
That's gonna be one.
All of those scenarios have the same objective. It's a death match. The fight is over only once one side is dead. I love death matches, and I think you can run entire campaigns with nothing but death matches, especially if you mix up your combat types. They're never inappropriate.
I hate death match. I think it should never be almost a death match. Like it should be very rare. People would run away. Right? At some point, people would surrender. People would.
you're not thinking as a character that, and maybe you have a rare example of a character that there are people like that in real life that are but it's rare, right? It's not,
it's rare,
as he mentions, every combat for a campaign. Like that's it's absurd.
And like in fantasy you would have like the undeads or the unthinking monsters,
sure.
like like the golem, right? That's so you gotta have more than match there, right? That's justified. But like for intelligent sapient creature, or even like just sentient creature, not even if they're not like really sapient, they're usually want to survive.
Right.
They're reliable and they're good fun. And for those same reasons, they're very popular and they're probably overused. I think I'd be a better DM if I ran more mixed objectives because they lend themselves to the situation where the players go, oh, great, we've killed the enemy.
And also like doing the B-roll with the miniature have been something that we've seen a lot today as well. I guess that's a new meta. You have to give like something to look at. No, in the video, I don't know.
Tank. Now we just have to sit here for the next 30 minutes, slowly reducing the hit points of all the creatures on the field so we can finally stop playing this endless combat encounter. Think about it like this. Whenever I'm watching a film and the fight scene starts and I find my eyes glazing over, it's usually because the combat, the fight scene, isn't about anything. The good guys will continue to punch the bad guys like...
I would agree with that. Like, I hate that so much in so many modern movies. Oh, it's just a fight scene now.
Yeah, there is a point to which this is... I'm gonna stop avoiding saying it because I've been avoiding saying, please play a game that's not Dungeons and Dragons for the love of God, because the hit point bloat.
Yes,
it's a problem. You're trying to do everything around solving the hit point bloat, which is a unique problem with 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. You could even just play a different version of 5th edition. Second point, combat always happens for no reason. Well, all of your rules are for combat. They gutted the skill system, so yeah, combat's gonna happen. That's what the book's telling you to do, so I guess we throw a combat encounter out there, right? Because what happens when you have D&D without combat? You have a Seattle fantasy barista session because nobody has any skills. The skills
let's go
well, and
pie baking contest.
Right, and the one character that has skills has all of the skills because they're the rogue, and nobody else gets to have any skill. It's like, play a different game, man.
Like the also like the hit point bloat, and like you're perfectly operational until you're at 0.
Yeah.
Like you have 1 hit point, you're as good as when you're 100%, right? Just that's also like really incentivize you to the death match.
Right,
that's
because
really
you can always scrape your way back from 1 hit point, you know?
Yeah.
And then even when you're at 0, you have 90 death saves, so maybe you'll...
Yeah, but like when you talk about movie, like, and you watch a movie and like, now this random fight scene that seemed to serve no purpose to bring the plot forward, and it's way too long. That's also like a representation of the hit point bloat, right? It takes like, if there's a point to the fight, I get it, right? Okay, there's a fight, he's getting damaged, stuff like that, we can move on. But now they want to make the fight like last 20 minutes because like spectacle, and you're just on a ride. You're just like, it's just a movie or roller coaster now. So you just sit there, shut your brain off, trying to, like, I often say like, don't tell me a story, right? That's like one of my motto when it comes to RPGs. But if I'm watching a movie, I kind of want you to tell me a story. That's what I signed up for, right?
Yeah, right, exactly.
Now movie don't want to do that. Right. Yeah, movie don't want to do that, but video game wants to tell you a story, and people like and GM want to tell you a story and stuff like that. I say, what the fuck is wrong with the world? Stay in your fucking lane, everybody. That's
lights out, and the bad guys will continue to stand up moments later and charge back at the heroes, and on it goes for as long as the movie thinks he can get away with it. And then at the end, the bad guy doesn't stand up, and we know that the fight can finally be over. So here's my question: how do you know the fight is over? You introduce new objectives. In video games, if you play loads of team shooters or hero shooters, there is almost always an objective. Killing bad guys helps with the objective, but doing the objective helps win the fight. Are you with me?
Oftentimes, also like in those games, you respawn right infinitely. Like sometimes like there's a time penalty for you to respawn, but like so you need to have another objective. You can't just kill everybody when everybody's responding.
Yeah. And there are
The fight is-
also oh sorry. I was going to say there are also games like War Thunder comes to mind where you can win by objective, but it's much more common to win by because the spawns are limited. It's much more common to win just by killing everyone. So
attrition.
Mileage may vary.
Over once you've won the fight. So you need to communicate what the objective is, and when it's achieved, the fight is won, and you can stop with endlessly whittling down hit points. No need to slog. The fight is over before all the bad guys are dead. Okay, you open the big double door at the end of the dungeon.
What Conway said, like I think it's like comparing a video game to RPGs, like comparing an old-timey wagon to a car. They both have wheels, but a car can actually go forward on itself. Game design, yeah, I agree with that.
Yep.
Like I think it's oftentimes like there's some comparison that can be drawn sometimes, but oftentimes they're flawed comparison.
Right, medium should be treated as their own thing, and this is not often the case. Things are becoming more homogenized. I don't think for good reason.
And it's because like also like people like don't understand the medium that they're engaging with. And they like you can take inspiration and stuff like that from other source or other medium, but you need to understand what makes your medium different and what are the strength and limit of your medium. And that's often when people fail.
Now you're in the final room, and the bad guys are in the process of ritually sacrificing the merchant's son to the screaming mass, or completing the ritual that will sink the eastern seaboard and raise property prices east of the San Andreas fault line.
Yes, Superman, double jeopardy.
Where is it? Anyway, you've got to stop the ritual. Really, this is the first kind of objective one thinks about. It's so simple, too.
Yes.
In 3 to 5 turns, the ritual
It's like literally the first one we thought about. Yeah.
completes, and the worst case scenario happens. So it's a race against the clock. Only there's a few problems, aren't there? For one, you can't actually summon the Screaming Mass on your 3rd level PCs. The Screaming Mass is like a CR25 bad guy. I mean, you can do that and kill them all, but don't. So the consequence.
Why not?
Why not what? Kill all the fight all the people?
They failed. So why wouldn't we kill them? Because if they fail combat, we kill them. So if they've already made 3 to 5 turns of failures, which in D&D 5th edition is 18 hours, then I feel like it's okay to kill the players, right? You've had 18 hours of gameplay up to that point. Okay, I'm being facetious. But, you've had the rest of the dungeon up until this point. Then you have the big final fight. They fail that big final fight. They're all dead. What exactly is the issue?
What about the plot armor?
You're right, I'm not thinking in the right
Consequences for
headspace.
failure can't be the BBEG shows up, but maybe the BBEG's best lieutenant can show up. It's still enough for the PCs to probably lose the fight, but not so bad that they can at least try or run away, or try to run away. Problem number 2 is that the players have to have a way to stop the ritual. If it automatically completes in 3 turns unless everyone is dead, your encounter is still a death match. It's just wearing a silly mustache. The objective has to.
Yeah, and also like it doesn't have to be like stop the ritual before 3 turns, or like you can disrupt it. And there you go. Maya Trumpet makes a very good point there for $2 Australian. They say like it's illegal to kill the players, and that's true in most
I'm marking that as
jurisdictions.
feel guilty to kill a PC on the bingo card. I'll put that in there.
All right, like you can kill the character, but don't kill the player.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But, you also run into the issue with the lieutenant thing he brings up is another. How often do we kill the lieutenants, generals, colonels, dogs, brothers, sisters, mother-in-law before what is the end goal so that we can have 15 sessions instead of 12 so that we can have 10 if this is sort of the what's the saying? The yardstick has become the goal instead of the measuring tool. You should be having 15 sessions because sessions 1 through 14 were so good that you want to have session 15. Not, well, I set out to have a campaign, so I need to have a campaign. It's all backwards in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like padding, right? Oftentimes it's just like it doesn't like you have to go through a step and like you fight the next guy. Like often like see like campaign. Feel like those TV shows that would have been very good if it had been like 4 seasons.
Right. Yeah.
But now it's 8.
Yeah.
A lot of campaigns suffer from that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's the matter. Maybe discerning how the ritual works requires someone taking the study action and succeeding a religion or arcana check. That's up to you. Maybe the boss monster, the main cultist, is concentrating on a spell.
Oh, okay.
So we've already got another problem, which is preset ways to solve a puzzle in a free
I was going there,
game.
absolutely.
And what this will lead to you feeling like, oh, I feel bad if I TPK them, because your players are spending these turns struggling to figure out what your solutions are to the problem, and they're trying to go, well, am I supposed to use this to do it? Am I supposed to... And then, and then...
You're back into guess what the GM thought of.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Not role playing anymore, and that's exactly what I was posing to exactly say that, right? It's like he said, like, oh, it's up to you what the players need to do, right? Why not let the player come up with idea and say, you know what?
Yeah.
Let's roll with that. It's a good idea. It's legit, right?
I always use this example because it's one of my favorite scenes from the Conan movie. But did Conan figure out exactly how the, everything was working, how the, no, he said enough talk and threw the dagger at one of the guards, and then we moved on with our lives.
Yeah. Yeah. And just like plenty of example like that. Again, it's like from the GM, it's top down. It's very top down gaming, right? From the GM, like flow the source, and then the player can try to climb it up back up and go on the font or whatever I'm saying.
And disrupting the concentration would end the ritual or delay it by a few rounds. Maybe there's runes, vases, crystals, or other ritual materials scattered around the ritual chamber. Each piece has AC 10 and 10 hit points. Once all are destroyed, the ritual is halted. I've run a dozen variations of this kind of encounter, but the most recent...
Sorry, that was a...
go
ahead. My expression was a violent reaction to forgetting that 5th edition doesn't have hardness. I was like, 10? It's as hard to hit this vase. This vase is like dodging back and forth. No, it's... Hardness is part of the abstraction. I can live with that. Okay.
Yeah, it's like too much stuff wrapped into the abstraction.
Yeah.
Captain Conaway said, taking the study action. Why are you talking like a computer? Just say the character that studies the ritual. Those people are ritual robot. Yes, I agree. I agree with you on that. Like that's like saying that like, oh, I think the player needs to take the study action. You cannot just say like, well, I'm studying the ritual. I'm going to the table. I'm observing, right? Being kind of like describing what your character does, but you didn't see the magic word. You have to say that you're taking the study action.
Right. I can't just, the syntax is very verbose and very specific. You can't just say, oh, I try to sneak to his back to flank him. It's like, or
you need to do a sneak attack.
I don't know what you're trying to do here. It's impossible for me to figure it out unless.
Yeah. Like, and I'm not saying I never saw one of his live play, right? Or if he has any.
But...
So I'm not saying he's doing that, but like when he's saying that, like, oh, they have to take the study action. It does sound very, very mechanical. You have to press that button. No, just press the button. Don't press near the button. He's gonna do nothing. You have to press the button.
One was against a necromancer summoning a bone claw. The ritual couldn't be stopped, but destroying the runes nerfed the hell out of the bone claw. As the DM, you can decide the consequences of failure and the prize of victory. Just be sure to communicate that to the PCs so they can make informed decisions. Remember that without informed...
Go ahead.
when I decide to go do a martial arts class, I can make some guesses. I can make some informed guesses as to what will happen. I can assume that injury might happen, but I don't know the outcome before it happens. I only have some, expectations, maybe. My expectation could be totally shattered by having like a dojo storm happen. Maybe a bunch of Kali guys or Kendo guys show up and are gonna try to prove that Hema isn't shit, and they're gonna challenge. Oh wow, I didn't expect that. I'm, I guess, mildly informed that that's a thing that could happen, but it's when you try to inform of all the possible outcomes, that's how you get Mother May I. That's how you get the 20 questions. Well, if I do that, would this happen? Well, okay, if that happens, then I don't want to do that. And that's why your 3 rounds of combat takes 4 hours. So that's what That's
Yeah, and it's like what you're saying there, like knowing the expectation. That's how we live our life. We have no choice, right? Because we cannot test drive or turn in real life, right?
right.
We do stuff and we have expectation and assumption of what's gonna happen. But we're not always certain, right? And we're not always certain. Sometimes we fail, especially when we try something dangerous, something risky, something we've never done before, right? Or something goofy, right? I'm trying, like you try to do a skateboard trick, right? You can have some expectation of what's happening, and then like, oh, your will break, and now something goes awry, right? But we make decisions like that. But when it comes to gaming, it's like people cannot do it anymore somehow.
Yeah.
People need to know exactly what's gonna happen. If they do this, if they do that, if their dice roll succeed or if it fails. So just do stuff, right?
Yeah. It's in card games, we would always say reading the card explains the card, right? Because you would have these players in games that would, if you're playing like a combo deck, you play one card and they have to know what piece of the combo that is before, and it's like, look, it's like, why are you playing that? What's that do? How's that interact with this? And it's like, dude, it's not even a combo deck. It's just, this card is just its own standalone thing. But it's.
We were talking about like a critical role earlier.
Yeah.
And what is the most associated phrase with Matt Mercer?
Oh, how do you want to do this? Yeah.
Or you can certainly try.
You can certainly try. Either one of those two, right?
Yeah, one of those two. It's true, right? Like I forgot how do you want to do this, but like what I was thinking about is like, which is very true. But the one I was thinking about is like, you can certainly try. Why does that become such a common phrase that he has to say?
Exactly.
Because his players are always asking, "Oh, can I do this? Can I do that?" And him saying, "You can certainly try."
Yeah.
Like at some point, like just like tell your player once and for all, stop asking me if you can do something. Just tell me what you do, what you're trying to do.
Right. It's frustrating because I think he's like close to getting it. Like you're so close to the just try to do the thing, but just cut out the middleman. The middleman being the statement, right?
Yes, and like once you say the statement so much that it became kind of a catchphrase.
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
You kind of have to say it at that point because doing a show and people expect it.
Right.
But like if you're like in normal situation and he's good at that, at least that's his usual answer. When people say, "Can I try to do this?" and I say, "Well, can I do this?" and they say, "Well, you can certainly try," right? That's his default answer. But at some point, which means yes, you can try to do whatever you want. But at some point, the player should have understood as well. And stop asking, "Can I do this?" Because Matt Mercer is going to reply to you, "You can try."
Right.
So just fucking try it.
What was it Shauner said? For 20, 30 years, GMs have said yes to every question.
Yes.
So why are we asking the question still?
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, so people just just act. Just take an action. Now I'm sounding robotic, but what? Because when I say act, I mean that's what I mean. I mean taking action.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean acting, being an actor, which is unfortunate in English. You don't have a different word for that. But...
Right? Yeah, actor as a one who does a thing, and actor as in
an actor. Exactly.
Yeah.
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 Choice. There's no gameplay. You don't need to make this overly difficult to solve either. The challenge comes from the fact that you're being attacked by the monsters while this is happening. You're an initiative too, so spending your action on halting the ritual feels right when it's all happening in 6 seconds. And you might think it'll feel bad to spend a whole action on stopping the ritual.
That I like also. Like I like that I can say when you play a game like that and you're in initiative and you have round and like turn and stuff like that.
Mhm.
It's good when there's something else to do
Mhm.
than just attacking.
Yeah.
Something else to take care of, right? Oh, there's a fire, or like, oh, we're gonna hold those guy back and go pick the door while we do that, right? And
and then you end up not playing what we would call in it's one of my favorite terms in HEMA, whack fuck, which is where you just have two guys standing and they're not using any footwork, they're just going whack, 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 whack. You know, maybe you actually have something else to do.
yeah, try to position yourself in a more advantageous, like if you have like some game also that support that, or GM that consider that. Yeah.
But I find that a lot of the time, players who are anxious about not being particularly useful during their next turn are relieved to focus on a concrete and achievable objective instead. So, what if the BBG's lieutenant was summoned, and the ritual completes, and the screaming white draws his blade of starlight, and your players are desperate to get the hell out of there? Well, you need to make a daring escape. In order to create a daring escape, you must first designate a point where the players know they'll be safe. That way, the goal, the informed goal, becomes go there. You say you can see the way you came from is blocked by cultists charging into the ritual chamber. And you see the screaming white is summoning his legion of madness. And then you turn...
Okay. Like I often say, like when every time they talk about those alternative combat objective, I also say yes, but it's not the GM to decide what the objective is.
Mm-hmm.
It's the player for the character. It's the character that decide what the objective is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when somebody make a video like that, is that GM advice or is that player advice, or is it both? Is there a difference?
Yeah, it reads a lot, and maybe the comparison to video games was apt here, because this reads a lot like the opening to Skyrim, where you go to one section and then the roof caves in, and now you actually, you know, it looks like there's a branching path, but the moment you get to it, one of the paths gets
Oh, you made the wrong choice. Turn around and do the right choice.
So you actually can't go there. So okay, that's fine. I'll just go over here and do this thing. And then...
Somebody earlier was talking about like the comparison with the video game being like, I think it's useful because a lot of players nowadays have experience with video game before with RPG, and they bring bad habits from there, right? And they miss out on the potential of this hobby.
Yeah,
which is different.
I have I've had a lot of experiences with bad players that get the I just do what my character would do. Oh, all right, cool, and they play it very freeform. And then they get irritated that there are consequences for their character's actions, and it's like, well, yeah, I'm not bound by Skyrim's bad guard AI. I am going to interact as if these were competent characters sometimes, and sometimes you'll get caught for doing a crime, or maybe sometimes people just won't want to interact with you, you know.
And you cannot reload. You cannot do like saves coming.
Yeah, there's no saves coming here.
But it's like, so the comparison is good also for the contrast, right? Like saying like,
it's true.
Sometimes it's like, well, this is a bit like movie, but it's not like movie for that reason, right? Or it's not like a video game for those reasons. So I think it's useful for that, for talking about stuff that people can understand, because they don't understand role play.
It's true. Well, and you know, for
the highest passive perception.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, for years, role-playing games, even in video games, have just become, well, it's when an action game has numbers and stuff.
Yes,
and
I hate it.
And look at how shallow 5e's combat has become. The game's almost all combat, but what are all of the spells? Well, this one's blue, and it does electricity, and it does XD6 damage. Yep. And this one's red, and it does fire, and it does XD6 damage. And this one, it's like, okay, well, so I can either kill the guy with the sword, I can kill the guy with blue lightning, I can kill the guy with red lightning, or I can kill the guy with an arrow. But there's not. That's pretty much it.
You see, like the video game I found got the closest to being an actual role playing game is Mountain Blade Warband.
Yeah, it's very freeform. It's
very freeform. You don't have an objective. You make your own story, right?
Mhm.
You're like there's kind of like what you're supposed to do in the game, but you can just ignore it. You can just
stuff's happening in the world, but
Yeah.
you can choose to just let it happen.
Yeah, you have relationship to develop with the different lord and shit like that, but when you do like role playing game nowadays, like you said, it's just like number mechanics, and it's just
Yeah.
like a Dwarf Fortress maybe. Like
Yeah,
I couldn't get into it because I'm not autistic enough. apparently.
You took the words out of my mouth. I am, luckily. Maybe I should play that on stream someday.
Yeah, I've tried. It seemed interesting, but it's like, oh my, there's so much that's fucking happening. Just like, it's a lot. Like, and I also don't have the time commitment to learn it. Really, it's
Yeah.
a bit too. It's not very accessible. But anyway,
No, it's not at all.
yeah. But like, and people think also like a role playing game, like it's like the number mechanics, and it's like it's telling you a story. That's what makes a role playing game. Maybe you're gonna have like some choice, right? It's like, well, that's not what a
Well, I
role
mean,
playing
look
game is.
even worse than Skyrim, the Cyberpunk 2077. You don't even get to really choose what character you're playing. It's like you get to choose like the body style, but you're playing the same character no matter what, right? You have 2 or 3 dialogue options here and there, and yeah.
And you don't also like sometimes like you're gonna put yourself like, oh, I want to do like a good guy run, a bad guy run, but oftentimes those are not a really option either, right? It's like because of like I often say like role playing is thinking in character, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know why. Like when I play Warband, I say, oh, this guy is gonna be super noble, and he's not gonna attack the village, and he's always gonna try to fight fair fight, and he's not gonna let people go when they fight well, right? I make those decisions like for my character that I'm playing because that's the run I'm doing now. But you don't get that and the game does recognize that and reward that, and there's mechanics for that in the game. But like in most games, it doesn't work like that. Anyway, enough with the comparison of the video game. Let's listening to where did what 2 or 3 now? I guess 3. Objective 3. Daring escape.
And say you can see there's a small crack in the wall just behind the white. It's a secret door, and through it, sunlight. When they open,
you see there's a secret door. Like I'm telling you what you have to do. Like I'm shining a flashlight right here. Go get it. You see the red dot? Go get the red dot.
Let me play one of his players. DM, at the end of the cultist lair, there's a door that just leads outside? Wait, so this isn't very deep underground, but we passed like 15 layers of silt and...
Just follow the shining light. Just follow just don't you see there's yellow paint? That's what it is.
the secret door, the White and his legion flinch at the sunlight, but brave it to charge after you while they're not in direct sunlight. You make it obvious.
Like just now that the guy came out and now like you cannot win, so now it's becoming like a daring escape, and now suddenly you notice there's sunlight. You know, they were talking about like a seeding, like foreshadowing thing before, right? That's the opposite of that. Like that'd be like very like that's very like
it's
Deus
contrived so that,
Ex Machina. Yeah,
because you can't kill the players as aforementioned.
Yeah.
So now you have to make a contrived escape.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
and your players can't make their own escape route. They can't.
give me a plot armor roll.
Basically, right? And it's
You need a 1 to succeed.
Right. And you're taking all of the onus to escape off of the players, right? It's never up to the players to look around for an alternative exit. It's never up to the players to try and take somebody hostage that's important to this character, which maybe is just not not relevant here. Sure, it's some undead white that doesn't care about whatever's there. Maybe that's not a problem. But, you know, there's no ability for the players to come up with the solutions. The GM now comes up with the solution. Right?
Yep. and it's not also, and it's not in an elegant manner, right? Like,
no, yeah, it's
have the white, like, oh, you're being thrown in the wall, and now like there's a part of the ceiling that crumble, and some, you know, something like, you can try to be a bit more clever if you really want to do like a, anyway.
Obvious that the agents of the Screaming Mass won't follow you into the sun. So you keep everyone in initiative, and now they must charge through the Legion into the secret tunnel that leads to the sunlight. And you make sure the message is clear. If you get to a sunlit place, you're safe, and we're out of initiative. Now the question is, how do they get there? Do they use their actions to dash?
Wouldn't it have been more interesting if they just knew that, right? Maybe one of the characters with arcane knowledge knows that, like, these creatures are weak to sunlight, and then somebody tries to like break up in a hole in the ceiling or something to create that,
Yeah, if they have made some research beforehand, it could have been or getting some hint or some clue by somebody, right? Some information that could have been it. But I'm also okay with like, if there was already a hole in the ceiling and some sunlight coming in for some reason, right?
Mhm.
Or the hole have been created like accidentally at some point, like accidentally, right?
Yeah.
And now there's some sun, and then like you notice that like this kind of like, but don't tell it specifically to your player, like, oh, you notice that they're not going into the sun, so if you get to a sunny place, you're gonna be safe.
Right.
Don't be, let the player figure it out and come up with their own plan.
Yeah.
And also, like, if it's not established and a player say like, I tried to pass the hole to the ceiling, sun, right? Maybe it wasn't your plan, but not a GM, a player got a cool idea like that. Embrace it.
Yeah. Oh,
So some sunlight peeked through, and you see that, and now like the monster avoided, right? Just like, you can do it.
Yeah.
Run with what your player give you.
Disengage, attack to cover their flank. It becomes a game of how.
I want to go back on that. Sorry.
Just the dash.
Look at that. Use their action to dash, disengage. There you go.
Engage,
We're talking about, like,
attack to cover.
We were talking about earlier, like, about talking about in mechanical term, right? Oh, they use the action to dash and then to disengage, and they're all like the game term specifically, right? Just like,
and it loses the again, going back to the video game thing. In a video game, the actions that are programmed in are the only things you can do. The program can't understand anything. You are a human being that can understand actions that might not be on the character sheet. The character sheet doesn't say, it's not exclusive. It's not, this is what you can do and this is only what you can do.
it's all the button you can press.
Yeah, no, it's just...
You can move 30 feet, and then you can dash for another 30 feet.
Yeah.
And you can...
It's like, well, I don't know. There's not rules for breaking open a hole in the wall, so I guess I have to invent that, or I'll have to put AC on an object to have it be...
Yeah, but like, no, it's very mechanical, like, you need to break free a bit of
Cover
that.
their flank. It becomes a game of how best to escape. And it doesn't require a skill challenge or a chase sequence. You can just use the combat rules to run this whole thing. Really, when you make the objective obvious, you make everything clear and easy. I find that a lot of creatives are afraid of being obvious or melodramatic. For them, everything is about subtext. And listen, you're allowed to just...
What? Okay.
That's an issue too. The dark and mysterious GM who has to be elusive with everything, and there's 15 secrets per session, and it's like, okay.
What a pause, eh? I like it. But also, like, when you say like, oh, there's no need to be a skill challenge, right? I like man, imagine doing that, like, oh, now you can escape, like, so you have to succeed on 3 roll before you fail on 3 roll. Like, there was some GM would do that, right? Just like, you can choose what skill you're using, but like, you need to be kind of linked. You have to tell me like, how you using them. That's Matt Colville way of doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If you get 3 success before 3 failure, you're gonna be escaped. So at least it's better than that.
Yeah, that's
good on him for that.
State the obvious.
Hey, it's better than Matt Colville. He's giving better advice than Matt Colville. That's something you can take, Daddy. It's giving it to you.
The players are in a pickle and they can't escape. You can just say, you see the reinforcements are coming. They'll be here in 5 turns. And now the PCs...
Oh, man. Okay, any benefit of the doubt we had on mechanical language is now gone. You just said that a turn is 6 seconds. We couldn't say 30 seconds. They'll be here in about 30 seconds, or they're about 300 feet away, or some variance of this, you know.
Nope.
We have to talk in
They're going to be
turns.
0 in 5 turns. Yeah.
We have to poke you and remind you constantly, hey, you're playing a game, you're playing a game. You're a loser with Cheeto hands sitting around the table playing a game. Like
They're about 30 squares away.
Yeah, they're about 30 inches away, which, as you know, is a 5-foot square, which would translate to, let me do some quick mental math, 30 feet.
Yeah.
No, they just have to hold the fort until then. Literally stay in this one place until the reinforcements arrive.
Right. That's one also we listed when we're just like coming up with them on top of our head.
Yeah.
So hold the fort, I guess. Yeah.
Maybe they see the reinforcements coming. Maybe they know they're coming. Maybe a member of the reinforcements has sending.
In 5 turns.
Unless the heroes know beforehand, telepathically. And now the players have a simple goal. Just hold the fort. Be the king of the hill. They'll spend their turns healing each other, taking dodge action, tanking hits from the enemy's suppressive fire or artillery, occasionally slinging out attacks. This can be full of surprises too, as the enemy teams bust out all kinds of tricks to try and get the players off the point. Explosives, maybe? Really, Hold the Fort is all about hit points, the most important resource, but it can take on another flavor. What if you have to survive the waves of bad guys for as long as possible? Each turn, or every couple of turns, you add a new wave of enemies onto the field. Ideally, you make sure each wave sort of fits into one of the combat types, but at a few...
So, okay, survive for like hold the fort, right? It's survive until X. How is the wave of enemy different than that? If there's always going to be a new wave of enemies, and you have to survive until X.
I was wondering how there's going to be 12 in this limited spectrum.
Because those two seem to be the same now. Already that went on repeat.
There's also there's nothing necessarily wrong with the setup, with the premise. There's a fort. You don't want it to be taken by these enemies, whatever they may be. Great. Okay. The problem is that it's being framed in so many limited ways to achieve that said goal. Oh, it's all about hit point attrition. Yeah. Well, okay, again, it's all about hit point attrition because that's all the game gives you to work with. Pick a different game, please. But just occasionally, you can still play 5e, but maybe play other games to get ideas that there's more than hit point attrition out there. But
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
You know, you can't make a counterattack. You can't, do like a broken wing gambit and, leave and then let some of them in and then shut the doors behind them and then start attacking them within the fort.
You see what you're saying there? Like, that's what I'm talking about when I say, like, it's not the GM that decides the objective.
Right. The GM is, sorry to interrupt, but the GM is using all the tricks. The waves of enemies, they're the ones using the explosives. They're the one using these artillery pieces. The players have to sit put. That was his wording. It's so telling, right? Frustrating.
The waves of enemies also, like, you better have like a good in-world justification for having waves of enemies, right?
Right.
Because that's kind of weird. It's very video gamey too, right? Just like
against 4 or 5 people, there's waves of enemies. Ooh. Demon portal.
Maybe. Oh, there you go. Hello, Bilbo, from on the Twitch side. What combat objective have we reached? We're number. Hans the jerk. Yes, yeah. We're number 5, but we're kind of arguing that it's probably like 5 is probably a repeat of 4.
Yeah.
Few challenge ratings lower than normal because eventually they're fighting the remnants of one wave and in the middle of another wave and at the end of a third wave. And then you've got a very different sort of fight on your hands. In video games,
so the wave, you don't have to clear a wave before the next wave come in. But like, that's just, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like that's not an objective, right? It's a gimmick in the combat.
And I'm interested if he'll explain how this isn't a combat slog, because this seems like an even worse combat slog than just having to deal with one group of enemies.
Imagine you're slugging through that combat. It's taking forever because you're playing D&D 5e, and everybody that's doing a potted call and test driving their turn. But now you're almost done. It's only those 3 guys. Oh, and now 5 more guys come in. It's fuck's sake.
Although maybe this is the way you actually get players or characters to run out of resources, is by throwing 50 waves of enemies at them. Maybe oh wow, my wizard's finally running out of spell points.
You make it a 27-time deadly encounter.
Yeah.
should have played that. But again, the wave of enemies, wave of bad guys, that's not an objective. Objective is something you can accomplish. Hold the fort is an objective. You hold the fort till X. Stop the ritual is an objective. Wave of enemies. It's not actionable. Unless it's just kill everybody.
Yeah.
Defeat all the wave enemy, but then you're back to a deathmatch.
Escape before the guards show up, which is again an earlier one.
Exactly.
Games. This game mode usually ends with everyone dying.
This game mode.
And maybe that's the kind of game mode you're running. Explicitly a last stand. If everyone's on board with that idea, it might be a lot of fun. But
No, we're talking about this game mode. That's very funny to me. Because that's so video gamey.
Roll back to 30 minutes ago when I said you could just peel a page out of a wargame skirmish examples, and then just put that in there. This is your roll 2d6 to see why the encounter is happening. Oh, okay, it's a resource battle. You're battling over to get this resource. This is just play more time. Just play a skirmish game.
Otherwise, you're going to want to provide some sort of release lever, either an extraction, an escape opportunity, or reinforcements. Which one you go for is up to you. This one can be especially fun for players if the waves consists of baddies that aren't tough on their own. So the players get to mow down minions and mooks, and you get to have the fun of outnumbering the players.
That was he showcased the book of Matt Colville there, right? The Flea Mortal. That's a Matt Colville book.
But again, we have a very game specific problem here in that if you try to do that with 5e rules, it's just not going to happen. So I wish you would give specific examples. A decent way to solve this is to have all of these enemies just die in a hit. Just have them.
I guess that's why he's showcasing the Flea Mortal book there, because in Flea Mortal, there is rules for that. From what I understand, and I don't have the books obviously, but from what I understand, there is rules for minions and mooks, he called them, right? Which just have 1 point, and the fact that's very fun for the player, right? That's again also misalignment, they're not thinking in character, because that would have been fun for almost any character, unless you play a very specific kind of psychopath, right?
Yeah.
Just killing waves and mooks, right? Who would have dredging through that, swing your sword and just oh man, I'm so happy, I'm fucking killing 24 little goblin there, right? A couple, I'm doing a fucking genocide. Even Goblin Slayer doesn't like it, right?
Yeah.
Just what it has to be done.
And you're not getting the you don't get all the you don't get all the visual joy of something like Galaga or a shmup where you're just or Dynasty Warriors where you're just mashing X to blow up the little things, and then
when you do that in video game, right? There's some skill involved and stuff like that. No, you're just mowing, and it's just power fantasy, but it's divorcing you from the character mindset quite a bit.
I've done this once with zombie hordes, where it's more of an obstacle than an enemy. It's a thing that individually, if you tackle it in scenes from The Walking Dead, either the graphic novel or the show will show this a lot, where it's if the group is well coordinated and there's no monkey wrench and they know how to there's not really a problem. They can just go through, shiv one in the back of the head, go on to the next one, and the problem becomes I
agree with that, but I'm also I'm a broken individual. So
same, yeah. But it becomes a how do you tackle the obstacle, and if you go, it forces you to slow down on your way to your next objective. Should
Like
you have
there's valid reason to have like those
Yeah,
those wave and horde of enemies,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
There's definitely valid reason for that.
Yeah.
But that shouldn't be like the fun of the game, right?
It's not. It's one obstacle on the way to something greater, right?
Like, who want to fucking show up to D&D and say like, oh, today's session is just gonna be like about mowing out countless enemy wave after wave until everybody dies.
You're a glorified janitor. It's like, the sewers are full of zombies again. We're gonna pay you 500 gold to go clear out the zombie horde, and that's it. That's the session.
Yeah. That sounds like an awful fucking session. To be honest.
And maybe if there's like a hook, like a monkey wrench in it, like and it is more than that, your employer didn't let on. Okay, now it's interesting. But if that's literally just what it is, then it's like, oh, okay.
Let's say it was an extraction then. It might work well with another combat objective. Save the NPC. You find some excuse to put an NPC at risk, and then the encounter doesn't even need to challenge the players. It just needs to threaten the life of an NPC. Or hell, it could just threaten the life of a specific player. Like the elaborate scheme from our video on ambushes. The baddie.
You could have made us 2 different objectives and have 13 instead of 12.
Are just after a specific target, so they steal them at camp in the night or attack them in the streets, and the PCs leap to the rescue. During the entire fight, the party's main concern is, what if the bad guy doesn't attack me and attacks the NPC instead? Maybe the players hear about the NPC in danger and they make a special mission just to get there and save the character. Or if the NPC is a tough customer, someone otherwise high level, they could make an encounter be so incredibly tough that the best course of action is to steal the NPC and then get the hell out of there. That can be a lot of fun, especially since that way you can introduce the main bad guy early enough that...
To be fair, also because also he does like this this 12 combat objective, like very specific number, like in the 8 type of combat. He might be doing it a bit tongue in cheek, right? To be fair, like he might it might be as cheeky as he does, and if that's what he does, that's kind of funny. That's kind of that. I'm onto it, right?
That the players can't reasonably fight them, but they're still in the initiative together because the really tough main bad guy has the NPC hostage. This creates asymmetry and draws your players in by introducing the scary bad guy earlier and makes them an active participant in the campaign. The objective works best when you really are okay with the NPC dying. If you make the game about whether or not someone lives, you have to be okay with the outcomes. This way...
Okay, so this is good, and that's frustrating. The last, minute of what he said, I've been like, yeah, this is great. So, why is it okay for your characters to die, but my character can't die? What?
Yeah.
It's so frustrating.
Like what he's saying right there is correct. It also applies to the PCs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're all just playing characters, man.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I like asymmetry. Asymmetry's cool.
Yeah. Yes.
The NPC's life into the player's hands, and then you get the joy of not...
Like also like having the bad guys and the good guys, right? Quote unquote. Not playing by the same rules. Not mechanical rules in the game, but like rules in the moral rules, right? Morality and stuff like that. Like that's also like an interesting dynamic that can be explored in those.
Knowing what happens next, and you and your players get to find out together at the table. Another way you can introduce the monster early is by a player-driven mission. Maybe they learn about a way to infiltrate the enemy base and sabotage them somehow. Let's imagine...
That's one we didn't mention, sabotage.
But is that
different?
Is that player driven, or did you give them the objective and they're just doing the thing you told them to do?
Well, it could be player driven.
Right. Any of these could on paper be player driven,
but I'm suspicious if it ever is in that case. Yeah. Hyperbarian, hello. Good evening. Few things are more irritating than foolish option and advice delivered with condescending know-all attitude. Well, that's what I'm doing too. So, is that what I'm doing too?
Well, we are saying we suspect that we because he doesn't have any games to show this, so all we can do is speculate. But yeah, there are some red flags, and once you've seen it 20 times, you know, the 21st.
He got his logo on his laptop there as a backdrop, right? He's very happy with it.
In the BBEG, the recently summoned Screaming White has a
I'm the kind of my desktop background is always like on my computer, on my phone is always at the default one from the OS that I install. I never fucking bother changing it.
That's pretty
I'm
funny.
so fucking bland on that. So I mean, I probably shouldn't make fun of people for that. I remember my ex, like she's like thinking I was like so fucking dumb, like she couldn't understand I'd never bother changing my phone like lock screen or background. I said, I don't fucking care about that. Like I'm not looking at my phone when I'm not using it. When I'm using it, I'm saying, right?
fortress in the wilderness. The players know they'll have to go there one day, and they'd rather not have to deal with the entire fortress in one combat encounter, so they want to take out the watchtower. You can then run an encounter where if they fail, they might have to contend with the entire fortress. But if they succeed, the enemy loses their watchtower and the next encounter becomes much easier. These are best when the players create their own.
So Nalar, did anybody achieve a bingo yet? I don't know if maybe you were the only one playing as Nalar.
I'm close. I have two spots. I need what do I need? I need to talk about safety and weird sex thing. I don't have either. I think I might get both in the same video given those.
Yeah. Did I win any prize? Like I said, it was clear at the beginning. There's no prize. I live in Quebec, so I'm not allowed to do lottery. Only the state is allowed to do lottery.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a state privilege here.
Own creative solutions, and all you have to do is be ready to package their insane ideas as combat encounters. Really, that's a lot of the DM's job.
I guess I gotta say only the state or the native, and I'm not native either, so I guess you are, so you could do the lottery.
Yeah, there you go.
So Tyler is gonna send you a prize.
Yeah. No.
Players come up with something, you figure out how to make it a game. The combat system is a resolution mechanic, so if you're unsure of the outcome, have a big combat to see if they get away with it or not. What if, instead of sneaking in, they wanted to go through the front door with a bomb? Or maybe they had a huge battering ram they chanted to?
Oh, mention Lord of the Rings. Hold on.
Oh yeah, that's what.
Oh, now I'm close again. Now I'm
using the LTR movies. Yes.
Now I need as long as everyone's having fun. That should be an easy bingo soon.
Oh man, like that had been said already, but it might have been before.
I probably missed it. Yeah. So refer back to when I said because the game you're playing only has robust rules for combat, you need to package everything that your players do as how can I turn this into combat. That does not fix the problem of combat being a slog. That's a symptom of combat being a slog. Because
like a sabotage mission, sabotage or infiltration could very much being done like should probably be done in combat, right?
Should almost be all skill checks, right? And it goes back over and over again to they gutted the skill system and then they gave it all to rogues. And that's like, well, okay. But
what I was about to say, like what I posed there, like with the LOTR thing, like the 2 Tower movie again, is like that's 2 Tower too, right? Or is that like in the third movie?
I believe it's 2 Towers.
Like it's the Battle of Deep too, right? Like he used that same example for another objective that he mentioned earlier. So now he's trying to sell us like it's 2 different objectives where it's the same scene being used. The planting a bomb, like he literally mentioned like the planting the bomb earlier, right? With the image of the orc doing it. Anyway.
Ditto. See my now most popular video that people didn't get, where I said there's this false identity that D&D is somehow like Lord of the Rings, and it actually isn't. And lots of people in the comments were like, what are you talking about? D&D never says it's like Lord of the Rings. And I'm like, no, but every other goddamn person that plays it does, despite the fact that it bears so little resemblance to Lord of the Rings. It's surface level at best, right? Oh, you're going to plant a bomb. How are you going to do that? Well, you probably need a splat book that has bombs and such in it. Oh, you're going to do these big set piece combat, which you'll need another third-party splat book for because the rules of the game aren't good at it. Oh, and there's tons of magic that it's like, just goes on and on. It's just such a... If this is what you want to do, if you want to do Battle of Helm's Deep stuff, you're using the wrong game for it, man.
Probably. Also, like, the right game would probably be a war game.
Probably.
It's like this huge mass battle.
Yeah.
You know, just saying.
The bad guys wouldn't like that very much, so they might try to stop the heroes while they escort the thing to where it needs to go. In video games, this is called the payload. The idea being that you have something precious, but big and obvious, and you need to escort it to a place guarded by the bad guys. In RPGs, it could be an NPC too. Maybe the players befriended a powerful giant, or...
I guess, is that like meaningfully different than rescue the NPC? It's like they're very close.
Yeah, it's just the inverse. It's an escort quest, as Zonal
an escort mission, yeah.
Or a sexy gold dragon, and you don't want that to mean the NPC does all the work and nothing interesting happens, so you try and package it into an encounter. So you decide to have the dragon say that he can take care of this problem if they can provide him with the cover on the way in. Concerned about an approach to the fortress from the air, the gold dragon...
That almost goes back to Old the Fort too, right?
Yeah, it's just the inverse.
The dragon is going to take care of the problem, and you have to defend him until the problem is taken care of.
Yeah.
Oh, I still so tired of video game trope being forced into RPG. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to avoid talking about in this video because he keeps bringing them up. Yeah.
Dragon suggests that he adopts his sexy human form, and they march at the gates. Once inside, he'll sexily transform and breathe sexy fire on the exposed artillery.
Oh, I have a weird sex thing. Oh, yeah, that's bingo.
There you go. You can have the weird sex thing now.
I was so distracted by it.
You know, like, I put a lot of things there on that, like, that can seem like preposterous, right? on that bingo list, but so many of them like came in.
Man.
AB, what did I tell you about editing the scripts? You're supposed to let me know. Anyways, now you've got an encounter. The enemy targets the payload, the dragon, while the players protect it, taking out the sentries, the watchtowers, or whatever else, until they're in position to deploy the payload. There's a clear end to the encounter. The payload is where it needs to be in order to be maximally effective, which I suppose implies there's a half success too. The payload is almost at the optimal spot, but not quite. So it could be partially effective. What if instead of attacking the enemy space, the players...
That's an interesting point. That's like, having half success. Yeah. Like degree of success, that's a good one. There you go.
Their own base was attacked, and now they're playing base defense. You create a tangible threat and strike at the root of their operation. A threat might not be enough to kill the players, but it's enough to destroy their bastion, set fire to their favorite tavern, or destroy their defensive artillery, or steal their magic items. Losing would be a huge blow, but only to the players' defenses. The enemy has no intention of fighting to the death. They're here to pillage and leave. And if the players don't stop them from leaving, they will strike again. This can be great fun. I most recently did this by setting a tavern of innocent people on fire, and the players rushed to put out the flames, forming lines with buckets to pour on the spreading fire. I've also had enemy soldiers sneak explosives onto the player's main ship to destroy all their artillery pieces. If the enemy has good intel, they might be able to do all kinds of targeted damage with their own targeted strike. And our 10th one, what if the players had good intel and they wanted to steal something from someone way more powerful?
I guess the base defense, we didn't have much to say about it. Yeah, okay, that's legit. Yeah, okay.
It's legit, but notice a little thing in here that he's already done, which is they sneak aboard the ship and plant explosives.
Yeah.
But it only destroys the cannons aboard the... Why would they not just blow up the ship. But
Oh,
because
they're
he
afraid
wants
of the
to
cannon.
he protects the players. You know, it's
Maybe they wanted to steal the ship. I don't know, man. Just like, but as an objective, like base defense, right? Defending a location. I don't know if I guess.
Sure. Yeah.
That's an objective you can have. Yeah. At some point, like they feel a bit samey than the one that have been like mentioned before, right? If you say like, oh, what about like do something else, like save an NPC and stuff like that, and then like you don't come up with like, oh, maybe you have to defend the location, like hold the fort, right? Something like that, or drive them away while somebody else is putting up the fire, right? Those can be interesting, but I don't know.
Powerful than them. The old yoink and skedaddle.
Yeah, you're skedaddle.
Break in, take the goods, and be out of there before anyone notices. Well, remember what we said about combat being an excellent resolution mechanic? You could decide that a small group...
See, like that's... The yoink and skedaddle, that's the same thing as rescue the NPC again.
It's rescue the NPC and flee. It's just a combination of the two.
Well, like when you rescue the NPC, usually you would flee too, right?
Yeah. So then fleeing, the daring escape, is also just these other things. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they all like blending to like, so saying there's like 12, like it's kind of weird because of that. Like a lot of them, and again, like he could do it. Why is that mini? It's like is that a?
I can't tell.
What's happening here?
Can't tell what one end begins.
There's some kind of rocket in the back. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird.
Thank you, Daryl. Yes, combat is the only resolution mechanic. So,
but that's also the thing, right? Like you say, like, oh, you can infiltrate and try to grab the thing and snatch before. Like, that's not a combat encounter. That's like sneaking in and snatching something. And if you fail at that, there's a combat.
Yeah.
And then like you just want to escape, so you're back on the other, like that we already other objective that you already covered.
And then again, we run into, game-specific issues where it's like, well, if you don't want the fighter to be sitting here doing nothing all session, then you'll probably have to have combat because.
Like, what about this? Like a encounter for objective for combat. Negotiate a better price on a deal. Like, gonna do everything like to combat encounter resolution, like with combat and resolution mechanic. It's at some point it becomes C, right? Just like not everything is combat encounter, not everything is combat. Like there's conflict. Maybe it'd be like anyway.
Group of guards, spot them. No super challenging stat blocks because the encounter is actually about whether or not the players can kill the guards before they raise the alarm. Or as a middle stage, maybe the guard.
So kill the guard before they raise the alarm. I feel like that's been covered as well before.
And not just the watchtower one. You're trying to kill the guards in the watchtower without
to raise the alarm.
Yeah, or like the kind of like finish the combat before X, right? That's
could this have not been so far? This video could have been solved in a much more elegant way by saying, have things be exigent, have time limits on things.
Yeah. And
don't have things be necessarily to the death.
Yes.
That's pretty much it.
I have the characters, I have motivation and goals.
Yeah.
Thing that they want to achieve, right?
Yeah.
And unless you're playing like a specific kind of people, where it's like his goal is the genocide of this kind of species, right?
Yeah.
Which then that would lead to a lot of deathmatch, I guess. But other than that, like, and maybe even like you got a higher goal is of surviving, maybe, right? So you want to kill every one of those species, but he's not gonna fight to the death himself because you want to survive. So then, but just have your character have like it's not combat objective. Combat is not a person. Like combat don't have goal. It's people that have goals, right? People have objective.
Yep.
That's again the mistake that's made a lot.
Few more guards show up. This way, it's down to the combat whether or not this objective succeeds, or if the players have to transition into a daring escape. Right, since we're going, let's add a couple more. What if there's two sides in the fight already at each other's throats, and if they kill one another, there will be a huge war. Hundreds or even thousands dead. This one we'll call the Peacemakers. Your players will be incentivized to subdue, restrict, grapple, disarm, use influence actions, and overall try to de-escalate the situation while everyone else is going at each other's.
So you're trying to make, like, during the combat, and then when they're already fighting and stuff like that, you try to parlay and say, like, hey, stop that. Like, I guess this one is a bit of original, I guess. Like, this one, like, okay. But it's getting close to, let's make a deal, right? Let's make a bargain that I was joking about. Let's get a better deal on this transaction.
A lot of this stems from people trying to run games that are 90% combat who have no experience with combat.
Yeah.
They don't understand violence. Ramsey Dewey has a great, Huh?
How fast it goes too.
Yeah, the speed of things, they don't understand, these are the, I'll get political, these are the people that want, social workers to de-escalate the crackhead with a shotgun. It's like, just de-escalate him, right, while you're being stabbed 27 times. It's like, no, that's not, yeah, exactly, that's not, maybe you have some spell that can, like, mentally coerce them into doing, what you want them to do, and that can lead to an interesting, now you have to think about the long-term ramifications of that, what happens when it wears off. But, like, there's people that you're not going to be able to talk down in life. There's...
And also, like, it might be too late for that now.
Right. When the swords have been drawn and the fireballs are being flung, then, that's not time to be a gardener in a war.
No, exactly, yeah. And because, like, turns in D&D take so long, people have this impression that they can do a lot. Like, no, like, thing would be hectic, and a lot of thing would happen, and people, like, people are not waiting between their turn doing nothing.
Right.
That you can go and talk to them, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, you just had your turn slashing at that guy. Now it's my turn. I'm gonna go talk to you. Well, technically, he's still, like, engaged with that guy. He didn't go like, and then he stand idle. And then you go talk to him, and he can listen to you while he's idle, waiting for his next turn, and then, that's how people, like, see the combat, right? It's
they're a JRPG sprite. They go, and then they sit there, and then
do nothing, right? And then if you want to go talk to him, but he's doing nothing while you talk to him, right? Just like just waiting. It's like, that's not how it happens, right? That's not silly. What Bill said, like, is so he's mixing any random possible side objective that may or may not be happening while combat is happening, and saying that's a combat. And it's exactly what he's doing. Like, he's talking about just, like, any objective, like being like, oh, you want to make peace between those two groups, because, like, that's not a combat objective. That's, like, something that you character might want to do. Like, that's an objective for a campaign, for a session or whatever, right? And when the combat happened, well, you kind of failed on that objective.
Yeah.
And now it's a combat encounter.
It's too late, yeah.
Throats. If they fight, it's war. So can the players get everyone to just chill?
Daddy, chill.
Or as a variant on this encounter, could you decide that one of the sides is far stronger than the other, but the weaker side is backed by a more powerful faction somewhere out in the world? So the players must avoid the massacre because it's obvious who would win the fight, and maybe even more obvious who would win the ensuing war. Let's do one more variant on this. The arrest. When the players...
Pause it right here. What a fucking arrogant thing to say. As an American, I'm offended by this. Oh, it's obvious these peasants with muskets who are outnumbered would never win against the British army. You're assuming things that people could not have guessed in the time, and the fun, which we keep mentioning, of the role-playing game is to see how things play out. Why are you predetermining that, this one faction they couldn't possibly win, and the players must do X?
I thought you were going to the Vietnam example.
Well, Vietnam too, Afghanistan. People are wrong about this all the time. Oh, this little faction, it couldn't possibly, and that arrogance gets usually the more powerful side to make a lot of mistakes.
But if that arrogance is in character, I'm all for it.
Yes, exactly. But we're using this arrogance as GM advice from the third position. I'm sure it's not that deep, but like, man, that would just piss me off. Like, man, are you serious? Like, this is recent history. It's not like, God.
Yeah.
And I just got done saying, you know, it's these people running combat and telling you how to run combat don't understand combat, you know, from the small picture or the big picture, right? That's
it's a complex issue.
Yemen by Iran, the entire Middle East, you know, the entire Balkans,
Yemen by Iran.
Yeah.
People like talking about like smaller. That's getting very political now. I don't wanna
Yeah,
get-
yeah. That's why I said it was gonna get political, but that's
Yeah.
people have been wrong. People continue to be wrong.
Yeah, they continue to be wrong, and they will be wrong again.
The underdog can surprise you. That's part of the fun.
Want to talk to someone who's been openly hostile, can they get them without killing them? This one's a little tricky if you're playing 5e because they have
like
a
this
way
one.
of handling non-lethal damage that makes it so that you can just decide that your natural 20, that the 50 damage was actually an attack to subdue. I've got a little homebrew rule on that. Attacks that would have massive damage killed the creature cannot be non-lethal. That's often enough to introduce a little wrinkle. On top of that, you could build in a ticking clock that'll make the player want to avoid having to use healing to bring those creatures back up to 1 hit point. So they're trying to grapple instead of knock out. Another way to spice things up is by promising a reward. A magic item is standard fare.
That's the thing too, right? If you like the subdue instead of like killing, like, well, you can just like kill it and then like bring him back, like stabilize him, and he's not dead because like the rules. Like, if I understand the rules properly,
Yeah, you could. That could be an interesting thing about the world. Even like you could play that to the strength, like.
Yeah.
You know,
But, like,
you could have like a hostage negotiation, and then the guy realizing, wait a minute, I don't actually need him alive. I just need his body.
Yeah, and then, but anyway, like the arrest objective, that's a good one. Is that one different than what? Yeah, I think it's this one I would give a pass as being different enough to warrant his own being his own listing.
So we have like.
But you might be tempted to have
maybe 4 or 5.
Maybe 4.
some sort of more nebulous or intangible reward,
number was that?
like a boon, charm, maybe one-time use, maybe repeatable. I don't know. That's
Oh,
up to you.
that's a
And if
12
you're
one.
thinking it's a shame 5e doesn't have too many of those systems, then you're in good company because Lone Colossus Games is launching a backer kit crowdfunding
So
campaign.
you need
to
yet
solve
another
that
splat book.
problem. The Tome of
Yeah. Now we're back in the sponsor again.
I know I'm
think
kind of the pot calling the kettle black with how many house rules I've done to Pathfinder First Edition, but I also am not going out there saying you have to play Pathfinder First Edition. It's one of those things where it's like,
oh man,
guys, this thing's super awesome. Well, okay, the car doesn't have an engine, and it needs new wheels, and it needs new transmission, but the interior's really nice, and you're trying to say...
It's a project game.
Yeah, you spent $20,000 to make a $5,000 car. It's like, why didn't you just...
Can you read this the title that I'm hovering over?
Ah, God damn it. Okay, well, I guess
A
we're still
video
here.
game makes combat fun. So I guess we're gonna I was thinking of like being done there, but I guess there's still more things that we need to listen to. I'm just gonna skip the sponsor. We didn't get any ad on that video. Does it put ad on this video?
Mm-hmm.
link in the description to check them out. One thing that's great about objectives is the fact that we're introducing a whole second layer to the fight. It opens up design space. Winning both the objective and the fight will make your players feel incredibly proud of themselves. But there are other possibilities. You might win the fight, but lose the objective, or win the objective and lose the fight. This way, there is tension throughout the encounter. As the party handily dispatches the bad guys, you can raise tension on the objective, or if they're really handling the objective, you raise tensions on the fight. This way, you can design encounters that keep the players on their toes, always guessing and second.
I don't like the wording that you use there, but like the point is still valid, right? It's still like, yeah, if you have like something else that the characters want to achieve, you can raise attention on that instead of like just adding more bad guy and stuff like that. So like, it gives you something else, another ball to juggle, right?
Yeah.
So this point is valid.
And guessing their decisions. Do I kill this goblin or focus on the objective? When that starts to happen, the slog is gone. I've made a video about what I call the 8 types of combat in D&D. You may want to watch that.
Is the slog gone, or is it even longer now that you're having to make more decisions? Because you haven't addressed the hit point bloat.
No.
And
everything is solved in combat now. Like you want to do sabotage?
Right.
That's a combat.
So Bill says, I don't get his point at all. Sure, there's a fight and an objective. You don't need to point out that they are separate. What a waste of breath. Well, I think there's like something to be understood here, right? Because lots of people do have combat for literally no reason. You know, you'll go, oh, I rolled random encounter. Okay, you fight 2d6 skeletons, and it's like it's just there to make sure your hit points are slightly smaller or that you've spent more spells so that the next encounter isn't trivial. It's just a tax, effectively, a toll that you're passing. So maybe it doesn't go without saying. But what you haven't solved the core issue. You've danced around talking about, like, yes, 5e is a slog. It's the hit point bloat's a problem. Let's not fix the hit point bloat. We're still going to introduce 3 different exterior splat books here to do these other interesting things. But I don't understand what the resistance to... If you are going to modify the game and try to make it into something better, I have no issues with that. Why resist tackling the numbers issue? It's just so confusing.
And that's the, like, the design of the game inform you so much on how you're supposed to interact with the game, right?
Right.
And a lot of the problems that are listed there, like when just like everything become a deathmatch, that's by the design of the game.
Right.
I'm not saying it's by design because I don't think it was intentional. But that's what the design of the game like lean toward.
Well, like when I was playtesting Pathfinder 2nd Edition, one of the huge issues that cropped up in the playtest was that, yes, the cleric had a bunch of options on paper, but if you weren't just spending every single turn to heal people up, back up to full, people were dying. So you felt like, well, okay, there's only one real option I have here, unless I just want to be an asshole to the rest of my party. I just have to go heal, cure light wounds, cure light wounds, cure light wounds, and I'm a heal bot, like in an MMO. This is all I'm doing. And the answer shouldn't be, how can we make being a heal bot compelling by making an NPC that you have to escort? The answer should be, let's not make it so that you're a heal bot. Right?
Yeah. Let's listen to this conclusion there.
Yeah.
Okay, there's something interesting that's coming up.
If you haven't already, because this is kind of a partner video to it. Loads of folks in the comment section of that video asked about how objectives factor into the many types of combat. They assumed it was the 8th type, the puzzle actually, but I don't think that's quite right. The puzzle actually is a type of combat where the fighting elements are literally impossible to solve unless you solve the puzzle. But an objective is different. Any combat type can have any combat objective. You just marry them. Let me explain. If you're struggling with your next session, here's what you can do. 2 tables, a D8 and a D12. Roll on.
It's exactly what I said. He just ripped the page out of...
Yeah.
This is just out of Mordheim or Kill Team or, like... This isn't new. This was done like 30, 40 years ago, man. Like...
Well, he mentioned at the start of the video that like he's just pretending that it's new. Like he acknowledged that it wasn't new.
That's true. That's true.
And this is gonna be new for some people, right?
Right. People in his
audience are not like veteran. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I want to see like the 8 type of combat: skirmish, which is a small fight; ambush, which is a fight. Okay, yeah, we understand what that is. Targeted strike. So that's the one you're trying to defeat a bad guy specifically. We mentioned about that, and as a potential objective at the start, and that didn't came up here. So targeted strike, horde of bad guy. That's the wave.
Mm-hmm. So what happens if you roll horde of bad guys? What happens if you roll horde of bad guys, waves of bad guys? That combat is not going to be a slog.
Yeah.
That's not going to be a slog to have 30 goblins into a wave of 40 goblins into a wave of 50 goblins. That's
I guess that's why, like you see, like this 8 type of combats is so you can put it on a table, and 12 type of so you can put it on a table, right? That's why it's 8 and 12 specifically.
Yeah.
13 would have been like not fit because there's no 13-sided dice. Combine the 2 table and roll a d20. And we didn't watch that video, right, about the 8 type of combat, so we're just guessing there, right? Stomping ground, I don't know what that would be. Like elite team, boss battle, okay. Puzzle, actually. Yeah. Let's see, maybe he's gonna give some example.
On table 1 for combat types. Oh, a 5. The elite team. We're fighting an elite team, but why? Roll a d12 for combat objective. A 10.
Okay, so fighting an elite team is just like, oh, now like instead of like fighting a bunch of mooks, they're tougher enemies. Okay. Is that a type of combat? Or is it just like, yeah, sometimes you fight like stronger guy. You can always say like this video is really like, hey, maybe I fight, I have context. Yes, it's like I was going to think this is the bottom of the barrel, but it's below than that. Even war game campaign have a context. Yeah, I agree with that. Like you have to break down the, but like and like I said, like we had one video about that in the last marathon, and we had another video about the same topic earlier in this marathon, right? A couple of hours ago now.
I feel like I keep making the videos on combat from my perspective, and then other people keep making videos on trash, and I'm like, maybe I just need to keep screaming into the void. Maybe I just keep making more.
Well, people are not listening, right? Yeah. Like, what we need to do is have to have like this nice. We need to find somebody that can speak well, have this nice production value and shit like that.
Yeah, that ain't me.
Somebody that's young, I guess. Yeah, it wouldn't be me either. Somebody that is young and is like easy to digest for the audience, but also like the people just want to be told obvious stuff or stuff that they believe already, so they can feel like
yeah,
smart
they feel like very clever boys when and he even mentioned that he even
on the
mentioned
screen said what I did already.
He mentioned that the whole point of one of these was so that your players feel clever when they have achieved the objective or whatever like that. And I didn't even tackle that because it was just low hanging fruit, but
yeah. Like what Dice said is true as well. So many D&D video about combat is at some point just like you have to conclude the mechanism just broken.
And I think maybe part of the resistance, right? I didn't play any tabletops for like 2 years because all I could find were 5e groups, and I was like, I played 5e 5 times, and that was enough to figure out that it's like this game is not for me, and certainly the way people run it is not for me. And it's just like pulling teeth trying to get people to play any other game. So maybe it's people are trying to like hack and cobble and like, come on guys, it's still 5e, I promise. I mean, you see Matt Colville ripping out 4th edition rules in the middle of his game, and you're like, well, hang on, why didn't you just play 4e? And maybe the answer is because nobody would show up to play 4e.
Nope. And the audience wouldn't watch.
Yeah.
Yeah. D12 for objectives. Okay, you roll like, so now it's elite team. And then
the yoink and skedaddle. Well, we'll want to steal something from them. Then you ask yourself, what does the elite team have that we want to steal?
Like, how does that happen? That you roll on your combat objective and you roll a 10. And now suddenly you have to have the character want to steal something from them. You get what I mean? Like
a guy just like shows up out of nowhere and is like, "Hey, I'm gonna pay you 5,000 gold to go steal this thing from this guy." Like,
but it's so contrived, right? Like,
yeah, that's the exact word that came to my mind.
Like, that's the whole problem with this combat objective, and especially like putting them on a list like that you can roll on. No, it's because like the character should be wanting something for like there should be a reason that a character wants something. It's just like, oh, you encounter like a group of elite team and roll a dice. You want to steal something from them. Oh, they have a very nice, well furnished purse, right, or whatever, right? It's like,
combat arises naturally
yes
when the player characters have goals and the antagonistic NPCs have goals.
Yeah.
And they can't
Because even this
can't name
rolling on
those two.
combat type, like, why is this elite team there?
Yeah.
Just because you roll, and now you have to justify, like, why not just like have a world that makes sense? And now, like, you're going in a place where elite team would be, then the elite team is.
That's why I jokingly mentioned, one of the players that starts asking out of character questions because the world is starting to break the more that you randomize it in the middle of the game. As you're like, well, hang on, we're in the bottom of a dungeon. You just made a big deal out of how many but there's a secret door that just leads outside right here. Like, could we have just gone in the back door the whole time? Like, what?
I think that's fair, Zanalar. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, man, like, I want to. There's this point is coming there, like, structure and a video game makes combat fun.
It's up to you. Magic sword, scroll of Titan summoning.
I want to say it is impressive how much content we can squeeze from each 30 seconds of these videos. Like, that is a talent all its own to say so much of simultaneously so little substance and highlighting so many problems in such a short period of time.
Yeah, that's what happened when it was like we can just like we know that stuff and we can just talk on top of their head, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Like he gave the example, like, oh, what they want to steal now is up to you. It's up to you, the GM. It's up to you what the character want to steal now. A magic sword, a scroll of Titan. Like, oh, you just encounter a team of elite team and you want to steal something from them, or you put it under the table. You roll. Oh, it's up to you, so you can just decide. It's you want to steal their scroll of Titan summoning. Fight.
Yeah, there's two Elden Ring trolls that are dragging the chest, and it's got a thing in it. There you go. That just shows up, and yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to kill them all, but you want to steal that scroll.
The crown of the true king of England. You have a quest giver NPC, tell your players about it, and then tell them that the elite team might be a lot more powerful than they are. They won't win a straight-on fight. Best to yoink and skedaddle. But let's be honest, a lot of the time your players will pick their own objectives and their own targets, and then you run the game accordingly. No.
Oh.
Then
there you go.
Why wasn't this the first thing you said?
Yeah.
All the time your players will pick their own objective.
A lot of the time. Okay, so I wanted to say most of the time. No, a lot of the time, the player will pick their own objective and their own.
Again,
their own target.
Yeah.
Own target, yeah.
Again, we have none of his games, but I'm curious if the words "a lot" accounts to approximately "it happened twice ever."
Yeah.
Again,
Well,
I'm just guessing. So
that that the thing there, like, and you say, like, and then you just roll with it. That's what it should be.
Yeah.
Does it count for Mr. Max saying, "Oh man"? That's like when I go like, "Oh man." That's a thing I notice I do often in those videos. It's more like an omen of like, not when I'm pleasantly surprised, but he finally said something, right? There was something that were valid in that video, right? I cannot say it was completely garbage, but like at one point, the player, which should be like the character really, player to the character, pick their own objective and their own target. That's what it should be, all the time. Oops, sorry, wrong window.
And then you run the game accordingly. In those cases, though, I find it's good to have a structure like this one to remind myself about the purpose of each encounter, to understand what they're about, what the story is, to avoid the slog. Obviously, I'm not saying every fight needs to have complex objectives, or that you're not allowed to just run death matches. They can be a lot of fun. I love running death matches, and I do them all the time. In fact, I probably run more death matches than all the other kinds of objectives put together. But an occasional combat encounter with an objective can elevate the whole story and your play experience. It'll make combat as a pillar of the game more engaging across the board. I work in the video games industry where I routinely watch teams of people try to make sure combat doesn't become repetitive. And the answer is almost...
So
So you're the reason that Assassin's Creed has been parry to win for 15 years, right? Because that's not repetitive. We'll make it not repetitive by fixing everything around the repetitive parry mechanic. Like,
it could very well work for I don't know who he's working for. It could very well work for Ubisoft if he's like in Sweden or something.
and I
like
don't
that.
mean him specifically, but I mean people with this kind of mindset of like, well, we need to make sure that combat isn't. I'll bring up a video game example that's very recent. It's like almost schizophrenic because the developers will in the patch notes say, we noticed a problem. The game is too aggressive. It's too difficult to defend against a bunch of things. We're going to tone it down. And then in the literal next paragraph, they say, we buffed offense. I was like, you've acknowledged the problem, but you're not doing anything to fix it. You just acknowledged that these are good ways to vary things. And then you said, actually, I kind of don't even really use them that much. I really do just do the hit point attrition slog thing. But you admitted it was a slog, but now it's fine all of a sudden? It's actually the thing you use. Which is it? I don't... And you've edited your video, right? When we're rambling, if somebody's just rambling off the top of their head, I give more of a benefit of the doubt. But you edited this. You watched through this before you uploaded it, right?
Yeah. Like we don't script it. Like we don't script what we say here. Sometimes we're figuring stuff out as we're speaking, right?
Right. Oh man, that's
yeah.
That's bugging me.
But yeah, now he's talking about like video game and like he's gonna make the point, like right, like that's why I didn't skip the video. I didn't end the video now, like because like this chapter is titled "How Video Games Make Combat Fun." Oh, okay. I guess what it's saying though, maybe it's not gonna be as bad as I thought it would be, because I thought that it would mention like how video game made combat fun in RPGs, in TTRPGs. But maybe he's just talking about how video game made combat fun in video game, right?
Maybe.
Which, for a lot of video games, combat is not fun. A lot of fucking video games fail at that. Like, there's like the Dark Souls games that are fun. And, some of them, not even all of them, some of them like fail at that as well because they don't understand. But like, for a lot of them, like the combat is just the challenge that you have to beat to go to the next part of the story. I fucking hate those games. But like, all right, let's listen to what you have to say before making assumption.
Almost always more variety. Boss fights a slog, reduce the hit points, and add a second phase with more features. The default enemy type is boring, add a few more variants. A ranger variant, a caster variant, a shield variant. The game is button mashing all the time. Well, let's introduce more abilities and then make the encounters tough so that you'll use the fun abilities, because if you don't, you'll lose the fight. Now you have to stop button mashing and play around with variety. Experiencing new things feels exciting. So if you're watching this video and the combat objectives aren't appealing, or your game system comes with these kinds of objectives baked in, great. Your main takeaway from this video and other videos I've done about combat broadly should be more variety is more fun. Slog is a symptom of boredom. It's what we call that time where the players are unengaged, and now they've got the boring task of slowly killing the remaining.
I think that's... Yeah, go ahead, Tyler.
The problem comes when the variety is only superficial. It's the same enemy, but they have a shield. It's the same enemy, but they shoot a blue magic bolt instead of an arrow. It's the same enemy, but they have 15% resistance to fire. Is that variety interesting, or was it easy to come up with in 2 seconds and easy to code for?
I think like the more than variety can help, but more than variety, what's important is choices, and choice, like meaningful choices that matter, right? Choice in the way you're gonna approach the situation. If like, now instead of using those fire spell, now you have to use lightning spell because this guy's immune to fire. That's different. That's variety, but there's no choice. Oh, the fire doesn't work. I'm gonna go to the next thing that might work. Oh, this one work. I'm using that now, right? It's not a real choice. You want to have like choice and approach. You want to have You want to have option more than variety. And option does mean that you need to have variety in some kind of form, because if you want, you need to have some stuff to choose between, but it could be real choice. It cannot be like it cannot be just like just find the right solution. Like, oh, there's a puzzle,
Right.
and you had to find like the right thing to solve it, right?
Yeah.
No,
Where
you need to have a multiple approach.
Where variety becomes really interesting is when there are non-combat solutions to things, when there are when the enemies act totally differently than other enemies, right? When it's not just a mere a reskin, you know, so many, especially of these games that have the issues with button mashing. Well, you mentioned Dark Souls. That's one of the fantastic things about that is the enemy variety is fantastic. It's really quite good, and it's one of the things that frustrated me with Sekiro is that yeah, there's the illusion of variety, but once you get the parry charm, you can just use that to beat the whole game, and it's the
But also, like,
best,
they're like
best way to
Sekiro is
do
not a
it.
Souls like. They're very different game. Like,
Right, but you know,
in Dark Soul, and sorry that I still gonna talk about video game a little more, but in Dark Soul, it's a lot about like it's about choice. Like the iframes are very generous. It's just about like it's about choice and risk and reward and stuff like that. Do you have time to give another hit?
Right.
Like, did you like the windows that you have because the combat is slow? The window that you have are very generous. So it's just about like, okay, do I go in now or do I wait for the next opportunity, or do I dodge back now? Do I try to do 2 hits? Right? It's about choice. When Sekiro, it's about twitchy reflex.
Yeah.
Very
Elden
different.
Ring would have been a better game if it had fewer bosses in it. Because
Yeah.
about a dozen of the bosses are just reskins of an ulcerated tree spirit. And it's like, oh, that's variety. And it's like, no, variety is when you have one ulcerated tree spirit and one dragon knight armor and one, totally different things, right? So this comparison to video games, it doesn't really work because not every video game, just as not every, RPG, adds variety in the same way. It doesn't accomplish the and you can kind of fool people. You can get into look at every game now adding a crafting system. It has to have, oh, we got to break up the combat. Our combat's really fun. Let's break it up with a platforming section. And it's like,
Yeah.
but the platforming's bad. You didn't need to break up the combat because the
Hate that.
combat was good. So variety here is just making me go, oh fuck, I'm gonna put Doom Eternal down because there's an annoying platforming section here.
Sometimes
now.
also your game may be too long.
Yeah, right. It's okay. Again, goes back to the thing where it's like, why does it need to have a 15th session? Can't it just end?
Yeah. No, exactly. You're right. What do you need? Like, oh, another fight again? What is that fight? Like, and he started the video saying like, what is the fight for, right? Like, it's when he's talking about it in movie, and he say like, oh, you roll your eyes when there's a fight because like there seems like there's no stake.
Right.
But yes, Justin, I have been for that for almost 6 hours. It's the marathon stream. Not the same video. I did like a few video. I did quite a few today actually. I went to the list quite a bit.
Skyrim's a great example, Zonalar, because all of the dragons are. It's just this dragon breathes fire. This dragon breathes ice. This dragon breathes this. Fight undead ad infinitum. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, also like if we put the stealth in the Skyrim, like everybody do the stealth archer.
Right. You will inevitably become a stealth archer because
Yeah.
it's just the best thing to do. So.
Yeah. All right. Let's try to finish what he's going to say there, and then like, am I wrapping the stream after that, or am I going to be doing another one? Let's play that.
Bad guys without any tension, without any investment. So mix it up. Take the types of combat, mix them with the types of objectives, and then mix that with CR appropriate creatures. And then you've got an endless machine for spitting out fun fights. And then all you've got to do is come up with excuses for each fight to fit into your adventure. That way, you'll never be stuck on what happens next. Just run good old fun fights. That's what most of these rules are about anyway. And that's where we'll pick it up next time. Thanks so much for watching this video. This channel is run by me and my girlfriend. And if you want to support us directly, consider joining our Patreon.
Judging the arm, don't mind me.
No, I wasn't doing that. I was.
Where this month.
All right, that's enough for him for now. Let's see what I have in the list. If I have somebody else that I want to do that I didn't do today.
What's the word for it though? I mean, balance, see our appropriate things. That makes so many games, video games and tabletop RPGs, so boring, right? What's fun about Dark Souls is that you can go straight to the catacombs early, and it's a ridiculously,
Yes.
if you've never played a Souls game, it's a ridiculously hard challenge. You'd feel like it's just impossible. It's not, though. And it's actually something you probably could borrow to RPGs, in that the best way to get through there is to run and just avoid the enemies. But it's possible. And then you end up getting stuck in if you use the bonfire down there, and now you're like, oh shit, well, guess I've got to get stuck in here and find my way back out, or in deeper somehow. And it encourages a lot of lateral thinking. Of course, you do have the option of going the easy route, the intended route through Undead Burg, but the game doesn't force you to do that. It's almost more freeform there. So I would want specific examples, because that variety, as far as like branching paths, the enemies that you're facing,
how's it going, everybody?
Is a lot better than the variety in something like Skyrim, or the variety in something like level scaling in Oblivion was nightmarish, because it was just like, well, it's every encounter is a balanced one, so awesome, cool. I never get to feel powerful.
So, no, I think I did watch your manscaping video, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not watching that on streamer right now. But I want to do do I want to do that? John Wick, which is the creator of Seven Seas. And you got this 10-second tricks will make you a better GM. I think his audio is quite bad, so we'll see if it's too bad. Let's play. Let's see what is a 10-second tricks to make you a better GM.
Everybody, John here, and today it's a play dirty video for all of my Patreon people, the folks who play.
Huh. When was that video released? 3 days ago. Okay.
$5 or more per month to my Patreon, and they get either an essay, a video, sometimes a complete role-playing game. Well, this Wicked Wednesday, it's going to be a play dirty video, because there's a very simple storytelling formula that will make you a better game master in 10 seconds. And it's as old as ancient Greece. The fact of the matter is that drama occurs under a certain circumstance. And that circumstance is when you have a protagonist, the protagonist's goal, and an obstacle that's in the way. And
okay, so far so good. He's talking about protagonist's goal. I haven't watched that video, so I don't know what's going on. It might be good. It might be a good one to finish.
I did, so I'll hold my tongue.
Oh, you did?
Character happens when the protagonist decides how to overcome the obstacle to get their goal. Like I said, this is pretty simple. I mean, it's so simple that people 2,500 years ago figured it out. But it's something I see missing a lot in RPG adventure design. And it's not because RPG adventures don't have obstacles. I mean, they kind of have obstacles. Most of them have physical obstacles. There's a room, there's a treasure chest, and there's a pair of orcs guarding the chest. What do you do? Well, in games that reward violence, the players are encouraged by the mechanics to use violence to overcome that obstacle. And if the protagonists, in this case your player characters, are fully...
That's also a problem with using monster like orcs that are kid on site, license and stuff like that. That's why I often like to use people.
And
because you can be
What are the orcs doing in there? They're just sitting in a dark room waiting for somebody to show up.
Guarding the chest with the stuff that you want in it.
And they just happen to have been doing that right when you showed up, right? You never see the remnants of it. They never successfully run off with the money, and then you have to hunt them down for your loot. And that never happens in these games. I'm surprised you didn't mention what I did, which is Oh, this is so simple. People 2,500 years ago figured it out. Yeah, those moronic ancient Greeks and
Yes.
Romans that have the
Fucking
entire
jokes.
foundation of modern math and chemistry and physics. God, what those idiots can figure it out.
That's a good point. So condescending. Right.
Capable of taking out a couple of orcs to get to the treasure chest with a couple, dozen gold pieces in it. Is that really an obstacle? And shouldn't you be asking a different question? What are the moral implications of using violence to overcome that obstacle? You see, this is why most people don't understand why Superman is so easy to write for. People are like, you can't write for Superman. He can do anything. Writing for Batman is so much easier because, Batman's limited. He doesn't have powers. Batman does have powers. It's called all of his equipment and his super hyper competence, which means that
If Superman is so easy to write for, why does so many people bungle it?
Ding, ding, ding. Yeah. Yeah. When Superman's written well, it can be very compelling. I would agree with that. But yeah, Superman is so often written poorly. It's just, oh, well, oops, we wrote ourselves into a corner by making him so strong, so we have to have a MacGuffin to do this thing, or we have to have some contrivance from another universe, or,
You want to make the story about punching bad guy, and that should be already that should be taken off the table because saying well, he's stronger than everybody.
Or when
Now
we
what?
do, the big problem, when we do have him about moralizing, it's often just done so poorly.
Ham-fisted.
It's just like, well, be like Injustice, man. There are just parts of Injustice where it's
Now you're going that way, right? Like he's talking about the moral implication, and I use this quote a lot by Faulkner that say like the only thing worth writing about is the human art in conflict with itself, right? And I think that's interesting in RPG. You can if you can translate that in RPG a lot, right? Having like internal conflict for your character. You want the character wants things more than one, and those things are in conflict. You cannot have both, right? It's like defeating the bad guy but preserving your honor, or like getting to save the village but also surviving, right? So, you have things that you want that you cannot have both, and you have to make a choice, and you have to wait like, this is interesting. That's what you make your character and stuff like that. You want to think about those things. I'm a bit worried about where it's going to go because like I know that John Wick, this guy here, is a super huge leftist, and when they talk about morality, oftentimes like they can lead to a bit of a like lecture, right?
They are the arbiters of what is
exactly.
moral. There's a much like the rest of these videos, there's a correct choice and there's an incorrect choice, and it's which are you going to pick, player?
Oh, is that like? No, I don't think it comes from R.R. Martin. I think R.R. Martin is quoting Faulkner, actually. I think it's older than him, and he's just quoting somebody else.
I would check out. We had to finding misattributed quotes is something we do a lot in editing.
Yeah, but yeah, I could get it wrong, but it's otherwise like you're right. It's the broken clock, and it's also like somebody not listening to his own advice then. But and like I like exploring moral question in role-playing game, but it needs to be done honestly. The players are not there for you to lecture them. If you want to explore a moral question, you have to want to explore it as well as the GM, right? And as a player there as well. You're not there to feed them an answer, to teach them an answer. You're there to say like, oh, what if? And then you're there to figure out it as well. I think this honesty needs to be there. Let's listen to what John has to say, Mr. Wick.
Typically, Batman overcomes anything because he's so cool. Superman, on the other hand, can do everything. But will he? You see, the best obstacle to put between your players and their goal is a moral dilemma. Something that nothing on their character sheets can help them with. Not their base attack bonus, not their spells, not their gizmos and
That's interesting. Captain Conway said, I googled it. At first, G.R. Martin attributed to Faulkner, and then later on stopped attributing it and claiming it. Maybe he was the one misquoting it.
Gadgets, not their anything. It's not a case of can they do it. It's a case of should they do it. Because remember, drama happens and character is revealed when the protagonist overcomes the obstacle to gain the goal. If the obstacle is not something that reveals character, it's a waste of time. You might as well skip it. You might as well skip the whole dungeon if you're going to be going through a dungeon. Dungeons are great for this because you have rooms, and in the rooms are obstacles, and the players want to get to the other side.
It's like there's a door, and you want to open the door to get to the next door. That's what dungeons are. I don't hate what he's saying so far, to be honest. Except like the dig about like the people 2,500 years ago. Yeah, okay, I get it.
There's
that's what
part of it though that is. My first question I had when I saw this is, okay, if your inclination is to skip it, what's wrong with it in the first place?
Yeah.
The problem with it is usually, well, okay, we made the Superman example, is you've made your encounters too easy. All the encounters are balanced. So you're just going to, which usually in game parlance means you can always beat them. There's like so little chance that they're going to.
Or you get back to full after like a short rest.
Yeah, you have a short rest, or you have enough, you have so many healing potions because they're so cheap. Or there's some issue with resource expenditure that makes it just nonsensical. But if going through this dungeon ends up with this character's knocked out and he has a wound that's like, you're carrying one of your companions for X length of time, and this wound looks like it's getting, gangrenous or something, like some incredibly fast, weird fantasy gangrene is afflicting it. And now you have to make the hard and fast decision. Are we going to amputate this guy when he can't consent? There's your moral dilemma caused by going through the dungeon.
But even also you carrying your body that has been injured, right? That also reveals something about the character.
Yeah, there you go. That too.
If you have like a resource that'll get depleted, like you lost some HP, like you get injured basically, like, right? Are you pushing through? Or you're going, or you saying like, oh, let's retreat, or let's rest, let's heal in some way, right? That's also can inform the character. It's not only like the obstacle, right? Like it's just a dumb fight with just a bunch of skeleton, not orc, skeleton in that room because they can be justified waiting there like mindlessly,
there you go.
Right? And then you just fight them, and well, did you run away? Did you not run away? Were you brave during the fight, right? There's also role play happening during the fight. Did you get injured? What are you doing there? Are you pressing through? So it's still revealing stuff about your character. So, like I said, I don't hate what he's saying so far when he said, but like it's when you say like if it doesn't reveal anything about the character, you can skip it. I would be inclined to say like, yeah, but what doesn't reveal anything about the character?
Exactly.
Like you don't know up front either. And also, sometimes it's not only about revealing something about the PCs, it can also be something revealing something about the antagonist too, right? It's like, I don't know, but I think it still reveals something about the PCs. Yeah, like in the, I think the personality of the character should always like shine through, and at some point, like when you've done that enough, maybe those are not worth doing anymore. You don't necessarily want to do like the dungeon crawling for like 18 sessions, right? At some point, like,
right.
We got the information we had to get from that. It's like the same thing. Like you watch a movie, like our series, and at some point you're gonna see like the little fight with the mooks, and at some point it gets stronger. Now he mows through those guys, and then you're gonna show you another fight when he just mow through them. And then it stops showing you those fights because they're not relevant. They're not revealing. Like we get it now. Okay, you overcome that challenge. Now he's stronger. Like, or we know Yak in those situations. Like, he cries every time he has to fight somebody, right? And he cry like a baby afterward. Show it once, and then like some people say, "Oh man, yeah, he always like get very touched after that, like losing life, right? Some exposition like that in dialogue.
Yeah.
Then you move on, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to expose that in, like the information is out there. So I'm saying if it doesn't reveal anything about the character, you might as well skip it. Yeah, maybe. But how do you know? And what doesn't reveal anything about the character?
Mhm.
And again, a lot of people play those hobby without a character. They have a character sheet,
Yeah,
but there's
yeah.
no character there. So
Right.
there's nothing to reveal, I guess.
Yeah.
Side, right? Well, if it's just testing their skills, then it's just a dice rolling contest. Did they roll high enough? That's not drama. Real drama.
See, there's no role play there, right? And also, not only that, but also like if it's just a dice rolling, like you put an obstacle, the GM put an obstacle in just a dice rolling context. That means like the GM put the obstacle and came up with a solution to the obstacle.
And
now
decided
you
it
have to do this
must
one
be,
thing.
you have to roll 15 climb. You know, it's a DC 15 climb check, and it's like, so
And that's
I
also
can't-
the wrong way to put the obstacle forward. Like you put an
Right.
obstacle, you don't decide the solution to the obstacle. The characters have to come up with the solution.
Yeah.
And then you educate about that if the solution is appropriate or not, and
Yeah.
dice roll can help with that. But the player deciding how they, like if you say like, oh, now there's a chasm in front of you, you may give me a jump check to go over it, or whatever whatever, like athletic check, whatever it is. And then like they do it and they pass, and then like congratulations, like, well, that wouldn't reveal anything about the character because you didn't let the player to roleplay the character.
Yeah. And it
But
doesn't
what
have
if
to
there's
be
a chasm and like one character say like, I'm gonna try to jump over it, and then he does and he succeeds, whatever. And the character, I'm not jumping over that. It's too like, get a rope, or let's go back. I think I've seen like a beam on the other that we can probably hack off on the other room.
And that doesn't necessarily reveal something deep or moral about the characters, but it just reveals, what kinds of skills they have, what kind of, a little bit about their personality. Are they overly cautious? Are they, little thing. It doesn't have to be some big grandiose moralizing through every encounter. It can still be compelling and fun to watch those sorts of things happen.
Yeah. So don't put obstacles that don't reveal anything about the character, but let those obstacles reveal stuff about the character. Give a chance for the player to reveal stuff about their character through the obstacle that they face.
Drama happens when the characters reveal themselves by how they choose to overcome the obstacles. Over on Start Playing Games, I'm running a whole ton of games, link in the doobly-doo. And in my L5R game, I recently illustrated this.
I hate fucking people that say doobly-doo. Man, I fucking hate it. Is that all? Is the rest just like promotion?
To one of my players, because
it's kind of waffling, if I remember correctly. I don't remember much about the back half of this video.
Yeah, maybe you're just gonna go back to the same point again.
As I had written about it, and I wanted to show them how this works. So they're all playing Scorpions because, Scorpions, best clan. And they have an assignment to go and convince the daimyo of a castle to hand it over. They're recovering all the lost land and resources and everything from after the clan war. And the daimyo of the Scorpion clan has said, hey, go over to that castle that used to be ours and convince the daimyo of that castle to give it back to us. And the daimyo said, I have faith in your capabilities. I'll give you permission to use any means necessary to get this thing back. After all, we are the Scorpion clan. However, don't kill anyone. We're trying to rebuild our reputation. And if we go around just murdering people, that's not going to rebuild our reputation. So the players head off and they get to the castle and they get to the gate. And there are crane guards in front of the gate because the crane owned the castle now. And my players say, hey, we would like to talk to the daimyo. And the guard outside the gate says, no. Well, what do you mean, no? I am under specific orders not to allow any Scorpion into the castle. Well, that's kind of rude. I mean, are you going to talk to us at all? No. So here we have players and we have a goal. The players want to win back the castle for the Scorpion clan. The obstacle is the person who owns it won't even talk to them. So how do they overcome that? Without killing people. Now the situation becomes a moral dilemma. What will they do?
Is it a moral dilemma? I don't think it is a moral dilemma.
No, I think it's
I think there's no morality there. They don't want to kill people not because of the choice, but because like they've been instructed not
because
to.
they were told not to.
Yeah, and so now it's a puzzle. It's not a moral dilemma. It's just like they want to do this thing and they cannot do
No,
it
it's
from
just
the
kind of an
obvious way.
annoying dilemma, is what it is. I heard this one and I was like, that's not really moral. It's just like, well, what are our options here? Disguise ourselves, break like every option I could think of, and maybe I'm just not creative enough, leads to, okay, we got an audience with him, but now he's just pissed that we went around it in an obnoxious way. And
well, you can do it kind of like a Puss in Boot kind of like scam, right?
Yeah, well, I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Ask if I can speak to your manager? Like, what?
You try to set up a situation where the daimyo is gonna think it's his idea. Like, there's thing that his idea to talk to you for some reason, right?
Yeah.
I guess there's something you can do, but I don't.
But if even the gate guard's not
morality,
even,
that's what I'm saying. Like morality is not involved in that dilemma, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not moral dilemma until the only solution the player thinks to do are immoral. Yeah. Yeah, like there's no judging of right and wrong here. They're just judging of like, well, would that work or would that not work, right? Would that follow order or would it not follow it?
Yeah.
So anyway, just a point there. Like, I'm not saying it's a bad example. I think it's an interesting situation. I think it's a good setup. The daimyo saying, "No, don't kill. Go talk to them. Don't kill anybody." And it's no, we won't let you talk to them, right? Just like, I think that's a good setup. You present that as a challenge for the player, and you don't provide them a solution. There's no like, oh, give me a persuasion check roll now. Like, there's no such thing, right? So the player has to figure out a solution for themselves. I think that's good, a good situation, but it's not a moral play.
To get the castle back, they could sneak in. They could poison people without killing them. They could try to seduce the daimyo of the castle. They could try to bribe the daimyo of the castle. They could try to blackmail the daimyo of the castle. They have all these different kinds of options available to them. And they will reveal who their characters are by the choices they make to overcome the obstacle. It's just that simple. Protagonist, obstacle, goal. Every scene in your game should have this formula, this simple formula. And if you're looking at a scene that you're playing...
Every scene should have that formula? You don't necessarily know, right?
Yep.
I think
I hate formulas.
Yeah.
Like, there's a reason that when something is called formulaic, it's not a compliment. It's a it's a denigration usually.
Yeah.
Because again, people aren't, we make jokes, but people aren't that dumb. They'll figure out, even if they don't figure out the specifics to the formula, they'll figure out that there is a formula, right?
And they're gonna get disengaged. Or every time we want to do something, there's gonna be an obstacle that's gonna we won't be able to get what we want, right? You're right.
It's the equivalent of like when you have this formula, you've created the Taco Bell of RPGs, where you go, hang on, there are 30 menu options here, but they're all just tortilla, ground beef, cheese. But it's the same ingredients. You've just moved them around a little bit. That's all you've done. You don't want that. You don't want your players going, hey man, I want to go to McDonald's actually. I'm going to go down the street.
Yeah, so like I would agree with that point. Like every scene, right? I think it's a good thing to have in some scene, maybe most scene, right? But like you need to vary, and you need to remain like kind of like unpredictable to your player to some extent too. Yeah. Formulaic.
And let your
good.
Let your players drive the scene. That's my other problem with this, is that it's GM present. The GM is always presenting, all of this buildup is okay, fine, it's the start to a session, right? It's fine for the GM to present, and you've gone through session 0, this is what's going on, right?
And they're on their character on a mission, like they're subservient to somebody, right?
But when you present something so narrow, and maybe he's just not describing everything that was going on, but that's how you lead to like some of the Mother May I stuff where it's like, well,
Yeah.
what? He's not it. Can we like not do this? Can we not do that? You know, when it's a flat no, and you're just kind of role playing in a void now, where it's like, all right, well, step one has been a failure. We've already pumped the brakes. What? This is obnoxious.
Yeah. No, it's like a. I don't know. Not like I'm on the fence on this one.
Yeah.
You know, you're
But
playing.
you're right. Like you're right that it's very like GM driven. That's what the point I was making. That was a theme toward the whole video that we watched today, right? It's always like, oh, you have to push that as a GM. That's what you have to do. That's why you have to drag your player along, right? Because they won't lead. They won't act on their own.
Yeah, it
maybe you
became
can maybe they go events on their own, like if you nibble some cheese under the nose, right? But
it became very swiftly from the daimyo wants the player characters to do this to the players want to do this, and it's like, well, hang on, that's two different things, right?
Yeah. Well,
what happens when the moral choice, in the moral dilemma, which could be interesting, is
do we
they
listen
just
to
say,
that or daimyo?
yeah, they just say, fuck this is annoying, you know, I don't want to do this. Let's
No, you can do that actually because you're in this hierarchy and
yeah,
you need to plan, right? It's like that, you know.
no, we're gonna be
You're right. Like
Romans.
you're right. Like that, you know, that's a scene right there, right? Was there an obstacle there? The daimyo say, oh, you have to go talk to this guy, but don't kill anybody.
Yeah.
That was a scene right there. Was there an obstacle there that had a choice that revealed character? It revealed character, and they just say, oh, okay, we're gonna do what you say, boss, right? That revealed character. They're subservient, they're loyal, they're whatever, right? Just like whatever you want to put the spin it. But they could have said like, you know what? Just kill them anyway, and we'll deal with the consequence later. Or it's for the greater good of the clan. Or maybe our daimyo is getting weak, and we need to, you know, like whatever. It could have gone different direction. So, character is always revealed.
In your game, and this formula is not in your scene, it's probably a travel montage. Your players are running through a dungeon and they encounter a locked door. Do you have a thief? Is the thief going to pick the lock and get through? Yes. Skip it. Just tell the player, how do you pick the lock? Let the player narrate the outcome of the
That I would agree with if there's no chance for failure, right? If there's like, oh, the thief is gonna pick up the lock, and if he fails, he can just try again until he succeed, right? Then yeah, you might as well not have it there. If you fail, they're gonna bust the door with an axe, but it could be consequence if they fail. Maybe the times keep going, and then like there's a patrol that can come, or maybe like a failure mean the lock is just too complex for you, and there's no chance you're gonna succeed. So you need to find a different route, right? So there's still branching path there if you want to put that scene. Is it character revealing? It could be. What if you try to pick the lock, you fail, and you throw a tantrum? Is that character revealing? It's telling something about your character, but the GM wouldn't know that up front. And if you just decide to skip the scene, there's never going to be such a scene. So you don't know as a GM if something is going to be character revealing or not. What if the thief failed to pick the lock, and then the barbarian just say like, oh, let me bust it down with my axe, useless thief, and now it's making a big carnage, a big noise, like a lot of noise, tappage, I guess that was the word I was looking for. And now like people know that there's an invader, right? That's character revealing. So how do you know as a GM? You know, every scene has the potential to be character revealing. Oh, you got like Pendragon there. Just notice two copy of Pendragon.
A little situation with the door. Why? Well, because the player will go, yeah, I picked a lock. Okay, how do you do it? I use my lockpick set. Great. Were there any complications? No, not really. Okay, done. Move on. If your scene does not include an obstacle that will reveal character.
Like again, he's totally took away the opportunity for the player to reveal his character through that scene. It's weird. It's like very, very, very GM driven.
Who your characters are. Let the players narrate it. And that's my tiny little bit of advice for you, game masters. Figure out that formula, put it in your game, figure out which scenes have it and which scenes don't, skip the scenes that don't, and then sit back for an hour and watch your players debate about what they're going to do next. Because what they're going to...
I like when you say like sit back for an hour, like figuratively speaking. But I like the idea of like the GM being able to sit back and say less and let the player like debate among themselves.
do next is going to show who they really are. That's my Play Dirty advice for Wicked Wednesday today. It's April 2nd. It's the day after April Fool's Day. And as a matter of fact, yesterday on April Fool's Day, I gave my patron people the whole role-playing game. I gave them the version 2 of Discordia, an old role-playing game I released 20 years ago.
All right, we got it. There's something I liked in that video, but overall, I think it's a bad advice. That'd be my critique of that. I think it's true that it's important to have obstacles that reveal the characters, right? But I think as a GM, you don't know which one is going to be, and you have to let the player the opportunity to express their character in different scenes, in various scenes. At some point, when some like I said, when some juice has been squeezed from a certain situation, it's not necessarily worth to repeat the same situation over and over again. You can move on until there's a change, and you can revisit later on because there might have been a change in the character, and revisiting a similar situation may be a way to express that change there. But like, yeah, you don't know the. Archlight say, I'm so happy that the level 27 Deadlier French was used. Yeah. I'm glad somebody got it. That was so lame, yeah. But yeah, I would kind of like, I get where it's coming from, but I think it's wrong. That's my review for that video. And Tyler, I think that's gonna be it for today. Like 6 hours and 20 minutes.
I need to go get dinner at this point too. So
yeah, and my jaw's starting to hurt from talking so much.
Yeah, and I can't. Mine is too, and I haven't talked that much. But yeah, yeah, it was good though. I mean, it was terrible. It was awful, but it was fun to deconstruct, fun to poke holes in.
Yeah, not much good advice today. Was a bad crop.
But hopefully, we could fill in the gaps where the bad advice was, and hopefully maybe direct people to some better things here.
Yeah, well, hopefully it was some value to some people watch and stuff like that. If it's not just for entertainment, but also like I think we've been fair. We've been fair, right? We'd say like when things are. Why we think that things are bad if they're bad, and when things are good, we say where like that we find them good. That's what I'm trying to do here, right? We're gonna do another one of those. Well, I'm gonna do another one of those. If you join me there, and like you decide at that time in about a month, I think like trying them to do those monthly, because those are I get fucking tired after those guys. The rest of my day is gonna be like very relaxed, right? It's gonna be like much at all. It's draining. But I don't know, they're also fun to do, right? It's kind of a challenge. I was hoping to be able to beat last times, which I don't think I did. Should I check? Are we very close? Are we about the same? Yeah, I did 6:42 last time, so no, I didn't beat it. I'm not reaching the 7 hour today. But all right, now I'm stalling. Thank you for everybody that watched live. Thank you, Tyler, for joining me for this last section there. It helped a lot, actually.
Yeah, no problem. Well, I was gonna do that combat video on my own if you didn't. So, yeah, I didn't watch it beforehand. I knew it would be.
Yeah.
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 Nothing more needs to be said. Thank you guys for watching.
That gonna watch on the replay, and if you made it all the way to the end, let me know in the comment. Like say like I watched the whole thing. I'm a madman. Don't cheat and just skip to the end though. And also let me know in the comments down below, or like let me know good or could mean otherwise. If you thought the bingo thing was a fun thing, worthwhile addition, it's just an idea that I had. Like I made this program for bingo, for stream bingo, for some other thing that never materialized. So I say, you know what? I have it. As might as well use it. Let me get this guy face off. I say I have it. I might as well use it for once. So maybe they're gonna be, if people like it, maybe it's gonna become a fixture for the next stream. Having a little party for the next those next marathon. All right, guys, I'm ending the stream now, and take care. See you next time. Bye.
See you guys.